self first there was Canon, then someone older than him, then me. And the generations after I'm gone, it will keep going on like this. Their final wishes will be carried on until the 12 gods are slain. Miyatri prompted, "Follow me." She cherished the bracelet in her hand. "If it's you, Canon would allow it." Demi asked cautiously, "Is it really okay for me to take this?" Miyatri snapped, "Hurry up before I change my mind." He was happy as he looked at the bracelet on his wrist. "I'll definitely keep it safe. I'll treasure it." Demi looked at the bracelet as it began to glow. The light was shimmering. "Are you saying hello?" "Yeah, it's been quite a while, hasn't it?" Miyatri made a promise to him. "When the time comes, I'll be ready to help you." He thanked her, feeling a surge of excitement in his heart. A dragon's promise. This is a good sign. Miyatri kicked him straight into the portal. "Go now." Jamie was flustered. "Wait, just like that? Fine, take care of yourself." Once Jamie had left, a faint bouquet of flowers appeared in Miyatri's hands. A blue light enveloped her. "Canon, right? Your dream is still going on." Ras looked at the sky, which was clearer than before. "It seems the rain has stopped." Jamie's voice rang out. "Yo! What are you doing here?" Ras panicked, blurting out his name. When he saw Jamie hovering above him, he gently took his hand. "Let's go back." The sky was now clear again. Someone rushed over and hugged him tightly, shouting, "Jamie!" Ricky and Anna were moved to tears. "I knew you'd be back." "What a relief, Jamie." A guard of the Wellen family bowed. "We are in your debt, thank you, Raz." Raz denied it. "No, I really didn't do anything." His voice trembled with embarrassment. "I really did nothing," Raz sighed to himself. "I didn't even get to use my holy power." In the kingdom of Seldom, at Por Neskman, everyone was chatting animatedly. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out. Vina slipped and fell backward when a white mouse ran across her foot. The people around her panicked and scolded her. "What the hell are you doing?" "Catch it, quick!" "Get it, stop it, don't let it stay here." "Vina, you idiot!" Vina stammered, "I'm sorry." But the people around her didn't care at all. "That mouse ate the zombie potion! We can't let it bite! My nose, my nose!" Vina shouted, "I'm sorry!" In the end, she sighed as she looked at the mess at her feet. "When will I ever finish cleaning all of this up?" A contemptuous voice reached Vina's ears, leaving her stunned. "I wonder when that slowpoke will finally get lost." The two behind her were talking smack about her out in the open. "My blood boils every time I see her. Why does the principal keep protecting that brat?" "Probably because her being so slow makes us look even better." "Ha ha ha, you're totally right." Vina frowned in anger. "That's so mean." "I can hear you, you know. Hey." Right then a voice cut through her thoughts. "Hey, loser." The blonde girl threw some papers at Vina. "If you're done cleaning, bring everything onto this list over here. We have to redo the experiment because of you." The blonde girl saw Vina, trembling as if to say something, and immediately snapped, "Are you saying it wasn't your fault?" She clenched her fists in resignation. "Fine, I get it." The two mocked Vina behind her back. "Did you see her face? What a joke." She couldn't even say a word. "She's just like a lab rat." Vina looked down, feeling dejected and mistreated. Tears streamed down her cheeks. "Why is this happening to me?" At the Bohr family mansion, Count Bohr cheerfully greeted the Welton family, including Welton and the siblings Ricky and Anna. "Thank you all for coming." He gave a friendly smile. "The chef has prepared a special feast for everyone. Please enjoy yourselves and make yourselves at home." Ricky's eyes widened in awe. Anna couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, brother, it's like paradise." Raz was also salivating. "This is the best meal of my life." CS replied, "Thank you for your hospitality." Count Bohr replied, "It's nothing. I was worried it wouldn't meet the standards of a lady from your clan." CS beamed. "Oh my." "This is more than enough." Count Bohr was pleased. "Thank you for saying that." The two of them then continued their pleasant conversation. Shadows of the night began to cover the roads and buildings. Jamie looked around. There wasn't much to see anyway. "Should I head back? Since it's around here, I'm sure Ricky won't bother me." He recalled the moment before he was about to leave. Constantly being interrogated by Ricky, "Where did you go?" "Where the hell did you go?" He raised his hands to calm Black down, seeing how excited he was. All right, you want to go for a walk, don't you?" His sparkling bracelet attracted a stranger. The person whispered, "See that?" The greedy Scarface said, "That bracelet," Pointy Nose added. "Yeah, it's a masterpiece." He curled his lip. "You can tell it's high-end just by looking at it. There's no way it belongs to some commoner kid," Scarface said with disdain. "Is he a noble? So what? His parents probably gave it to him and he has no clue," Pointy Nose said excitedly. "Do you think the headmaster would like it?" Scarface replied, "He might even reward the two of us." Both shared the same intent. "Right, let's do it." Black tried his best to warn him. Jamie took notice as well. Finally, he realized what Black was trying to say. Ah, I see. There are two bastards tailing us. Jamie answered coldly. Black, what do you mean? I don't know what they're up to. He gave a sinister smile as he glanced back. But this is great, since I was getting a bit bored. Scarface and Pointy Nose were still confused, completely unaware that Jamie was watching them from above. Damn it, I'm sure he came this way. We lost him. Jamie snapped his fingers. All right, this is gonna be fun. Pointy Nose looked toward the source of the noise. This way, he's over here! Hold on. He clapped his hands. Come here, let me test you guys a bit. Suddenly, a portal appeared behind him, making Jamie startle. He looked in fear at the hand right next to his head. A gentle voice whispered in his ear, Sorry. Scarface looked toward the alley in shock. Both of them stood frozen in their tracks when they saw the pitch-black alley. Lost him again. Vina was immediately blown away. Jamie said angrily, How dare you? I don't know who you are. But today you're dead meat. Vina panicked. Wait, please hear me out. Jamie cast magic that surrounded her. I don't want to hear it. Vina let out an agonizing scream. He was surprised. Dark magic? Vina was slammed into the wall, leaving a deep dent. She groaned in agony. Jamie questioned, Are you using dark magic? You better tell me why you brought me here. Vina burst into tears. That's so cruel. Jamie wondered, Why the self-pity? You're so heartless. I just wanted to help. It would be terrible if you were harmed by their dark magic. I only wanted to help. At that moment, it clicked for Jamie. Wait, those two were dark mages as well? Vina wailed. But you scolded me after I saved you, and put all the blame on me. Why does everyone treat me like this? I didn't do anything wrong. I just wanted people not to hate me. She screamed, Why? Why does everyone hate me? Why? Just why? Jamie felt helpless. All right, I get it. Now shut up. Vina continued to ramble. A cruel world that won't accept me. It would be better if I just ended it all. Jamie snapped. Drop that thought, please. He then spoke up. So you're saying you're from the same school as those guys chasing me, and instead of kidnapping me, you saved me using the school's portal? Vina knelt, trembling as she replied, That's right. You wouldn't have just died at the hands of those two. She said dejectedly, Even though you're just a kid, it would be a pity to experience such things. But now I'm wondering, are you really just a child? Jamie scoffed. A pity, you say? That's rich coming from a dark mage like yourself. It's just a hunch. But his words made Vina panic. Didn't you play a big part in those cruel experiments? Or whatever they were? Or anything like that? He continued to provoke her. You simply wanted to save me? Are you asking me to see you? As some champion of justice? Vina panicked. No, I became a dark mage because I wanted to. Jamie poked her forehead maliciously. Don't make excuses. You're trash, just like the rest of them. Vina's pupils contracted. No, I'm different. I don't want to live in constant torment. She poured out all of her pain. Do you have any idea how much I'm hurting? Every time my hands get stained with blood, my heart feels so heavy. Jamie turned away. I get it. I'm not that curious anyway. His words made Vina relax a little. She took the chance to leave. We're done here, right? Then I'll be on my way. Suddenly, she bumped her head against something invisible. She collapsed in pain. What? What is it now? Jamie asked curiously. What do you mean? He explained, This is a wall. Vina also realized it was an invisible wall. He gave a wicked smile. I still have plenty of things to ask. So where exactly do you think you're going? Vina gave a forced smile and clenched her fists. Please don't kill me. The white-haired man smiled and asked Tom, Have you seen Vina? The person opposite replied politely, I haven't seen her, sir. Principal Ga put on a fake smile. I wonder where she could be. There's not much time left until it's completed. A horrific scream rang out. No way! Jamie looked bored. Are you loyal to them? You're just like them. Vina cried. You don't understand. No matter how rude they are. I've been with them for 15 years. Dark magic appeared around Jamie. Well, then I can't help you. I'll do what needs to be done. Vina's vision was filled with images of black mana. She was astonished. How can there be no sign of special dark magic? Or those toxic vibes that ruin lives? She was dazed as Jamie's hand approached. How can black mana evoke such a sense of purity? Jamie warned. If you change your mind, let me know. If things take a turn for the worse, you should know your consequences beforehand. Vina finally spoke up. That black mana, how did you do it? Jamie suddenly asked. What? She suddenly grabbed his hand. I want to know! Jamie flinched and pulled his hand back. What are you doing? Do you think I'll let you go if you act like this? If you don't want to die, then... Vina pleaded with almost religious devotion. Please take me as your disciple. He was bewildered. What? She repeated. Please take me in. Jamie replied bluntly. No. Vina grabbed his cloak. She quickly pulled him into a hug. Jamie panicked. "What the hell are you doing?" Vina implored, "Please!" "I lost my parents 15 years ago in an accident, and I had no choice but to become a dark mage. The experiments sacrificing living people are incredibly cruel, and my companions condemned me for being pathetic and trampled all over me. But even so, I couldn't run away," she murmured. "I know I'm a coward and a hypocrite. I want to stop. I really want to end all of this." Jamie got back to this point. "So, what does that have to do with becoming my disciple?" Vina's eyes sparkled. "Your black mana?" "It wasn't something created by sacrificing lives. I need that power." Jamie gave a satisfied smile. "It isn't something created by sacrificing lives. Sometimes only such pure darkness can sprout into the existence of someone in just a blink of an eye." His hand moved right up to her face. "You are wrong, and more importantly," Jamie said coldly, "I don't want to." Vina was near despair. "Please take me in." "Please." He looked down at her from above. "Disciple?" "Yes," Jamie recalled. "Master. I've mastered a new spell." "Please spar with us." Master, please die for us." Jamie calculated silently. According to Vina's memory, there are over 20 members at her school, and the principal, grab is a curse. His body began to phase. While I was away, something must have happened. Let's go check it out. A human head floating in some solution muttered, "Please save me! Please save me!" "Please, is anyone there?" The two students looked at her and laughed gleefully. "Pretty fascinating, isn't it? Normally they'd be begging for death by now." The guy next to him added, "Topsy-turvy." The curse even messed up her speech. Countless jars of solution lined the shelves, yet they still complained. "Huh? We're running low on body parts already? We've been running so many experiments lately." They kept gossiping non-stop. I also heard that we're getting tons of new test subjects soon. One of them let out a loud laugh. "Looks like our research is really blowing up." Jamie, watching while hidden, couldn't help but be shocked. They've got some nerve, daring to hide inside the academy to conduct these dark experiments. Those guys left the lab, still rambling on and on. Human experimentation is honestly the GOAT. Nothing else even comes close when you look at the speed and quality of the results. The other replied, "For real, it's a joke." "Are you doing this just for kicks?" Of course not. He had been silently observing them from the start. He thought to himself, "Now I get it, dark magic had vanished long ago. Even so, I sacrificed countless lives just to stand before the 12 gods, so I have no right to judge them. However, the reason dark magic exists, regardless of how it's performed, is to slay the gods. I must cast aside my humanity and carry all these sins." He told himself, if you want to sacrifice lives, you must be determined to face them. Then he teleported. "Now I've got another task to handle." Something interesting was about to happen to Jamie. If the seeds I sowed have grown into monsters, then it's clear what I have to do. It's time to harvest them. Back with Vina, she clenched her hands anxiously. "Where did he go?" "I have to find him and get him out of here fast." Suddenly, someone yanked hard on her braid. Hala ignored Vina's cry of pain. "Where have you been hiding all this time?" She kept a tight grip on the braid and growled at her. "You ran off like a piece of trash. So you just decided to bolt?" Vina replied tremblingly. "I'm sorry. I forgot." She wouldn't let go, instead yanking the hair even harder. "Oh, so you forgot?" She shoved her face close to Vina's, threatening her. "Are you feeling a bit too comfortable lately, Vina?" She finally let Vina go. Hala turned away, not missing a chance to be sarcastic. "Do I look like I'm playing games with you?" Vina sat on the ground. She had no idea why she had ended up in this situation. "Why are you doing this to me?" She gave a cunning smile and replied, "I have to stomp on low-life bugs, like you every now and then, just so you know your place." Those words made Vina tremble even more in despair. "Please stop, I'm sorry." But Hala, she didn't care about her words at all. Instead, she conjured a magical flame. "Should I really let a piece of trash like you off the hook after you've messed with me?" Writhing in pain. Seeing this, Vina fell to her knees and begged, "Please, just let me go this once. I'll never forget what you told me ever again." Vina closed her eyes tight and pleaded, "Please!" A familiar voice spoke up, startling her. "What is wrong with you?" She couldn't help but wonder, "How did you even get in here?" Jamie simply called out her name, "Vina." He turned his head away, looking disappointed. "Are you really afraid of people like this?" Vina was a bit flustered. "But Jamie's eyes had turned a cold, piercing purple. Suddenly he barked, "Stand up!" Vina was instantly shocked. He asked coldly, "How long do you plan on lying there?" Vina slammed her hand down in response, cracking the ground. "I won't!" Meanwhile, that girl Hala, clueless about what was coming, still acted all high and mighty. I don't know who the hell you are, but you're clearly brain dead too. Actually, this is perfect. Do you really think that dragging an outsider into this will stop me from killing you? What's it gonna be, Vina? From the other side, Jamie spoke coldly. Decide, Vina. Tears began to stream down her face. I can't. While she was still hesitating, the girl screamed at the top of her lungs, Die! Instantly, a massive surge of dark magic was blasted toward her. Suddenly, Vina seemed to explode with power. Her latent strength blocked the attack head-on. She shouted, I won't. I don't want to get along with people like you. I'm going to change! I don't want to live like this anymore. Even Jamie was taken aback by this turn of events. As for Hala, she was furious after her attack was repelled. What the hell did you just do? Even Vina herself was stunned by her own power. Hala continued to talk big, preparing her next move. I don't care what you just did, but I hope you're ready for the consequences of crossing me. Suddenly, Jamie stepped in front of Hala and said, Vina, take one more step. Go on. He raised 2 fingers to cast a spell. Instantly, Hala's face turned pale as she realized she couldn't use her magic at all. What? He then looked at Vina and explained, The first step is always the hardest. The second step won't be so difficult anymore. The girl, still stuck in her old ways, barked loudly. Wait a second! Who are you, and what's with your weird mana? Suddenly he whispered 2 words. Delete. That girl finally vanished into thin air, leaving Vina in total shock. Elsewhere, the principal, Grab, suddenly stood up and exclaimed, Finally! He was overjoyed. Vina had awakened Valkyrie. He had previously worried that the personality settings, designed to suppress excessive ego control, would keep her from ever awakening. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. I don't have to stay in this tiresome place anymore. The power of Valkyrie is mine now. Back at Jamie's location, he stepped closer and called out to Vina only to find that she had been clasping her hands this whole time. I'm sorry. Jamie was speechless, wondering to himself, how could someone this timid be a Valkyrie? It is known that Valkyrie are high-ranking angels, renowned as celestial warriors whose immense power was enough to wage war against the 12 gods. Though they ultimately met with defeat, they luckily escaped extinction and hid in places beyond the sight of the 12 gods. Jamie pondered. That guy in the suit must be behind this, to make her easier to manipulate. He's been suppressing her true personality for a very long time. Seeing him like that, Vina grew even more terrified. What's wrong? Did I do something bad? He silently deduced the truth. Inherently, Valkyries are a race that despises bowing to anyone. They did this to keep her under control after she awakened. Suddenly his face darkened as he said, I don't like this. Vina, still naive and innocent, replied, I don't know what I did wrong, but please forgive me. Suddenly an alarm blared through the area. Vina immediately recognized it as a code red. They must have realized you're an intruder. He suddenly said, I have a name, it's Jamie. Besides, they're not going to catch me. A voice boomed out, shocking her. All units, capture Vina and bring her to me. A little bit of roughing up is permitted. Vina couldn't believe what she was hearing. The dean? Why would he? Jamie finally realized. Now I see. A swarm of students poured in like a disturbed hornet's nest. One of them yelled, This way, I heard everything. Vina was lost in her memories, unable to process the current situation. Jamie asked, So what are you going to do now? Though she was still scared, with tears still in her eyes, she answered firmly, I'm not the same person I used to be. Getting the answer he wanted, Jamie smiled with satisfaction. Exactly. Suddenly, surges of white energy appeared from nowhere, swirling around Jamie and Vina. It was his doing. He flicked his wrist to control them. That's what I said, right? Instantly, the door locking them both in swung wide open. The second step won't be hard anymore, right, Hala? In the middle of the screaming crowd, Vina, you dare defy me? Get over here right now! Vina. Suddenly, a black orb of shadow enveloped the girl's head. Jamie explained, She's been brainwashed. Vina was in disbelief. Brainwashed? Hala immediately collapsed to the ground. He assessed that she was no longer conscious. She's been Dean's slave for a long time. Vina couldn't believe the truth. While she was still hesitating and overthinking, Jamie confirmed, That's right. Everything everyone has done to you was exactly what Dean wanted. The curse of hardship, the curse of misery, the curse of condemnation, the curse of sneezing reflecting the curse back. Suddenly all the students collapsed in agony. Now Jamie laid out the truth right before her eyes. Vina also fell to the ground muttering, But I'm so... She suddenly seemed to transform into a different person. Her eyes turned bloodshot with rage. I've endured everything for so long. Without knowing a thing, Jamie realized that her true nature was finally surfacing. Then he spoke up. Is that so? Well then, he told her to get in the fight and gave her a hard kick forward. She immediately panicked and screamed, "Wait a minute!" She cried as she looked at him and said, "I don't know how to fight." Suddenly, a guy in front of her raised his wand high. He smirked, certain of his victory. As for Vina, a look of pure despair filled her eyes. An itch curse was unleashed, but she quickly leaned back to dodge the blow. Even Vina couldn't believe she actually dodged it. A blue-haired guy tried to sneak attack her from behind. "Toothache curse!" Vina turned her head back in a panic. Suddenly, she instinctively grabbed his arm. She screamed no and spun around with full force. The guy slammed straight into the wall and passed out. Vina was even more stunned by her own strength. From the side, Jamie reassured Vina, "That's your power. Believe in yourself and fight!" A student sneered in contempt. "You think having power is everything? You're still just Vina." With that, he cast a blindness curse toward Vina. Suddenly, Vina realized her body was moving exactly as she willed it. The students fell into a panic as their victim began to fight back. "What? Stop her! Since when did she—" Vina crushed the two guys, still unable to believe it. It felt as if this wasn't even her own body. Jamie asked in a low voice, "Finished over there? Now what do you punks want to do?" He radiated an overwhelming murderous intent. "It seems you've realized the skill gap. There aren't just rookies like you around here, right?" The others backed away in fear. Losing patience, he commanded, "Whatever. I was planning to harvest everything anyway." Black! Instantly, the bird appeared, hovering over the crowd. Jamie gleefully enjoyed the show. "Have you finished marking all the rookies yet?" Black gave a chirp and created a glowing circle. Immediately, the students, below all, found a mark on their hands. Jamie smirked. "Time to harvest! Violet violence!" Instantly, bolts of power struck down like a storm, leaving the crowd with no time to react. In the end, all that remained were bodies scattered across the ground. Vina looked at him in total disbelief. Suddenly, a man appeared and shouted, "What is this? My children are all dead!" The old man holding a scepter appeared with a smile. "Nice to meet you. I am the master of this place." He feigned friendliness and inquired, "I've seen your skills. Is there something wrong with your appearance? Or do you have some chronic illness?" Jamie replied curtly, "And if I do?" The old man grinned and replied, "I see, so it's a type of setting then?" Jamie was puzzled by his words. "Setting?" Suddenly Grab tried to win him over. "You have truly magnificent skills. What do you say to working with me?" Jamie didn't refuse immediately. "And what can you do for me?" The old man realized, so you have a plan. If you succeed, then devouring an entire country won't be a problem at all. He changed his expression and looked toward Vina, giving her a signal. "Is that so?" He saw right through the old man's scheme. "You've already got a method in mind, don't you?" Exposed, Ga quickly tried to clear his name. "You're quite greedy. I haven't even said anything yet." Jeremy felt drained talking to the old man. "All of this, only within a single nation. I will succeed." Ga taunted, "What a shame." Remaining silent until now, Vina cried out loudly, confronting Dean. "Why did you ask everyone to bring me to you?" Old man Ga was impressed by her power. "Oh, you are truly remarkable. You possess an incredible amount of life force." Then the old man answered her previous question. "Why, you ask?" "Actually, Vina, I want to harvest your power the moment you awaken." Vina stood frozen, stunned by his words. The old man began telling her about her childhood past. "Do you know how many difficulties I had to deal with when I took you in?" With his wicked agenda, he had planned exactly how to reveal your true self and force you to awaken in the very form I desired. Then Ga pointed to her toxic friends and said, "I built this entire school just for you." Vina couldn't believe the man she'd known for 15 years was saying this. "Every time they bullied me, you always came to my rescue." Only now did she realize, as she thought back on it, you never once actually stopped them. Ga was thrilled to be so close to succeeding, ready to seize her power. "When you lost yourself in fear here, I was absolutely delighted." On the other side, after hearing the whole truth, Vina began to lose control. Everything was going exactly as Ga intended. "Now, if you would simply awaken with the malice I've been fueling you with for decades." Suddenly, a surge of black mana erupted. Vina collapsed, much to Ga's shock. The light slowly drained from Vina's eyes. In the end, she lay unconscious on the ground. He had been silent all this time. Jamie appeared as well. He stood in front of her, blocking the way, and spoke up. "So that's the truth of it?" He mocked the old man. "But what now?" "I've just wiped away all the malice you planted in her." Ga still couldn't believe it. "Impossible! That kind of thing isn't easily erased." He immediately shut him down. "Not for me. With my skills, it was a piece of cake. It's incredibly easy. Seriously, total child's play. He didn't hold back in roasting the old man's level. I guess it's impossible for someone like you, because no matter how hard you try, you're still just trash. A person who can't even reach class 7, right? Hit where it hurts most. Ga lost his cool and screamed in a fit of rage. You bastard, Jamie explained. Class 7 was a forbidden subject for the dark mage Ga. If anyone ever dared to mention it, he would slaughter them in the most brutal ways imaginable. The old man stared ahead with a violent look, his face twisting into a demonic expression, living up to his alias as the master of curses. When it came to curses, he might have reached the pinnacle of his craft. He was kneeling, staring at the light beyond the door, yet he could never overcome the wall to reach Class 6. Hearing his failures called out like that, he roared. His face was contorted with rage, eyes flashing with fury. You little punk! He slammed his staff into the ground and threatened, I will make you writhe in agony. Forever in the pitch-black night. With a desperate shout, he thrust his staff forward. The staff began to glow with an eerie orange-red light, looking quite terrifying. Burning Hydra! Suddenly, a surge of light enveloped Jamie. In a different scene, Ga looked down with a pensive gaze. As he sat there, a voice called out, Director! The voice came from something bizarre. I need you to provide more. Give me more bodies to experiment with this new drug. Hearing this, the old man frowned. How amusing. Back to the battle with Jamie. The old man gripped his staff tightly and slammed it down. Demi curled his lip and remarked, You're pretty tough, aren't you? I'm sure your head must be throbbing now, as if your brain is being split into 7 pieces. Ga calmly replied, It's not for nothing that I'm called the Master of Curses. Demi wouldn't back down either. He immediately raised his hand, conjuring magic as a warning. But you still shouldn't have been so reckless. The space suddenly turned pitch black. The old man arrogantly said, How interesting. Truly fascinating. Who would have thought I'd be hit by mental magic? Do you have anything else up your sleeve? Demi immediately made his move. There's no way that's all I've got. The old man showed no fear, laughing contemptuously instead. Ga began chanting an incantation into his staff. Seeing this, Demi smirked and thought to himself, Does he really think he'll be fine after I've interfered directly with his brain? No matter how good you are, it's too late now. He raised his hand, pointing his finger straight ahead. Instantly, streaks of dark energy shot toward the old man. The old man remained unfazed. Suddenly, Ga spoke up. This has gone far enough. Abruptly, the dark energy surged back toward him. It pierced right through him, sending him reeling back. He realized it was a counter-curse. This is a rather difficult form of dark magic. He was caught off guard by the backlash. His arms hung limp at his sides. Ga lifted his chin and smiled. Just look at the state you're in now. Ultimately, the abyss you created yourself won't be so easy to escape. Then the old man's voice dropped low. But before that, I'll have to shatter your mind. First things first. He raised his staff high and it glowed with a red light. Jeremy was now wounded, bleeding uncontrollably. Looking absolutely terrifying, Ga said, From now on, you will be trapped forever in a single moment. When 1 second becomes 10, 100 seconds, 1,000 seconds, I wonder what kind of phenomenon a human would experience. The old man gloated, while Jeremy felt as though he were falling into an endless void. Rejected everything from within your very perception. A state that never, ever ends. Even if it's just for a single second, it can play out 10,000 times for you. Surely. Ga smirked triumphantly, pointing his glowing red staff at Jamie. Time itself is my ultimate curse. With this, the wall between levels will... Before the old man could finish his sentence, Jamie cut him off. So what? He had restored his condition as if nothing had happened. He reached out and walked toward Ga. The old man was shocked by Jamie's recovery. How did you do that? He lunged forward and knocked Ga down. Cheap tricks like that are useless. He commanded, Burst! Smoke and dust suddenly filled the air, obscuring everything. The old man let out a high-pitched scream of pain. He continued to hold his hand out to form a seal. I hope you're strong enough to handle this. The old man shrieked in agony but was still puzzled. How did he... Now Jeremy continued speaking. You're ready for this, aren't you? Then he unleashed a barrage of magic attacks. Crushing stones, ambush strikes, whipping chains, and firebombs. He gathered them all and poured them onto the old man. Ga was beaten so hard the ground beneath him cracked and sank. Despite being pummeled and bleeding incessantly, Ga still managed to ask, How on earth did you... He held out his hand and answered, It's because of my absolute resistance item. On his hand was a bracelet, with a purple stone glowing intensely. The old man was utterly stunned. Absolute resistance? How could such a thing even exist? Jamie replied with a smirk. This world itself is already an absurdity, isn't it? Ga refused to accept it. Damn it, I am the king of... Before he could finish his sentence, he was stomped on by a foot. Don't mess with me. Jamie's face looked absolutely terrifying at that moment. Did you really think I'd let you die in peace like that? A gate appeared behind him, gate of heavenly calamity. This is the great sin that your greed has brought upon you. As the one who sowed those seeds, I shall cast you into them. You will forever be a sinner, an existence, neither truly alive nor fully dead. You will experience death repeatedly for all eternity. But your immortality will prevent you from ever crossing over completely, and you shall become a servant, bound to loyally obey my every command. Chains appeared out of nowhere and bound Ga's hands, feet, and neck. The chains began to drag his soul away. He was helpless, unable to do anything but watch as his soul was ripped out. He couldn't believe it, his own soul. The man's voice rang out. You will forever be my subordinate. Ga's soul cried out. No, please just kill me! He begged for eternal rest. But Jamie remained resolute. From now on, your name shall be... The old man's soul was gradually pulled into the gate. Neuro, that will be your new existence. He struggled, but it was futile. His soul slowly vanished behind the gate. The area fell silent. A moment later, Vina woke up, her eyes still slightly dazed. Suddenly, she bolted upright and screamed, Principal! Jamie turned and spoke to the creature there. Pay respects to your master like the slave you are. Do it. The skeleton immediately obeyed. Greetings, great master. I am Neuro. I am the first slave created by your hand. Jamie turned to ask Vina, how are you feeling? This is the man who forced you to live in hell for the past 15 years. Vina looked down, her face full of contemplation. I don't really know. Jamie asked, what do you plan to do now? I can't think of anything besides this. Suddenly, she blurted out, please take me as your disciple. Jamie anticipated her request before she could finish. He replied, no. Panicked, she asked, why, but why? He answered immediately, because you are a Valkyrie. Valkyries are a race of fairies that existed in the very distant past. They were straightforward and headstrong. They were incredibly brave, never backing down, and always giving their all to prove they were right, even though, in the end, they were completely defeated, becoming an extremely ill-fated race. He continued, I don't know how their descendants managed to survive until today, but you might just be the last Valkyrie. Hearing that, Vina couldn't accept it, throwing a fit and shouting, then what does that have to do with the fact that I can't become your disciple? He explained, what I'm saying is, I don't know a single bit of Valkyrie magic. She was stunned, feeling as if her whole world had collapsed. Jamie turned away, looking helpless. There's no reason for me to take you as my disciple. She still persisted. Really? Are you serious? You're not lying, are you? Scene change, morning in a forest. A horse-drawn carriage is being escorted by several people. A voice rings out. Sarah said excitedly, it's so cute. Look, it's pink, sis. Anna replied with a smile. Really? Should we try to pet it? Both of them were looking at an adorable little squirrel in front of them. The little squirrel trembled and called out softly, Master! Jamie heard it but ghosted her, though he still replied, just be grateful that I even know how to use transformation magic. Otherwise, I would have left you back there. The two girls playfully pulled Vina along in her squirrel form. So precious! She struggled and screamed internally, Master, save me! Jamie totally ignored her and looked outside. What a beautiful day. The carriage continued its journey. Warm sunlight streamed through the window. Sarah ran to tightly hug the man in front of her and called out, Father! The man opened his arms. It's been 9 years, hasn't it, Z? She burst into choked tears. I'm truly so sorry. Dad, your wayward daughter has finally come to see you. He gently comforted his daughter. No, it's all right now. At least you're here now. Watching the family reunion before his eyes, Jamie just stood there silently with a smile. Sarah, on the other hand, looked startled and quite surprised. He forced a smile, his mind a mess, still not understanding. He remembered his childhood, the warm pats on the head, the times spent with loved ones and the hugs. What exactly are emotions? Even after being reincarnated, it still feels so uncomfortable. The image of the protective youth stood before her. C.S. choked up, trembling. I'm so sorry. He took his daughter's hand, gently reassuring her. Don't cry anymore. Everything is going to be okay. Jamie's thoughts were in total disarray. A chaotic swirl inside him. I feel so uneasy with myself. In that endless abyss, I once yearned for nothing but revenge. I used to always feel that emotions were unnecessary things, because they drive people insane. Sarah cried out in a panic, Mommy, don't cry! He looked at the little girl in surprise. The emotional girl shouted, You're mean! You made Mommy cry! C.S. fell silent and helplessly tried to explain. That's not it, Sarah. You shouldn't talk to your grandfather like that. The little girl screamed. Her voice hit him like a bolt from the blue. I hate Grandpa! He gave a forced smile, watching Sarah's outbursts. That's right. I really don't understand human emotions. With a sad voice, he looked at Jamie. It seems I'm hated already. He comforted him. Sarah will forget about this soon. She's a pretty simple kid. Looking toward him, the old man cheered up. And who might you be? I've been very eager to meet you. He gave a bright, friendly smile. I've been looking forward to meeting you too. The old man was delighted that he didn't act cold like the little girl. I'm so glad you like me. He raised his hand and shook his head. There's no reason to hate you. You're my mother's father, after all. The old man hugged him tightly, his face full of happiness. Caught off guard, he was left breathless by the man's hug. That's right. My grandson, I'm so stoked to see you. He replied with some struggle. Yes, me too, cursing under his breath. Typical Welton family. This damn skin-to-skin contact. Outside, it was already nightfall. The moon hung high in the sky. He set the teacup down on the table. Jamie is actually pretty mind-blowing. Even though I'm just a fourth-class mage, I can still see a glimpse of the power inside that kid. Crossing his legs, his face turned serious. The whole kingdom will soon have their eyes on Jamie. Do you get what I'm saying? C.S. lowered her eyes. Yes, he and I both understand what this means. He said that a tall tree catches the full force of the wind. He thought about the future scenario. Right now, you and Count Welton might be able to block them. But the day will come when just the two of you won't be enough. She asked, Is that why you gave me that thing, Father? He nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's not some perfect shield, but it'll be pretty handy. She smiled gently, realizing his worried words were for her son, myself. Seeing that I, as his mother, can still protect my son. That makes me so happy. C.S. was worried about her husband. But I'm a bit concerned about the Count. I heard he's become an enemy of the Church of Zenith. He analyzed. This isn't going to blow over quietly. Those guys are absolutely twisted monsters. She was stunned. Is it really that serious? He thought for a while. He said because of those bastards, our Fioro Church is in a extremely annoying situation. He lowered his voice. I believe the Zenith Church is planning to completely eliminate our Fioro Church. The room's door burst open, interrupting the conversation between the father and daughter. Back in the room, he was absolutely livid. He glared gloomily at the person sleeping soundly on the bed, his hand massaging his temples. Oh, Vina. The one sleeping peacefully on the bed muttered her name. He cast a spell. A powerful glow of light surrounded her. Vina let out a pathetic cry. He asked darkly, Didn't I tell you not to? Transform back? She clutched her head in pain. Vina's voice rang out, full of grievance. But that form is so uncomfortable. Jamie angrily pointed at her and shouted, What would you do if you got caught? Terrified, Vina tried to speak up. With her hands and feet tied, she yelled out, You evil dark mage! Who would have thought that you'd sneak away by turning into a mouse? I don't know a thing! Her voice wavered as she cried out, Master! Jamie turned his back, his face darkening as he said, I know nothing about this. In her mind, images of herself tied up like a bundle, and 100 ways to die flashed before her. First, being kicked off a cliff without a sound. Then being tied to a stake, ready to be burned alive. Vina whispered, Master. The more she thought, the more terrified she became, a chill running down her spine. Jamie grit his teeth and urged, What the hell are you doing? Change back now! Her whole body went limp as she nodded in response. Okay. She transformed back into a tiny pink squirrel, looked at the necklace and asked, What's that? He stared at the necklace, lost in thought. Receiving no answer, she continued to pester him. I asked you, what is it? He grew annoyed at the constant questions from the squirrel on his shoulder. A few unannounced smacks landed on Vina's head. Clutching her head with a pitiful look, she complained, Stop hitting my head! You're killing my brain cells, you know? He shot her a look of pure disdain and asked coldly, Do you even have cells left to kill? He thought to himself, I'm actually more curious about this than you are. Jamie finally spoke, answering her previous question. I know for sure this is an artifact, but I have no idea what it actually does. He was horrified to sense a surge of power, an incredibly intense aura. He threw open the door and dashed out of the room. This bloodlust, it's coming from where Mother is. He sprinted down the long hallway, silently guessing, is it an assassin? Dissatisfied with his current speed, he tapped into his mana. No, I have to be even faster. His speed increased further and further. Jamie leaped down. He tried to identify who the killing intent he felt belonged to. Is it that bastard? The silhouette of a man flashed through his mind. He's too strong, there's no way to beat him. If that's the case, I have to grab Mother and run. He moved agilely, his hand shaped like a claw, lunging toward the man. The man's lips curled into a smirk. His grandfather was startled when he suddenly attacked the man. Bolts of lightning intensified around him. He raised his hand to unleash magic. Mirage terrain. Purge. He felt the timing was perfect. Now! I'll use this chance to get Mother and... A large hand grabbed Jamie by the collar. A nonchalant voice said, "What a cute little trick." He lifted him up effortlessly. Jamie cursed inwardly. "Damn it!" He grit his teeth and spoke up. "Let go!" He grabbed the arm holding his collar. He reached a decision. There was no avoiding it now. "Even if I have to use dark magic, I'll save her." A familiar voice called his name. "Jamie!" He looked around confused. "Mother?" He called out to her. "Mother?" His grandfather and mother were even more bewildered than he was. After everything was explained, he let out a hearty laugh. "God bless me. My grandson really is a true prodigy." He was overjoyed and full of pride. "The future of our clan is indeed promising." His mother's face darkened, embarrassed by his actions. She pressed Jamie's head down and urged him, "Hurry up and say hello." He awkwardly replied, "Thank you." She scolded her son. "How could you do that to someone?" "How was I supposed to know? Is this how I raised you?" Refusing to back down, he was about to talk back. But Sears smacked her son's back hard, cutting him off before he could speak. "But why? Have I been too soft on you lately? Is that it?" Jamie spoke up obediently. "I'm sorry." His grandfather stepped in to mediate. "Your mother is right, this is too much." The man spoke up to stop her. "That's enough, Sears. It's my fault that things turned out this way." She didn't understand what the man meant. "What are you talking about, Lord Bailey?" He was feeling salty after what just happened. "I swear it's so unfair," the man said. "Like I mentioned before, I heard that the heir of the Webtoon family is incredibly talented." The man admitted it bluntly. "So I just did a little checkup." The man speaking was Bailey Onyx, the Storm Sword Master, one of the 5 sword masters of the Gendium Kingdom. Sears listened in shock as he spoke. "I heard the heir of Count Webtoon." Meanwhile, Jamie was on the ground, tears smearing his pale face, and is exceptionally gifted. Bailey's eyes narrowed as he continued. "So I wanted to test him a bit." Hearing this, Sears' expression became hard to read. "What are you saying? A little test?" He slowly repeated, "I released a bit of my presence toward this child," along with a hint of hostility. By now, her face could no longer hide her annoyance. She shouted, "Lord Bailey!" Seeing this, Marcus Bell quickly intervened, trying to de-escalate the situation. "Sears, calm down. It's not like he actually meant any harm." However, she still issued a biting warning, leaving Jamie standing beside her in shock. "If you ever do that to my son again, I won't let it slide." Realizing he'd messed up, Bailey softened his tone and apologized. "My deepest apologies." At this moment, Sears turned to place a hand on his shoulder and comforted him. "I'm sorry, Jamie. It seems Mother has misunderstood everything." However, his attitude was a bit hesitant. He stammered in response. "It's okay, really." It was understandable why no one else noticed, since he only revealed himself to me. Inside Jamie's head, he was already crunching the numbers. He spotted me and masked his presence so perfectly. An existence that didn't flinch at all from the purge domain. That is truly terrifying. He cautiously spoke up to ask Bailey, "Are you a sword master?" He nodded and gave a brief reply, "Yes." At this point, Marquise Bell interjected once more. "It seems our Jamie has a very keen eye, doesn't he? His name is Bailey Onyx." The man's identity was revealed by Marcus Bell. He is the swordsman known as the Storm Sword Master. It is said that in the kingdom of Gerdium there are 5 sword masters. Since they have never faced each other in battle, it's difficult to rank them. However, the king's sword, known as the Shield, Tarek, is widely considered the strongest. Following him is Count Webtoon, and right on his heels is Bailey Onyx. At this point, Jamie stood up and introduced himself with a polite bow. "It's an honor to meet you. I am Jamie Webtoon." The man's eyes pierced through him as he remained silent without a word. This attitude made Sears even more furious. She slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, "Lord Bailey, what more do you want now?" Unexpectedly, Bailey just calmly suggested, "Learn the sword." Hearing this, Jamie's eyes widened in sheer shock. His entire body froze for a moment. "Learn the sword?" His mother was the first to react. "What on earth are you saying? Jamie is already studying magic." He looked up and explained slowly, "I know, but besides that, I believe if he learns swordsmanship, he will achieve extraordinary things." He then continued his presentation. "After all, he does carry the bloodline of Count Webtoon." Marquis Bell interjected at this point. His expression didn't hide his concern at all. "I'm certain that if a great swordmaster like you says so, it must be true. but Jamie's magical talent is truly unheard of. Bailey narrowed his eyes and explained slowly. I know. He's someone who could potentially become a ninth circle. Mage. I've heard the rumors too. In his mind, he recalled someone else's bold claim. Jamie Welton will continue to grow stronger, just by breathing, and the source of that leak was none other than Marcus Lin-Mel. He spoke again. But swordsmanship is different. It's something that's very hard to master, if the right window of opportunity is missed. Jamie had already fallen into deep thought. Swordsmanship, he calculated silently. It would be pretty great if I could use it. But then again, my magic is still my top priority. He scratched his head and politely declined Bailey's offer. Right now, I'd rather focus on my magic. The man slowly lifted his teacup. Then he gave a slight nod of understanding. I see. Very well then. Night fell, and the bright moon illuminated the entire garden. Jamie was taking a walk. He thought to himself, I guess this is why the Bell family garden is so massive. And it's really well maintained too. Anyway, a while ago, Jamie's ears were tortured by a barrage of questions. You just met a sword master? Did he come to take me away? Master, what do we do now? Annoyed, he covered his ears and muttered, just go to sleep. Because of that, Jamie could finally appreciate the moment. It's so peaceful. He continued to reflect on Bailey. It felt like standing in front of a towering, impenetrable wall. I was lucky I got my chi back. My seed of life is now perfect. But looking at his hands, he slightly pursed his lips. It's still not enough. There will come a time when I hit a wall again. Speaking of 7th class, that is the rank from which point forward. One is called an archmage. It's not something that can be achieved through training one's skills alone. A tower mage. When the magic core is established by the mage themselves, and the Holy Grail reaches its limit, then the gateway to becoming an archmage will be opened. This is known as transcendent magic. As he walked, Jamie reflected further. It would be easy if I just did exactly as I did in my past life. But he stopped before a stream of water. The reflection on the surface was his past self. I will never defeat my enemies if I just stick to the same methods that failed in the past. Jamie slowly sat down on the ground, his expression deep in thought. Thanks to that person, I realized this. I still have a long way to go. Thinking of Bailey, he couldn't help but feel curious. But what exactly is his relationship with Mother? That sorrowful expression? Unexpectedly, before he could relax for long, a disturbance appeared beneath the water's surface. A sea monster suddenly surged up from the depths, making Jamie jump and fall backward. He immediately cast a defensive spell to block its attack. Jamie's hand clenched tight under the shield, lightning already radiating from it. His face darkened with rage. How dare you disturb me? Jamie remained safely inside his shield, as he prepared to cast his next spell, lightning, but he quickly realized something. Someone suddenly flashed past him. This person rushed in to confront the sea monster. Jamie's eyes widened in shock. With a foot stepping firmly onto the stone ground, Sabul smiled and said, Are you okay? He continued to speak. I heard the Welton nobles were coming, but I'm only just making it now, because there was so much business to handle. Jamie's expression wasn't relaxed like the man in front of him. He frowned and thought to himself, he took out that giant monster in a heartbeat. He might not be on Lord Bailey's level, but he's definitely a pro. Sebul then sheathed his sword while continuing to introduce himself. A bit late, but I'm Sebul, the butler of Marquis Bell's household. This new information surprised Jamie even more. A mere butler is this strong? The man gave a reassuring smile. No need to be so guarded. I'm just a man who swore an oath to the Marquis, young Master Jamie. Young Master Jamie slowly asked back, so, you know my name? Yet Sable just replied flatly, well, I am a butler after all. Jamie then turned his head to look at a pile of monster meat Sable had just sliced up. Then how do you explain this? How can a Thon appear in a place like this? He hesitantly explained, well, about that. It's a hobby of the Marquis. Hearing this, Jamie was even more stunned. His expression became one of pure confusion. Say what? Back at Marquis Bell's side. So any progress? Sebul reported with a smile. I found a group suspected to be demons, but unfortunately they managed to slip away. Hearing this, the Marquis sighed. Who would have thought? The Demon King's lackeys would show up again? Standing nearby, he added a bit more info. Rumors about the demons have already started, spreading to the nearby territories. It's getting close, sir. Then he added, his tone turning more serious. However, Sebul slowly clarified, the only place with massacres is Epstein. Hearing Sebul's report, Marcus Bell frowned in thought. This is the real deal. It looks like they've come back for some payback. That's all in the past. Over 55 years ago, my father killed the Demon King. He tried to make the demons pay a heavy price. By scattering them all to the winds, he just kept smiling without saying another word. Then Marquis Bell put on a serious face and declared he was a totally different person compared to yesterday. Cable smiled in agreement. Yes, my lord Marquis. He became worked up. Slamming his hand on the table, he continued. The demons will once again be wiped off the face of this earth by the hands of the Bell family. Cable responded with excitement. This servant awaits your command. However, Marquis Bell suggested, let's call it a day. Hearing that, he didn't argue further. Then I shall take my leave. But before leaving, Bell suddenly added, that's right, my lord Marquis. There's something I haven't had the chance to tell you yet. But just now, I ran into young Master Jamie on my way here. He asked back, slightly surprised. You met Jamie? It's so late. Where did you run into him? Cable nonchalantly recounted the story, even adding a hint of amusement to his voice. He was being attacked by a monster right at the pond. The room door creaked open. Sears rushed in and called out anxiously, Jamie! She quickly approached him, her voice filled with worry. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Jamie was startled. Mom! Entering with her were Marquis Bell and Cable. Meanwhile, Jamie was explaining, I'm okay thanks to Butler Cable. Sears replied, I was so worried. I'm seriously going to punish you if you keep sneaking out at night like that. He let out a tired sigh and responded, Yes, ma'am. This attitude immediately got a warning from Sears. Don't give me such a half-baked answer. Then Marquis Bell spoke up with a chuckle. I'm certain I told the staff to block off that area, didn't I? It seems they messed up somewhere. I'm truly sorry about that. However, Sears's salty attitude made him jump out of his skin. Are you still doing that whole sea monster hunting thing, Dad? Haven't Mom and I told you over and over how dangerous it is? You're putting yourself at risk. He quickly called for backup. Cable, come in here and say hello. Cable smiled and bowed slightly to introduce himself. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I am Cable. She immediately flipped the script, turning her attention toward him and replied, I am Sears Bell. I heard that thanks to you, Jamie is safe. Thank you very much. Cable politely explained, Surely he would have, even without me, still been able to defeat that monster, but it was a true honor for me to see it with my own eyes, to witness his capabilities like that. Watching them talk, Jamie couldn't help but admire him. He's quite the serious and well-mannered guy, isn't he? Pretty strong and sharp-witted, too. Then comparing him to the Cable from yesterday, he is a completely different person now. Just then, Sears' voice rang out again. She grabbed Jamie's shirt and reminded him, Jamie, I'm not finished talking yet. Jamie stammered in response. Is that so? At this point, Marquis Bell cut in. It looks like my grandson is about to get an earful, even though he hasn't eaten a thing yet, right? Stop it, Sears, Jamie called out pitifully. Grandpa? Hearing this, Marquis Bell instantly forgot everything else. Beaming with joy, he completely agreed. Sure. Yes, Jamie, you want to come with me, don't you? Jamie's dad, Sears, was caught off guard, immediately asking, Where are you all planning to go? On the street at this moment, Jamie, wearing a hood, looked around and thought to himself, finally escaped. But why are the streets so dead quiet? He walked up to someone to start a conversation. Excuse me, how do I get to Pizzo Church? Being asked out of the blue, the person was a bit surprised. Huh? Then she gently pointed in a direction. While giving directions, you just need to go straight in that direction. Then she turned away abruptly, ending the conversation. Bye. But Jamie still called her back. Excuse me? Wait a second. Unexpectedly, a loud noise suddenly erupted. Murder, it's a demon. Demon? Those words immediately made Jamie turn his head in curiosity. Murder. Demon. A crowd quickly gathered in one spot. He wove through the crowd. Excuse me, please. Please make way. The scene before him was a man lying cold on the ground. Guards arrived on the scene very quickly. They tried their best to tell the crowd to back off. Step back, everyone. They examined the person on the ground. They quickly discussed it among themselves. Another heartless corpse? How many bodies does that make now? I'll go report this to the Lord Marquis immediately. All right? The curious bystanders outside were also scared senseless. It really looks like the demons are behind this. This is terrifying. I'm so anxious. I'm afraid to even go out now. Jamie was also doing his own math. A heart is commonly used in demonic summoning rituals. He quickly figured out why the adults were so restless. Even if they thought he wouldn't notice a thing, Cable's face with that cryptic smile flashed in his mind. Jamie glanced over and was quickly able to conclude their goal must be revenge for the incident at the Smile Party, or more accurately, revenge against the Bell family. Thinking of this, Jamie snapped his fingers and continued to ponder, so that means Pizzo Church is also in a state of emergency. No wonder there hasn't been any news from them. He remembered the past. I'll contact you later, Jamie. Sarah, you've got to stay safe. Then he mumbled wearily, Man, looks like I'll have to get my hands dirty again. Invisibility. Jamie quickly cast a flight spell as well. He was now high up, observing from one side. Is it that place? Jamie's eyes widened in sheer shock. When he saw a crowd of people down below, led by Archbishop G, he looked at him and thought to himself in awe, his divine power is truly incredible. Jamie continued to wonder, is that man really an archbishop? I heard there were only 3 of them in total. Such massive divine power, it's giving me goosebumps. Just then, Ras was talking to Archbishop G. Now Jamie hurriedly turned away to hide. It's Ras. What are they talking about? Unexpectedly, G down below noticed something. His gaze shifted upward, and Ras, standing beside him, immediately reacted. What's the matter, sir? He turned his head and explained with a smirk. It's nothing. Probably just a squirrel. Just then, Ras reminded him that the Marquis was waiting, and Archbishop G smiled, nodding in response. All right, let's make it a quick visit. It's been a while. I should go see the young lady too, shouldn't I? Meanwhile, Jamie up in the tree was looking pale as a ghost, thinking to himself in disbelief. How is his intuition so sharp? He frowned and looked down. Is he heading to the Marquis's place? Actually, that might be for the better. Now that the big shots are gone, he thought he could finally sneak in. Inside the church, it was eerily quiet. Ricky suddenly jumped in surprise, prompting Anna behind him to speak up. Brother, what's wrong? Unexpectedly, he then burst out laughing, making Anna look up and ask again, what happened? Is there some good news? Ricky slowly stood up while teasingly declaring, I think so. He kept a smile on his lips and excitedly told his sister, Anna, just rest for a bit. I'll be right back. The church doors slowly opened, followed by a proclamation. This is the front yard. There's nowhere left to hide. He was actually able to sense Jamie's presence and called his name, Jamie. Jamie stood there a bit shocked. Jamie was busy doing the math in his head. I can sense something over there. Sanctuary? Is it a place of worship? He clasped his hands, preparing to cast a spell. If that's the case... Out of nowhere, a hand suddenly reached out. Jamie was startled. He raised his hand, reacting instinctively. A deep voice questioned him. Who is it? Ricky, realizing he had overstepped, hurriedly pulled his hand back. Seeing him there, Jamie was momentarily stunned. You? Ricky scratched his head, explaining awkwardly, I was actually planning to prank you, but it's really not easy to scare you, is it? Jamie frowned with a bruh expression. Ricky, you... But he took advantage of the situation and directly covered Jamie's mouth. Ricky flashed a bright smile and continued. You can't let yourself get caught, right? Ricky excitedly suggested, follow me. I know a spot. Jamie couldn't help but grumble as he followed Ricky. This spot you said you knew. Turns out to be the Archbishop's office. He smiled and explained, he's a really nice guy. I'm sure he won't mind this at all. Only then did Jamie curiously ask, by the way, what's your deal? How could you sneak out and appear behind me, without leaking even a bit of your presence like that? But Ricky just responded with a pout. Why, aren't you here because you missed me? Aren't you happy to see me? Jamie grew impatient. His voice went up a few octaves. How did you do it? Now, Ricky stopped hiding it and explained honestly. It's because this place is under the goddess's jurisdiction, even though I haven't reached the peak power of an apostle yet. Maybe I am gradually attaining that ultimate power. Whenever I'm in this place, he mumbled to himself thoughtfully, or should I say, I'm assimilating myself with this place? Something like that. Jamie listened from the side, and had some thoughts of his own. Could it be that while he's inside the church, will he become omnipotent, omniscient, or something like that? He frowned and looked around himself. He couldn't sense even a trace of power from him, the undead energy from him. It was truly unexpected that the apostle power within him could be that strong. Then he continued, well, I thought you knew some kind of trick. Something cool. At that moment, Ricky revealed, you came at just the right time. The goddess has been looking for you. He dropped to one knee while continuing, I will now transmit this information back to the goddess. And before Jamie could react, a brilliant light began to radiate intensely. What? Wait a sec! In an instant, a surge of power hovered in the air. Ricky's eyes shimmered with a purple hue. Jamie was so shocked his eyes went wide. This is completely different from before. The shadow of someone else was now manifesting through Ricky. A fragment of her existence was present right here. A voice slowly echoed. A terrifying dark energy is gradually rising. Upon hearing this, his expression immediately turned wary. The voice continued. A dark forest, that is where it all begins. Before it starts to spread, it must be stopped. This person was even painting a worst-case scenario. If it is not stopped, my domain in this place will be destroyed. Hearing this, Jamie tried to intervene, but it was useless. The instructions kept pouring out. You must go to that dark forest. I hope that you will not suffer any losses. After finishing the last words, the light left Ricky's body once again. I'm counting on you. He sat down in the chair. Pale and exhausted, he let out a long sigh, finally feeling a bit better, while Jamie, standing opposite him, began to grill him. What was that all about? How could she just say whatever she wanted and then dip? Ricky scratched his cheek, awkwardly explaining. I apologize on behalf of the goddess. The goddess isn't exactly at her strongest right now, he explained. Since being forced into a mortal form the last time she met you, it seems this whole situation has put way more pressure on her than she originally anticipated. Jamie quickly interjected. Anyway, why the heck is she asking me for help? There are tons of believers here. Deep down, he was thinking, I never thought a deity would turn to a mere mortal for assistance. Just then, Ricky provided an explanation. It's because you're the only one who can pull this off. The goddess said that you, as the heir to that person, would be able to understand this. Curious, he asked Ricky, did she say anything else? He continued his explanation. She has no connection to me right now. I think she's just resting. Unable to get more information? Jamie turned to leave, looking a bit annoyed. How selfish. He called out after him. Are you leaving already? And Jamie headed for the window while explaining, I need to get out of here before the owner of this room returns. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say goodbye. Catch you later. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jamie vanished, leaving Ricky behind with a smile on his face. Oh, goddess, my friend will be all right, won't he? It was still morning. Everything was peaceful under the clear blue sky. Jamie landed lightly on his feet. He smiled and took off his hood, muttering proudly, all right, I don't think I'm back too late. Unexpectedly, a voice called out from behind him. It looks like you've been somewhere. Jamie turned around, startled, only to see Sybil with a playful smirk. The weather sure is nice today, isn't it? He stammered, trying to explain. Wait, I just went for a short stroll, but it only made the atmosphere between them even more awkward. Jamie's face was dark as a cloud as he tried to bail. Listen, Sybil, I'm feeling a bit under the weather. Is something up? But Sybil just dropped some news. An important guest is arriving today. He is the Archbishop of the Pizzo Church, Lord Saphira. Jamie smirked and exclaimed, truly an extraordinary person, isn't he? He then revealed the truth. Lord Sias is looking for you. The young lady said you should also show your respect to him. And Jamie was shook, reflecting on everything. Just as I thought. I had to come back at exactly this time of all moments. He then considered it and questioned Sybil. It's nothing but Lord Sybil. Where did Lord Onyx go? He's completely MIA. He nonchalantly replied, I don't know either. He just quietly vanishes from time to time. Then he suddenly called out as Jamie intended to leave, Young Master Jamie. Jamie paused and replied, Huh? He gave a somber warning. I advise you not to get too curious about that person. He curiously asked back, Why? But Sybil only smiled cryptically. I'm only saying this for your own good. Afterward, he added a few parting words. Well then, I hope you have a relaxing rest. When Lord Saphira arrives, I'll come find you. He turned around but hadn't stopped talking yet. Oh, right. If you're planning to take a walk, don't go to Marine Forest. Second warning was issued. That place is very dangerous. Inside the forest at this moment, strange noises echoed from the ground. The silhouette of something grotesque appeared in the space, followed by the voices of eerie figures. Just a little longer, kiddo. You'll soon escape that suffocating place. This person spoke loudly with a crazed grin. The day you awaken. Then placed a hand on that thing, continuing affectionately, will be the day we fulfill our mission. Inside that object, a life was currently taking shape. On another side, a call rang out. Mother. The person nearby softly replied, What is it, my son? Jamie continued, Can I ask you something? She smiled and gave her permission. Of course, ask away. The girl beside her also chimed in, Go ahead, ask. However, his question made Sias freeze. What's the deal with your relationship? With Master Onyx, Mom? Seeing her reaction, the boy remarked, Can't you tell me? Only then did she smile and clarify, No, it's not like that. Where should I even begin? A memory began to surface. I met him when... Back to Sias and Bailey as children. At 7 years old, laughter echoed from inside the room. I almost didn't recognize you, Bailey. Bailey shyly avoided eye contact. Yes, sir. Bailey's father looked at him and teased, He's very timid. Because all he knows is how to swing a sword. After speaking, he let out a frustrated sigh. Lately, I've been worried that I won't be able to find a good enough mentor for him. Marky Bell frowned in concern. Oh my, would you like me to help find someone? Upon hearing those words, Bailey's father felt a bit of joy. If you could do that, I'd be most grateful. Suddenly, a small hand tugged at Bailey's sleeve. He turned to look at Sias, feeling confused. She smiled, her eyes sparkling like stars. Big brother. There are so many butterflies over there. He stammered in confusion. Huh? No, Marquis Bell burst into laughter. Looks like our little tomboy has taken a liking to Bailey. Bailey's father nodded in agreement. Just go play and then come back. Bailey. Since the adults said so, he had no choice. Oh, yes, sir. The two then had an unforgettable outing. Sias was boldly climbing a tree to pick apples. Look at this, big brother. Bailey's face darkened with panic. Sias heard him call her name and paused, confused. But suddenly a damp branch caused her to slip. Watch out! Seeing Sias falling from above, he shouted. Sias couldn't do anything else. Bailey used his body to break her fall. Sias wasn't scared at all. She was even more hyped up instead. That was so fun! Bailey was dazed. Huh? As soon as she stood up, Sias ran to the base of the tree and suggested, Do it again, big brother! He stiffly refused. No way. On that summer day, the voices of the two lovebirds kept echoing through the forest. Oh, come on, why not? I said no. Please, let's just go back to the manor. Bailey split an apple in half, the one that Sias had picked earlier that afternoon. He handed half to her. Here! Sias's eyes widened in awe. It looks so tasty. In a flash, Sias ran to a table piled high with red apples and called out to him. Do it again! Bailey froze in his tracks. When the heck did you get all of those? Looking at the table of apples, he could only sigh, while Sias yapped excitedly like a little puppy. Who knows how many days and nights passed by, until one day Sias spoke her heart's desire. All right, I've decided. She gripped the hilt of a wooden sword and declared firmly, I'm going to learn swordsmanship. Sias excitedly bragged to Bailey. From today onwards, Big brother, you're going to be my teacher. He looked at her for a moment and accepted his fate. I knew it. From that day on, Sias kept chasing after him to learn the sword. She swung the sword around clumsily and innocently asked, What do you think? Bailey said listlessly. Just give up already. You don't have a single ounce of talent. Then the two of them started bickering. What the? Time flew by, and in a blink, it was 3 years later. In the office, someone slammed the table in anger. Who would have thought you'd actually... Marke, Belle shouted, scolding Bailey's father. Get yourself mixed up in that gold mine accident. I told you that matter was incredibly dangerous. How many times now? He remained steadfast in his choice. There was no other way. I couldn't just sit idly by and watch, as my family's honor was dragged through the mud like that. Count! Belle couldn't bear to hear it and reacted sharply. Didn't you say yourself that doing so would bring shame upon your family? If that's the case, then what honor is there to speak of? Bailey witnessed this whole scene. He could only stand in silence with his head bowed. Sias, standing beside him, worriedly called out, Big brother, it'll be okay. One would think things were already exhausting enough. However, the servant's voice urgently called for Bailey. Young master, the master has... He flew to his father's bedside. His father was no longer conscious. Desperate pleas echoed throughout the room. Father, please wake up, father! From that day on, Bailey always visited his father's grave, and it was only natural. After the patriarch took his own life like that, the Onyx family completely collapsed. Marquis Bell quietly stepped up behind him. Bailey, from now on, stay at our home. Sias's eyes were also brimming with tears. What do we do now, big brother? He just stayed silent and said nothing. A cold voice rang out in the middle of the cemetery. It's okay, Sias. Bailey's gaze had completely changed, and about a year later, he threw himself into a frenzied sword practice. Sias still sat by the tree waiting for him. Another 2 years passed. The summer heat was blazing, yet the silhouette of the young girl remained there. But there was an undeniable truth. Bailey was completely consumed by his swordsmanship training, all for the sake of revenge, until one day, he no longer saw Sias's presence under the large tree anymore. At this point, he paused, realizing her absence. Bailey stood still for a moment, then softly called Sias's name. And 4 years had gone by. Under a clear mid-month moon at Sias's manor, a magnificent banquet was being held. Some young noblemen were teasing Sias. I heard you're alone, milady. Would you like to step outside for a walk? She tried to smile and decline. No, that won't be necessary. This caught Bailey's eye. Good grief, what a shame. Better luck next time. Jealousy flared up, and he absolutely lost it. How dare he? And because of that, Bailey decided to beat them to a pulp. The guy on the ground begged him to stop. His eyes filled with bloodlust as he hissed, If I cut your tongue out, I bet you'll stop talking trash to Sias, won't you? The man getting beaten trembled all over as he looked up at him. At that moment, Sias shouted from behind, Oraboni! Startled, he hesitantly turned his head and called her name. Sias! Sias's expression froze. Oraboni, she thought to herself. That's not the Oraboni I know. On the street, people in carriages slowly passed by. The silhouette of a blue-haired young man appeared with an introduction. I am Aheno Welton. I've come to seek advice from the Marquis. as a representative of my family. She smiled and replied, I am Sears Fail. It's a pleasure to meet the head of the Welton family. I hope you have a comfortable stay while you're here. Sears's expression was strangely gentle, making Ahino's heart race. Then Marquis Bell's voice rang out. Count Welton is a famous sword prodigy. Some even say he will be the next great sword master. But Ahino quickly corrected him. No, that's just learning our family's swordsmanship is enough of a... Hearing this, Marquis Bell simply smiled back. No need to be so humble. No one can deny that you'll soon become a swordmaster. Ahino blushed and explained loudly. No, saying that is a bit of a reach. He was met with a bright smile from Sias. Ahino fell head over heels for her. You're too kind. A deep voice called out loudly. Sias! Bailey followed her, desperately pleading. Let's talk. Okay, Sias? But she only replied coldly, I have nothing to say to you. He questioned her angrily. Are you going to see that scrub again? She strongly defended Ahino. He is the head of the Welton family. Don't be so rude. Bailey froze, stammering his question. Don't you like me too? All this time, I have only ever had eyes for you, Sias crossly explained. The person I once treated like a real brother would never do this to me. You never listen to me. You just try to control me. And then she bluntly declared to Bailey, so please just stop it. Upon hearing this, he became agitated, grabbing her shoulders to confront her. How much I have? Ahino shoved Bailey's hand away while he was trying to grip Sias's arm tightly. He yelled in anger, What do you think you're doing? Bailey arrogantly ordered, Get out of the way now! But Ahino remained resolute. He emphasized clearly, no way. Then he tightened his grip even more on Bailey's aggressive hand. Bailey cursed in frustration. You bastard! Ahino firmly demanded that he apologize to Lady Sias right now. Bailey gnashed his teeth in bitter rage. He was extremely arrogant and provoked him. I challenge you to a duel, Welton! Lady Sias was stunned by the silent confrontation between the two men. The two of them stood face to face, looking powerful and masculine. Ahino didn't flinch at all. He calmly replied, I accept. At Lady Sias's family castle, a voice of shock rang out. Is that really what happened? With a serious face, Sias begged her father for help. Father, please stop the two of them. Her father was quite indifferent to what his daughter was saying. He even brought up the matter of her engagement. Sias, honestly speaking, I'm thinking of promising you to Bailey here. At the mention of his name, Sias felt even more disgusted. She fought back against her father's words. I will never agree to that. That Bailey Oraboni, lately I've seen, she bluntly shared her thoughts about that Bailey guy. He's just a monster who only knows how to swing a sword. Sias appeared deeply frustrated, his arrogant and overbearing attitude, or being someone who just wants to control me. To see if I'm meeting another man. Her father defended and made excuses for him. It's all just because he loves you. Sias slammed her hand on the table in anger. She talked back to her father. That isn't love. Her hands were trembling. Tears streamed down onto the table. Poor Sias sobbed, mourning for the past. The gentle and caring Baero Oraboni of the past doesn't exist anymore. Her father slowly questioned his daughter. Sias, do you know Count Welton? Sears was quite surprised by her father's question. Yes? He had caught on to her state of mind. He then said softly to her, No, I get what you mean. You may go now. Sears obeyed and closed the door as she left. All right. As she walked out, her father stumbled slightly, struggling to stand up from his desk. He stood staring out the window, his heart full of regret and agony. I'm sorry, Anik. Elsewhere, a heavy rain was falling. Bailey lay motionless on the ground. There was a new wound on his face, bleeding as he stared blankly. Aquino held a sword emitting a brilliant light. He coldly told him, I won. With teary eyes, C.S. rushed over. Are you all right? Bailey thought she was crying because she was worried about him. He wheezed, trying to act like he was fine. C.S., I'm okay. But Sias's next words were like a slap to his face. Lord Welton! C.S. ran and threw her arms around Jamie. He held her tight and reassured her. I'm stronger than the lady thinks, so don't worry. Bailey was in agony, only able to helplessly cry over his miserable fate. At C.S.'s family castle, the servant informed the Marquis. He reported the news he had gathered. Lord Baero left in the middle of the night, sir. He replied coldly, I see, this is for the best for everyone. Time flew by, and 3 years later, Cyrus, heavily pregnant, sat leaning back on a chair, looking at the wedding photo of her and Ahino. He came back and pushed the door open to find Sias. Ahino stood before Sias and told her a story about Bailey. I think you should know about this. It's about Lord Baero. He has become a sword master. His face showed a hint of sadness as he continued, also looking back at his terrifying departure. I suspect he has taken his revenge on the three families. That drove the Onyx family to a dead end. She just coldly replied, I see. Placing her hand on her baby bump, she nervously said to Aheno, I have something to tell you too. He was curious but remained gentle with her. What is it? No matter what it is, you can tell me. I've been thinking lately. C.S. eagerly brought up naming the baby, inside her womb, that we should name this baby Jamie. Jamie Welton, that's a great name. But what if it's a girl? If it's a girl, then Sarah. Sarah Welton sounds lovely. Back to reality. C.S. was retelling that story to her son, Jamie. And so we finally met again. C.S. laughed, waved her hand, and asked Jamie, Are you curious about your mom's past? Hearing the story of his parents' old days left Jamie completely stunned. So much actually happened? Yes. Hearing about his father's heroic past made Jamie feel uncontrollable pride. Who would have thought? My dad could beat someone that powerful? It seems this body of mine really did inherit those genes from my dad. His subordinate quickly reminded him, Master, your expression is looking really weird right now. Just then a servant came over to announce, My lady, so sorry to interrupt, but High Bishop Saphira has arrived. C.S. was overjoyed to see Saphira. The High Bishop also smiled warmly at her. Well, look who it is! Saphira, meeting C.S. again after all these years, couldn't help but tease her about her transformation. Is this not the tomboy little C.S. I knew? C.S., reminded of her younger personality, she also shyly made an excuse. Oh my, what are you even saying? It's been forever since we last met. And you just had to bring that up right away! Saphira burst out laughing. He even teased her about her nickname like that. In that case, should I just call you a little brat instead? Jamie's grandfather, standing nearby, chimed in to remind the bishop. High Bishop. Sir, that little brat you're talking about is already a mother of two. Jamie and his sibling also came forward to greet him. I am Jamie Welton. It is an honor to meet you, High Bishop. I am Sarah Welton. C.S. pulled little Hannah into a tight hug and asked around, How are the kids doing, Sister Anna? Of course. Please come visit, we miss them so much. Saphira also passed on regards from a distant friend to Jamie. That apostle also mentioned Jamie quite a lot. I heard you two are very close friends? Jamie's friend looked quite friendly. He also delivered a message for Jamie. Ricky, no. The apostle asked me to tell you that he really wants to see you again soon. Jamie's face suddenly took on a very calculating look. For sure. Actually, we've already met. The guide offered to lead Jamie's grandfather inside. Let me show you the way inside now. But he politely declined. What a shame, let's rain check that. I need to have a word with the High Bishop first. The bishop. Saphira clasped his hands and prayed sincerely for them. I pray that the goddess's blessings will always be with you and your two children. C.S. also sincerely thanked him. Thank you, see you again later. C.S. affectionately held daughter Hannah close and whispered, So what should we do now? She suddenly remembered what her son said and asked him, That's right, Jamie. Didn't you say you wanted to go there? The place with that giant fountain? Demi was also curious about a location that he had been warned about before. He immediately asked his mother, Mom, what kind of place is Marine Forest? The butler told me I'm not allowed to go there. But hearing Demi mention this place caused Sia to look completely grim. She asked her son in shock. How do you know about Marine? Did you go out or something? Demi hurriedly waved his hands to deny it. Of course not, Mom. Sia was still a bit suspicious. Then why did Sable talk to you about that? He cleverly tried to change the subject. He just wanted to remind me to be careful. Sia looked extremely serious. She instructed him very thoroughly. I've said this many times already, but you cannot go out alone. Do you understand? Even if you are a real mage, you are still very young. Demi could only obey. Yes, I'll remember. Sia pointed ahead and showed him the place. All right, Marine Forest. Do you see it there? Both looked toward Sia's hand. It was right over there. Demi didn't see anything special and was surprised. It looks just like a normal forest. Is it dangerous, Mom? Sia then explained to him about the formation and geography of that forest. That is one of the 6 greatest forbidden zones in the world. Another one among them is the Ariazat Great Forest, right behind that forest. Strictly speaking, Marine Forest is also a part of that great forest. Demi also realized a few new things. He deduced that it's highly likely what Pizzo calls the Dark Forest. Sia sternly warned Demi, that is also why you cannot go there. Do you understand? On the surface, he pretended to obey his mother. But inside, he felt very curious about that place. Of course, Mom, I will definitely go there. Mom, when it gets dark? Demi followed the path from this morning. Despite the warnings, he still wandered into the dangerous forest. He and his friend confirmed this was definitely the place. Jamie's face looked super hyped. This was truly it. Both entered the dark forest, with massive threats looming ahead. A place that gives people such a bad vibe. Deep within the dangerous woods, Jamie summoned a great power, a chain of exploding lightning, but he felt a bit discouraged when his power couldn't be used right now. What a bummer. Behind Jamie's back, the massive shadow of a beast was lurking right behind him. Jamie continued to creep forward. I can't use dark energy inside this forest. Vina sensed the danger and quickly warned him, Master! In just a split second, monster attacked him from behind. Vina grabbed Jamie's shoulder and pushed him away. As the danger drew near, Vina managed to save Jamie from the monster's claws just in time. Behind you! After saving him, he lost his balance and fell forward. Vina then nagged her master. Don't just stand around here! Having just been shoved down, Jamie snapped, You! But Vina was busy slaying the monster. She blankly asked, Did you say something, master? Since she was doing such a good job anyway, Jamie had no choice but to swallow his anger. Forget it, never mind. He curiously asked her, Vina, can't you use dark energy either? But on the contrary, Vina felt extremely comfortable and relaxed. Actually, I feel better than ever right now. How can I even explain this to you? My body feels light as a feather. I can even feel power surging through me. I really feel like my body is floating. Demi felt that this was a stroke of luck. He thought to himself, that's definitely a W in a situation like this. She is also a member of the forest tribe, just like the elves. She is influenced by the energy within the forest. Vina playfully followed Jamie and kept questioning him. Why are we here anyway? He replied with a bit of annoyance. I already told you. After hearing the story of the god, she excitedly asked Jamie, was that the god's request? Yeah, so what do we need to do now? He stammered while walking. Since neither of them was paying attention, they walked a bit too far and stepped right into a massive hole. Before they could react, they were both pulled down. Vina shrieked in total panic. Jamie desperately reached his hand out. He was free-falling through the air, but he couldn't use his powers. To save himself, I can't fly. Jamie was suspended in the void at a dizzying speed. He thought to himself, damn it! What the hell is wrong with this forest? I'm toast if I hit the ground at this speed. Finally, he landed on a patch of soft grass, which cushioned his fall. Vina sat up. She still couldn't believe they were safe. Are we still alive? She tearfully asked in emotional confusion. Master, where on earth are we? He casually walked forward. Let me see. Jamie stopped in front of a place that emitted a mystical glow. In the light, it was a pile of ruins. A strange inscription caught his attention. This is, Jamie muttered as he translated, depart. He stood boldly before it and recited the spell, or enter. To his surprise, once he finished the incantation, the door swung open. Vina was so grateful she cried out, the door is open. Jamie felt a bit of excitement too. I don't know who's behind this, but it looks pretty cool. Jamie began to visualize the past and told himself, it seems that here, I'll be able to see my past life. At a sturdy and fortified castle, on a starry night with a bright moon, the guard captain was making his rounds. When he realized something was wrong, I smell blood. Another young guard rushed over in a panic to report, Boss! We found someone unconscious over there. When seeing the young man's corpse in such a horrific state, he estimated that the heart had already stopped beating. It's highly likely that a demon did this. The captain of the guards immediately ordered his subordinate, Go call. Bo back here for me. The soldier obeyed. Yes, sir. Based on the condition of the body, he drew a corresponding conclusion. Judging by the state of the corpse, it has been at least 4 hours since he passed away. But upon reflecting on the matter, he felt something was a bit fishy and suspicious. This is the patrol route, as well as the path that soldiers frequently pass through every time the shifts change. With a mood full of doubt and anxiety, he appeared quite puzzled. But why hasn't anyone reported this? As the captain, he fumbled to check the recorded duty logs. Damn it, I don't want to get mixed up in cases like this. But I should still check the patrol schedule. However, while he wasn't paying attention, he was blindsided from behind. With his sentence about the area still half finished, the cunning Ia used a brutal move to assassinate him. He was incredibly smug and arrogant. Dumbass, keep looking. Let's see. When will you actually be good enough to catch me? But while he was zoning out, he suddenly felt someone watching him from behind. Asta drew a magical sword brimming with power. Looks like we finally meet. He gave a cold smirk. Ia's shadow reflected off the shining blade. I'm really annoyed at being put into this hellish situation. And it's all because of you. He could only give a forced laugh in this awkward predicament. It's not the chief advisor. While Ia was still caught off guard, he immediately took a painful hit from Asta, leaving him stunned. He collapsed to the ground and furiously cursed at him. You dog, Asta calmly replied to him. Aha, of course. He became incredibly cold, drew his sword and said with deep meaning, a body infected with demonic energy? It shouldn't be allowed to die so easily. That's impossible. Eva shrieked in panic. Wait! Blood sprayed out, staining the ground immediately after. In another place, Vina looked skeptical and kept asking, Master, is that really true? Jamie was focusing on cultivating healing aura. With eyes closed, he said, Healing must be done slowly. I thought I was a goner. Having just escaped death, she was deeply moved. Her eyes welled up with tears. I really thought we were dead. Jamie sympathized with her. The two of them walked through each room one by one. Each place had a different scenery. Giant armored soldiers were equipped with resistance to magic. The second room had even more dangerous and sophisticated traps. Automatic crossbow traps. The subsequent traps were even more devious. Then came the scorpion traps. These traps seemed to never end. It was truly frustrating. Finally, Jamie found the portal, ending the path and revealing what he sought. This is the final spot, right? Vina looked dazed. What are you saying? Jamie gently and calmly answered her question. The place where it is resting. The door hiding the secret slowly opened. Vina was excited to see it immediately. She repeated with anticipation. The place where it is resting? Then a hand with sharp claws gradually appeared. Wait, what exactly is sleeping? A giant bear with a scowling face appeared before the two of them. The two of them were completely shook. They definitely didn't expect this. A bear? Vina was instantly won over by the bear's cute appearance. She cried out, So cute! She was so thrilled she turned to Jamie and said, but forgot that the bear was about to crush her with its paw. Look at this, Master. It's a super cute big bear. He hurriedly shouted a warning. Watch out! In just a split second, the bear slammed its massive paw down right where Vina was standing. Jamie luckily lunged in just in time to save Vina from danger. The two of them tumbled onto the ground. The bear also revealed its true nature. It angrily lashed out at the two of them. You must be out of your mind to dare set foot here. Now Jamie was quite astonished that a bear could speak human language and even knew who he was. You know who I am? It understands human speech? The bear picked up a rock and warned, Stop playing dumb! It immediately hurled the rock at the two of them in a rage. You have no idea! Jamie quickly cast a defensive spell, Protection Shield. A large barrier was created, fending off the bear's rock attacks. After holding out for a long time, the shield finally shattered, allowing a rock to slip through. That rock hit Jamie square in the chest, making him cough up blood. Vina panicked and screamed, Master! He lay motionless on the cold ground, in a state where he couldn't even move. Demi felt his body aching all over and couldn't budge. He thought to himself, Damn it. All my bones are broken. Vina ran to his side and asked with deep concern, Master, are you okay? Demi didn't cry out in pain. He only had one worry. I'm not dead yet. This is really bad. If only I had the ability to resurrect. The bear approached them and issued a heated warning. Once I've unleashed my power, nothing can stop what's about to happen. Jamie had also recognized it. He questioned, So, you're the one who sealed my dark power? Why did you have to do that? The bear swung a thunderous punch and barked wildly. You don't need to know the reason why. Vina clenched her small hands tightly. She had made up her mind. I can do this. She used her small body to block the attack of the giant beast and protect her master. A flash of light flickered as the two of them clashed. Eva angrily questioned, Why? Why did you do that? Asta immediately told him the reason. You've crossed the line. Not only that, you've made a total mess of everything. I believe I told you before. Leave those soldiers alone. But he craftily made an excuse. But that swordsman is gone. And there's nothing left to... Asta gave a faint smirk and said meaningfully, It seems you're asking for more punishment. A few more scratches drew blood on Eva's face, acting as a warning for his crimes. He fell flat on his face before him. Asta said coldly, This isn't because I'm afraid of that swordsman. He ordered Eva while sheathing his sword. The point is, you're a filthy demon. You'd better follow my orders. He turned to glance at him and suggested that everything should go according to Father's will. Meanwhile, the battle between Vina and the big bear was also very intense. She was too weak compared to the bear's power and was pushed far back. Vina sobbed while checking on Jamie. Are you okay, Master? He gave her a compliment. Good job, Vina. Thanks to the time she spent fighting the bear, he had gained extra time to refine his aura, summoning power. Colorful rain! The bear froze in its tracks before this intense transformation. It stood completely still before the two tiny humans. Both were confused, not knowing what was happening. What the hell is going on? The bear then asked them a cryptic question. This is the result of failure. Why don't you just give up? Demi lost his cool and snapped back. What, you want me to just sit here and wait to die? Vina chimed in as well. You're the one who attacked us. Without any reason at all. The bear bluntly revealed the reason why it targeted the two of them. You two left something absolutely disgusting in my forest. Because you committed a crime. You must face the punishment. Frustrated at being framed, Jamie argued to clear his name. What are you talking about? This is the first time we've ever set foot in this forest. That was the truth, but the bear refused to believe him. It insisted on blaming them and called them liars. Dark energy is protecting a filthy demon egg. That power definitely belongs to you guys. Hearing those words left Jamie in total shock. What? There's a demon egg in this forest? The bear clenched its fist. It was enraged and determined to take them out. Stop faking it! I'm going to kill you all! The bear swung its fist, preparing to send them to the afterlife. Now just die! In that do-or-die moment, Jamie blurted out the whole truth. We came here to get rid of that thing! It was a request from the goddess Bizo. The bear's claws nearly grazed him. It asked suspiciously, is that for real? Demi put his reputation on the line as a guarantee. I'm betting everything on my word. He turned away, daring to prove the truth to it. If you don't believe me, follow me. I'll show you. Fine then. This forest is part of the goddess's territory. The bear led Jamie along. It even threatened him if he dared to lie. If you're lying and dragging her name through the mud, the heavens will immediately cast you down to hell. The bear couldn't help but be skeptical that a stranger would come to admit this. However, I don't feel any presence of the divine in you. The power of yours that I blocked definitely doesn't come from a god. Demi agreed with its statement and clarified, correct. I don't serve her. We just have a deal, that's all. He recounted the words the goddess had entrusted to him. She told me to head to the Forest of Shadows and prevent the awakening of that nasty, dark magic, Jamie, explaining all the misunderstandings that the bear was imposing on them. She told me that I'd eventually understand why she sent me instead of one of her subordinates. It's literally my first time here, too. After hearing that, the bear wavered a bit. It expressed that it was hard to believe, but I can't help but believe it either. Vina was still curious about the key part of the story. She asked it, wait, tell us about that demon egg, protected by some kind of power. The bear recounted what had happened in the past. That egg appeared in the forest about a month ago. I went to investigate it immediately. It also noticed something fishy surrounding the egg. But dark power had already enveloped it. It was absolutely terrified of what it had seen before. A terrifyingly mysterious and massive power. The bear clenched its fist. It had planned to destroy that egg. But surprisingly, it couldn't even break that tiny thing, so it had a change of heart. I tried everything, but I couldn't break that protective shell. So I sealed the power that was guarding and protecting the egg. Demi still couldn't believe this. He questioned it immediately. I don't feel any divine power coming from you at all. How could you even seal that power? The bear explained. That also involves the effort of an artifact in these ruins. He asked skeptically, this whole dump is full of artifacts? Vina got hyped hearing about the value of this place. Jamie shut her up and peppered the bear with more questions. This entire place? It must be pricey. Who built this place anyway? How come you know the human language? And what exactly is the point of these things? The bear turned its head back, responding to him with a somewhat pensive tone. I'm not entirely sure either. All I know is that this place was built approximately 600 years ago. Demi was still quite skeptical. He followed up with another question. Let me ask you one more thing. Why use your power to hold back? That dark mana? It seemed a bit surprised to hear him ask that. What do you mean? Demi recalled the words it had spoken earlier. You said you sealed that power to protect the egg. But then you claimed you'd smash the egg right after. Isn't that right? This was exactly why he still had lingering doubts. So why bother keeping that dark power around? If you're not even going to use it? The bear shared the truth honestly. Actually, that egg is still perfectly fine. Jamie asked curiously, is there some other catch? However, the bear's explanation sounded a bit far-fetched. To suppress the dark power, the one wielding the artifact must remain within the ruins. Hearing the bear say that left both Jamie and Vina completely speechless. And I haven't found a single person yet who can help me crack that egg. Basically, I haven't done anything worth a damn. Walton looked up and said, hey, bear. The bear was furious at being addressed like that. My name is Tiberian, you lowly human. Jamie followed up. Right, Tiberian the bear. He brushed off the lowly insult like it was nothing. You talk big, but you can't deliver. Suddenly, Jamie's voice called out. Can you feel the power? Within this girl? Vina asked. Huh? That massive bear was curious as well. Her Valkyrie life force? What about it? Jamie answered. No, not that. Something else. A power similar to my own. Her power is being suppressed too. How can that power even compare to what's guarding that demon egg? Tiberian the bear cut in. They are totally different. Is the power I blocked exactly like that person's? Jamie spoke while thinking to himself. I'm positive that I'm the only one who possesses this kind of dark magic. He reached out his hand and suggested, release your power now, so we can get a move on. I still need to see it with my own eyes first. Tiberian the bear's face darkened with suspicion. Vina replied with a bright smile, please just trust us. Once Master regains his full strength, he'll deal with that demon egg in a heartbeat. Tiberian grew even more furious after hearing that. Vina became increasingly flustered. Didn't he already tell you? The goddess herself sent us here. Tiberian clenched his claws. Fine then. A flash of joy appeared in Jamie's eyes. Looks like my power is finally coming back. Stamping her foot, Vina called out anxiously, Master! Tiberian roared in anger. You bastard! He showed a clear expression of madness. No one is allowed to control me! Tiberian's fur stood on end. What kind of trick is this? He grew even more frantic. Amazing! With this, I'll be able to control it completely. Suddenly, Jamie coughed up a mouthful of blood. The bear also screamed in rage, You scoundrel! You are... He wiped the blood from his mouth and gave a provocative smirk. That's quite enough. Tiberian reached out his hand. I'll destroy these ruins with my own hands. If you don't... Stop it! Master! Vina cried out in fear. My blood, I'm fine. Jamie thought to himself, it's like a firewall, isn't it? It's actually pretty strong, even though it can't stop me completely. The bear frowned in confusion. It feels like my connection with these ruins has been severed. Did you do this? How? How could you possibly do it in such a short time? It turned out that wasn't Jamie, but Diablo Volpia, Jamie's previous life. You're right about that. I was the one, in a way that makes me its second master. You're really out of luck. Your master isn't the only one. Skilled in artifact crafting. Then thought to myself, I've already created 3 o'clock, so I can definitely pull this off, Demi. Who would have thought an artifact could actually block my power? There's no way I'd just let it be and walk away. But looking closely now, it seems it didn't completely block my power. The bear kept contemplating. It's truly absurd that it could block my power. When it's only meant to capture gods, 1,000 questions kept popping up. How could such a thing even exist? Something fishy is definitely going on here. It lowers the probability, condensing mana to break space coordinates, then interferes with space maneuvering. For example, when activating space maneuvering, the influence of that spatial ability reaches, and because of that inevitable dispersion, ending the series of questions. He finally said, anyway, that's how it is. So don't follow me? Then Jamie added one more thing. Oh, and even if you wanted to, you probably couldn't even escape these ruins. Now, could you? After saying that, he smirked and vanished. The bear screamed, You bastard! Scene change. A loud voice erupted from a certain house. How can there be 9 bodies in a single night? As it turned out, that scream came from the Count's office. The Count asked furiously, What the hell is going on? The Count was exasperated. What about the culprit? No one answered. He suddenly thought of KuBI. Where is KuBI? Where is the investigator? One of the subordinates spoke up. Actually, about that. No one has seen him since yesterday afternoon, sir. The Count said fearfully. Don't tell me it's already time. On the top of a tower, there's someone standing and watching. Let's see, they should be arriving just about now, shouldn't they? Inside that building, the old Count questioned his subordinate. The subordinate replied, Yes, sir. They said they've dispatched the divine office. They'll likely arrive around tomorrow, and it seems one of them is a top-tier expert. The Count let out an anxious sigh. This definitely wasn't an easy decision. For the Pope, not at all. The white-haired young man on the tower's peak seemed to have eavesdropped on their conversation. He thought, who would have guessed? That Epstein would require so many resources. Of course we have to go all out, because no matter how you look at it, it's the second Holy Land. But when exactly will they arrive? He pondered while licking his lips. It should have been over by now. Scene change. Elsewhere, a voice rings out. What a drag. Oh, I see. It's Jamie's familiar voice. Vena, hearing her master's grumbling, says, Master, I'm positive this energy is... Jamie replies, Yes, this is definitely my power. Jamie thinks to himself, I have no idea why my dark mana is here. Vena asks curiously, What do these words mean? Placing his hand on the strange object, he answers, Death approaches, raising its scythe. The vast seas, moonlight. You are hovering in the night sky. Darkness spreads, rippling across the sea of stars. Suddenly, a flash of thought crosses Jamie's mind. The night sea ripples. A star is falling. Death reaches its hand into the ocean. Moon rises in the dark sky. An old man reaches out to embrace the darkness. And that is the final thing to swallow the darkness whole, a monster that wants it all. It promised that in the distant future, in the very far future, Leviathan, Demi mentioned a grimoire that is a part of me. How could I possibly forget? Having said that, Demi dove back into his messy thoughts. Now I know for sure that my memories are complete. I can even suddenly remember things about challenging the gods. How else could it be? It's really strange. There are clearly gaps in my memory, yet nothing feels out of place to me. Seeing him lost in thought, she asked if he had learned anything. The protagonist replied, yes. Then he added, oh, by the way, take this. He handed her a strange black ring. She wondered, a ring? Jamie explained. It's an artifact I picked up back when we left those ruins. Channel your mana and your will to use it. Venna followed his lead and asked, like this? Once finished, she exclaimed, wow, what is this? I love it so much, Jamie said with a hint of annoyance. Fine, now use that thing to scout the area. It looks like this might take a while. He placed his hand on the strange barrier. Return to me, your master. Kana gritted her teeth and cursed, this damn bastard. What do you think you're doing? Kana appeared out of nowhere. She launched a direct overhead strike at the two of them, Venna and Jamie. Under this sudden assault, Jamie looked at Venna anxiously and called her name. As for the lovely Venna, adorable as ever, she was terrified and panicked by the crushing blow. Her face turned pale as she called out for her master. Jamie and Venna managed to dodge Kana's attack, but the two were separated. Kana continued her onslaught against Venna, landing every hit. Following Kana's thunderous attacks, Venna groaned in agony from her severe injuries. She was in excruciating pain. Blood trickled from her mouth as her vision went dark. Jamie stared anxiously at the gravely wounded Venna, panicked and terrified as he wondered, what is this divine power? While Jamie was still questioning this in his head, Venna, the blue-haired woman, spoke up. Your intuition is pretty sharp, no joke, kiddo. Kana stood watching Jamie with one hand resting her sword on her shoulder. She gave a sarcastic compliment, repeating the praise from before. You've got some really good instincts. Jamie turned back to look at Kana. With a wary expression, he smirked and asked Kana, the Janus Church. What business do they have with a place like this? He continued, are you here to purge the forest demons? Pausing for a moment, he asked Kana again, or are you trying to protect them? Hearing Jamie's question, Kana looked puzzled. She said, what's this all about? Kana. Before answering Jamie, she glanced over at Venna. Her gaze became fierce and irritated. Kana glared at Venna. She said, hey you, that pink-haired girl holding the hammer. At this time, Venna, who was seriously injured, had a blank expression. She was totally confused, with a giant question mark over her head. It was strange for Venna. While Venna was still wondering what the hell was going on, Kana's attitude became even more aggressive. Her face turned completely malicious. Pink hair and hammers are two things I absolutely despise. You know that? After those cryptic words, Kana flew in for a direct attack on Venna. She pointed her sword at Venna and said, I guess I'll have to crush the life out of you first. Her voice was dark and ferocious. Venna was caught off guard by Kana's lightning-fast strike. She quickly raised her hammer to block Kana's massive sword. Luckily, she blocked Kana's powerful blow, but it made her internal injuries even worse. Seeing Venna block her attack, Kana wasn't surprised. She continued to laugh arrogantly, saying, not bad. Then she used her hand to strike Venna. In that moment, Venna was focusing with both hands to counter Kana's sword attack. Jamie, standing on the sidelines, was extremely worried for Venna. He screamed in a panic-stricken voice. Venna tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Venna couldn't react in time to avoid Kana's fist. The powerful punch landed squarely on Venna's head. Poor thing. Venna's pupils dilated as she let out a cry of pain. But Venna quickly counterattacked. She swung her hammer back at Kana. However, Kana swiftly leaped backward to evade her strike. Kana smirked with disdain and told Venna, is this all you've got? Venna was furious. She barked at Kana to shut her mouth right now. Then came the attack. Unexpectedly, Venna gripped her hammer and swung it down with all her might. Kana stood below, watching Venna's overhead assault. She raised her sword to parry the blow. Her expression was arrogant and wicked, showing no fear toward Venna's powerful strike. She laughed out loud, taunting Venna. You're pretty much toast now, aren't you? Venna didn't lose her cool either. As the attack was neutralized, she immediately launched another move. She told Kana calmly and defiantly, hell no, I'm not. But before she could make her next move, Kana had already struck at her with lightning speed. She gave Venna a backhanded compliment and added, in that case, try blocking this. The moment she finished speaking, Kana used Blink to reappear instantly behind Venna. Venna was stunned by Kana's sudden disappearance. Before she could even react, Kana raised her sword and slashed her across the back. Venna's small back took the full brunt of Kana's blade, and blood began to pour out, soaking her shirt instantly. It was a heartbreaking sight to behold. Jamie, who had been ignored until now, seeing his little Venna get slashed like that, panicked. His pupils constricted as he roared out, "Vina!" Even though he looked worried sick on the outside, he was still calculating the situation in his mind. He thought, she might have to take a few hits. But if I stop now to protect her, then... His train of thought was abruptly cut off. Vina reassured him. She knew her master was torn between the urgent unfinished business and saving her. She said, "Master, don't, I can still fight." She struggled with all her might to speak. One hand trembled as she gripped her warhammer. Blood trickled from her mouth. A tearing pain radiated from deep within her chest. The scene shifted from the gash on her back to Kana. So annoying. She stood with her sword over one shoulder, watching the wounded Vina. She gave a smug laugh and said, "Oh boy, that looks like it hurts like hell, doesn't it? Maybe if I just slice you clean in half in one go, it wouldn't hurt at all, right?" Her voice was dripping with contempt. "You really plan on fighting in that state? Are you for real?" Vina, with a dark look, turned to face Kana. She laughed angrily and shot back at her. "What else can I do? I have to follow my master's orders." Kana marveled mockingly. "Well, aren't you just a perfect little slave?" She continued. "A tiny thing like you ought to be a little rebellious once in a while, don't you think?" Vina looked at her with a cute smile and said, "I know, but I only rebel against people who are older than me." Hearing Vina's roast, Kana's face twisted in shock as she shrieked, "What?" Kana's rage and fury hit the roof after being teased about her age. Making fun of a woman's age is definitely poking a hornet's nest. Sense reversing curse. Inverted perception. While Kana was fuming over the age comment, she was suddenly dazed, not realizing what was happening. Turns out, Vina was casting a dark magic spell on Kana. By the time Kana realized it, she tried to quickly prep a counterattack. But before she could move, Vina struck her with both hands on the hammer. She shrieked in pain as the hammer slammed into her left arm. After hitting Kana's left arm, Vina thought fearfully, "The curse is gone." She only had this one shot. After enduring the agony of Vina's blow, Kana was livid, feeling utterly insulted. Her face twisted in irritation as she hissed each word. You little brat!" Kana gripped her sword tightly. She raised her blade, pointing it straight at Vina. At that moment, Vina refused to back down. With a fearless expression, she used her hammer to parry Kana's attack. The collision of the two techniques and weapons triggered a massive explosion. It sparked a wildfire right in the middle of the forest. After the explosion and the fire, everything nearby, the trees hit by the flames, turned pitch black. Vina lay scorched on the ground, regaining consciousness after the impact. She opened her eyes, not yet realizing what had happened. Her hammer still lay beside her as her mind wandered. What just happened? My body feels completely drained. Despite the exhaustion and the pain racking her entire body, unable to move even a single finger, she still forced herself to sit up. She had to fight to protect her master. While Vina lay dazed on the ground, Kana, with half her face injured, stood before her and spoke in a resentful tone. "You filthy dark mage! How dare you scratch my body?" Kana continued, still fuming with rage. "That brat you're trying to protect, I'm going to tear him into pieces, right in front of your very eyes." "What about me then?" Jamie appeared, asking Kana with a smug grin. He stood midair, his face hidden beneath that mysterious cloak. He said to Kana, "I haven't even made my move yet." Without waiting for Kana to respond, Jamie activated his magic. Clapping his hands together, he incanted, "Devour her, Leviathan!" A burst of light appeared behind Kana's back. A hand emerged from nowhere, reaching out toward her. Kana looked bewildered and terrified, having no clue what on earth was going on. It turned out Jamie was casting a spell called Devour. It was a dark magic that consumed everything and converted it into nourishment. As Jamie cast the spell, he thought to himself, even though he didn't care for that divine power at all, he would still devour every last bit of it. Jamie's face at this moment looked a bit greedy. Kana's shoulder was bitten by something dark, drawing blood. She furrowed her brows, watching in terror. She cursed at it, calling it a maggot. Vina became more lucid and weakly called out, "Master Jamie." Jamie slowly descended from above and said to her, "Thanks for buying me some time, Vina. Absorbing that thing was all thanks to you. You don't have to worry anymore." Jamie thanked her and offered some comfort. Vina, with a look of contentment, spoke weakly. "I'm so glad." The creature devouring Kana was grabbed by her and slammed mercilessly onto the ground. Her hands were stained with blood. She stood behind Jamie and said, "Because you're cute, I was going to go easy on you." But Jamie's face turned serious, just as he suspected. She wasn't just some ordinary priestess. As Jamie was thinking, Kana launched an attack called Holy Ground. Her sword began to glow. Her appearance also transformed. The wounds on her face vanished. replaced by a circlet on her forehead and a silver-white armor. Witnessing this scene, Jamie had a look of existential dread and helplessness. He thought to himself, the atmosphere has shifted completely. That divine power is way beyond a high priest. With that combat strength, she's going to be a real pain in the neck. Kana looked at Jamie with a dead serious expression and said, "The magic you just used? It was only for a split second, but it devoured everything I had." Confused, she asked Jamie, "Are you also a dark mage?" Jamie shot back, "What if I am?" Kana gripped her sword tightly with both hands. Hearing his answer, she declared, "If you are, I'll grind you to dust." As soon as she spoke, she raised her sword, unleashing an attack surging with divine power at Jamie. He watched her launch the move. His eyes lit up as he muttered, "Is that so? Then I'll—" Jamie retaliated with a spell called Evil Crown. A giant door suddenly appeared. It appeared out of thin air in front of Jamie. He said to Kana, "Let me introduce you to someone." Jamie wore a mysterious smile and said, "Come forth, Nebro." From behind that eerie, massive door, a great black phantom emerged. With purple eyes, it grinned from behind the gateway. Even though the phantom's form was unclear, one could sense that it was something massive and terrifying. A power surged from above, leaving Kana and B completely unable to withstand it. The blonde guy standing outside watched in horror and said, "How is this?" Before him was a giant egg, shrouded in swirling wreaths of dark energy, making him anxious. How did it get this big? With a face as sour as a pickle, he continued, "I was sure that originally. It needed many more heart sacrifices to—" The blonde guy had barely finished his sentence when Jamie appeared right beside him, teasingly saying, "Just as I thought. Admiring this dark energy already, are we?" "Huh?" Jamie's sudden appearance startled him so much he jumped back. "Who the hell are you?" Ignoring him, Jamie stood before the severely wounded Vina, holding her in his arms and asking mysteriously, "You're that filthy devil's underling. Demon, right?" Suddenly, another voice cut in. "Who are you? What happened to the guard?" Hearing that, Jamie snapped his fingers and said arrogantly, "You don't need to know. Let's end this." Upon hearing that, Gaera quickly rushed forward to finish off the blonde guy with a stylish sword strike. "I obey your command, my lord." Caught off guard by the strike, the blonde guy spat out blood. He was about to kick the bucket, but the blonde guy still wouldn't give up. "No, my child." The blonde guy crawled toward the giant red egg with trembling hands. Just a little bit more. Then that blondie officially kicked the bucket. Suddenly, from the giant red egg ahead, it abruptly split open. This sent the whole group into a panic. Sensing the danger, Jamie shouted a warning. "Ryza, get back!" Hearing Jamie's shout, Ryza quickly leaped high and jumped backward. As soon as she landed safely, Ryza quickly wondered what that was. It turned out the giant red egg was sprouting hideous tentacles that wrapped around the blondie's corpse and dragged it toward itself. Jamie calmly spoke about what was bound to happen. Seeing Jamie's composure, Ryza was surprised. Seeing Ryza's confusion, Jamie explained, "It must have absorbed enough life force by now." Namchin frowned and warned soon. "A demon is about to rise." As soon as Jamie finished his sentence, the red egg cracked wide open. A demon was slowly emerging from within. On this side, Kana shouted, "Drop dead," and unleashed a strike that caused blue sparks to continuously appear and rain down. The cloaked skeleton used a black shield to block the attack. Assault. The cloaked skeleton mocked, "How pathetic. Why would you tell an immortal to die?" Kana grit her teeth in anger. This damn skeleton. Even though she used all her strength, Kana's attack was still ineffective. Kana backed away. "What happened to that egg? If anything goes wrong with the plan, the master will not let this slide." Just as Kana finished her thought, streaks of red light appeared in the air, shrouding the sky. In the middle of the sky was a dazzling gold beam. This caused Kana and the cloaked skeleton to freeze in shock, forgetting their fight. As if sensing an aura that filled him with dread, the lowlife said, "This energy." Sensing that an ally had arrived, Kana thought excitedly, "Sweet! That filthy bastard must have finally shown up." The appearance of this energy source makes the cloaked skeleton feel extremely uneasy, thinking, "Master, don't! That thing is a monster that can even trample over death itself." Before the cloaked skeleton could even snap out of it, Kana shouted, "Even if I have to die right here, without giving you a proper beatdown, I will never give up." As soon as she finished speaking, Kana swung her hammer, attacking the cloaked skeleton right in the face. Kana's attack caused the skeleton's facial bones to shatter. But at this moment, the cloaked skeleton didn't care about himself but was worried about Jamie. "Master, please, you must escape safely." Switching scenes to the blonde boy, as if sensing something, his body wouldn't stop shaking. Seeing the blonde boy's strange behavior, Anna asked, "Is something wrong?" The blonde boy answered grimly. Everyone is going to die. The blonde boy felt completely panicked at this moment. If we just sit idly by and do nothing, we're all dead meat. Hearing that, Anna was about to scold the blonde boy for his jinxing. Hey, you! Before Anna could finish, a boy rushed in shouting, Lord Apostle, Holy Maiden, the two of you must leave immediately. Hearing that, E pulled Anna's hand and said, Let's go, Anna, we have to move, while thinking. Finally, with a determined expression, the blonde boy continued to think. If we stay here, we'll just end up being dead weight. Scene shifts to the Marquise's mansion. Inside the office, the Marquis, as if sensing something, slammed the desk and yelled, Is anyone out there? Outside, a red-haired soldier hurriedly burst through the door, reporting in total shock. Marquise from Marine Forest! The Marquise impatiently cut him off. I felt it too. Then the Marquis roared out his orders, assemble our troops as quickly as possible. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Sius with a terrified face crying out, Father! This sight took the Marquis by surprise. Sius, thinking his daughter was scared about the alarm, he reassured her. Sius, you have nothing to worry about. Just gather the children and leave. Before he could finish, Sius interrupted loudly. Jamie is missing! Hearing Sius announce this, he couldn't believe it. What did you say? Sius, trembling and weeping uncontrollably, thought, I think he already went to Marine Forest. Meanwhile, with Jamie, the red egg emitted a beam of light shooting straight into the sky. The egg was surrounded by a swirling black aura. Faced with this sight, Jamie felt things were about to get hairy. This is exactly the reason why I don't like those demons, Jamie thought to himself. A species that bullies and looks down on the weak. Jamie imagined the image of a snake coiled tightly around a sword, representing something that by its mere existence brings harm to all other living creatures. Unlike Jamie, Raiza felt absolutely terrified. You must leave right now. Master! Azad wasn't doing any better. His body was shaking uncontrollably. Master, what on earth is that disgusting thing? Seeing his two immortal subordinates paralyzed with fear, Jamie thought, even the undead are shivering in their boots. Jamie waved his hand to summon his power and continued thinking. If it fully emerges, without a proper shield, even for me it would take a massive effort to deal with it. Then Jamie snapped his fingers, causing Raiza to return and rest before she could finish her sentence. Master, at this rate, we might all die. This caused Azad to lose focus. Seeing this, Jamie shouted in frustration, Take that girl and run! Get as far away as you can. To a place where demonic energy can't reach, somewhere safe. Azad obediently carried the injured Vina, turned around and got the hell out of there. Understood. Before they could get far, a bone-chilling voice echoed from out of nowhere. So you think being alone makes you safe? The strange voice made Jamie jump out of his skin. It turned out the voice came from the monster, inside the giant red egg, with blood-red eyes and long, razor-sharp claws that demanded respect. If you just give up that easily, then where's the fun in that? The moment it spoke, the monster tore through the eggshell and emerged. Just as I thought, rising up this way? Now the monster's appearance was fully revealed. It continued speaking in an incredibly irritating tone. The moment Jamie saw its face, he turned pale. A high-ranking demon. Noticing Jamie's knowledge, the monster taunted, Oh, you're a human. Who actually knows a thing or two about us, huh? I'll give you credit for that knowledge. I'll delay eating you for just a bit then. Then it introduced itself. My name is Ruetta. I am a baron of the great demon realm. Hearing this, Jamie felt that things had just gotten very serious. A baron? That means he's at least the level of a top-tier master. Seeing Jamie remain silent, Ruetta spoke viciously. Don't be so scared, just accept it. Then he stepped away from where the giant red egg sat. Now that I've made it here, I'm not going back. Seeing Ruetta's smug attitude, Jamie summoned the absolute shield, getting ready to beat this demon jerk to a pulp. You're quite kind, aren't you? Explaining all that to me for so long, the purple light from the bracelet made him feel better. That's more like it. Seeing Jamie's toy was high quality, Ruetta cast aside all shame and demanded, What's that you've got there? Pretty nice. If you give me that, I'll let you die in peace. Hearing Ruetta's ridiculous demand, Jamie provoked him. You think I'm crazy or something? Seeing his attempt to loot the item fail, Ruetta loses his mind in rage, making the murderous aura around him grow even thicker. Then I guess there's no other way. After that, Ruetta was enveloped in a red surge of power. He crouched like a bull about to break loose and roared, Let's see how much you can handle. Seeing Ruetta about to charge, Jamie leapt into the air, activating the Leviathan magic. The purple points of light began to form patterns that resembled the face of a clock. In the distance, Sibyl stood on a tree root watching it all, smirking mockingly. How pathetic. Sibyl looked at the red power aura, flecked with black spots, and scoffed. The lowest rank among the 5 tiers of nobility? A mere baron. With the cold and indifferent gaze, Sebol continued, "For humans, this probably feels like a natural disaster falling from the sky." Back at the Marquis's mansion, the guards were urgently preparing for battle. "Hurry, oh goddess! Please have mercy and grant us courage." By the tree root, Sebol hopped down to the ground amused, and continued to observe the situation. "But even so, you should have left something behind to guard the house." In the forest, a man was carrying a girl in his arms, running like the wind while muttering in despair. "Damn it, damn it!" he called out helplessly in his heart. Master Jans glanced back at the battle, which was so massive it formed a pillar of light, rising behind them. He struggled to run, while asking himself with deep anxiety, wondered to himself, filled with anxiety, "Are you really sure about this?" He was still lost in his thoughts. "But the fact that I still exist is proof that he is still alive." Suddenly, the girl in Jans's arms stirred, letting out a soft groan to show she was awake. Vina blearily opened her eyes and asked dizzily, "What's going on?" Seeing this, Jans looked down at her while still sprinting away, and asked, "Oh, you're awake? Master told me to get you out of here, because a demon has been awakened," he explained to her. Hearing that, her entire body froze. In a total panic, she screamed, "What? Wait, let me down!" Her hands trembling, she leaned against a nearby withered tree. She turned her head toward the massive pillar of energy behind them and asked again, "So Master is over there?" Jans, standing behind her, also looked toward the battlefield, and confirmed, by now, he must be fighting that monster. Vina heard this and tried to resolve. "Then I will—" Before she could finish, Jans interrupted her with an awkward, difficult look. "If you go now, you'll only be dead weight to him." He stated the fact, and Vina knew it too. But she couldn't accept it and argued back. "But—" Her face went dark from the shock, her expression twisting, yet she still tried to show some courage, as she declared, "Even if it means I die, if I can just buy him a little more time." Jans stopped her again and gave his assessment. "It's no use in your current state." But before he could say another word, a flash of light appeared below, making him look down in utter confusion. "Huh?" Immediately after, a force slammed him into the ground. Hearing the noise, Vina turned around, baffled by the scene. She turned and called out, "Hey, what's happening?" But from behind, a powerful force suddenly rushed toward her, sweeping past with flames and a loud roar. She thought back to herself. The summoning of the undead had stopped. Coincidentally, an explosion had just occurred. Then she spoke up, trying to deny it. "No, it's impossible. No way." She remembered the voices of people gossiping about her. When is that idiot finally going to get lost? She also remembered the taunting, mocking figure of that woman. "Ah, holla, vermin like you should be trampled on, so you can never hold your head up again." And Jamie's provocative gaze, along with his question, "Are you really that scared?" He urged and cheered her on. "Fight back! How much longer are you gonna just take it?" Vina's body suddenly lost control as energy began to surge out. She stared with wide, fearful eyes. Her face went dark, losing her cool as she stammered, "No, Master." Then a voice rang out, full of judgment. "How interesting." At the same time, a hammer vibrated on the ground. Vina looked at it blankly, focusing all her attention on it. The voice spoke once more, explaining the nature of the hammer. A young Valkyrie. A Valkyrie with blood so pure and strong. The hammer before her suddenly erupted in light. Then it started to crack open. As radiant beams burst out from within, that voice kept talking on and on, delivering its assessment. "Though you're not fully ripe yet, I'll allow you to wield me today." The hammer reminded her, "Remember this feeling well." Then the hammer flashed and soared into the air. It introduced itself to Vina. "My name is Philion." It went on to explain its status. "A hammer crafted by a legendary blacksmith, forged for your queen's use." She stood there, staring in total shock. Philion then urged her on. "Give it your all." At the sight of the fierce battle, the night sky was pitch black, Jamie thought to himself. "I don't even have enough mana left to fly." As he was free-falling, he sank into helpless thoughts. "I've lost way too much blood." Then he wished, if only the life seed could give me a little more energy. Jamie reached his hand toward the sky, musing further in his mind, or if I could just summon the darkness. And then he considered another scenario, and buy myself a little more time. By casting a high-level curse. His face was deathly pale, looking utterly drained and weak. His eyes were lifeless as he came to a realization. It wasn't supposed to end like this. Suddenly a clawed hand caught him, forcing him to blurt out his thoughts. "Like this?" Jamie was stunned, lying flat on that giant palm, his face twisted in total disbelief. Voice rang out, commenting on his state. How pathetic. Seeing the situation, he quickly sat up on the werewolf's hand and stammered, Tebaran? Tebaran, how did you get here? The werewolf looked down at him and spoke, giving his own assessment. I know the ins and outs of a place I've lived in for 600 years. Then Tebaran reached out with his other hand and stroked him gently, remarking, Who would have thought you wouldn't run away, but would face that demon all by yourself? Jamie gripped his arm, overwhelmed with frustration, gritting his teeth as his face darkened, too bitter to even find the words. Tebaran continued, Just as I thought. You truly possess a noble heart, worthy of being the one chosen. By the goddess. As he was being lifted, Jamie gloomily denied it. No, that's not it at all. The werewolf grabbed Jamie's cloak and set him slowly back on the ground while he remained in a funk. Then a menacing voice rumbled, So now. Tebaran felt the monster charging right toward them, and his face went dark. The monster lunged with sharp claws, ready to strike. He lunged forward with sharp claws, intending to strike, not forgetting to laugh mockingly and say, Mind if I finish my meal now? He turned to face the beast, grimacing fiercely as he tried to dodge the blow, but he couldn't quite make it. Tebaran's shoulder was ripped by 4 deep gashes from the sharp claws. The monster cackled, showing its jagged teeth, and remarked, I was aiming to tear your arm right off. He then turned his critique back to Tebaran. For a creature of the surface world, I gotta say, you're pretty tough. Tebaran looked at this bleeding wound on his arm, frowning as he remarked, True, but... He paused before continuing, and the moment those words left his mouth, Tebaran landed a powerful punch right into the monster's gut, pinning him against his fist as he delivered a warning. I'm also pretty damn fast. The monster coughed up blood from the impact and screamed in pain. Tebaran's calm voice continued to ring out, interrupting himself to add one more thing. And I didn't exactly come alone. From high above, a blinding light came streaking down. Tebaran shouted, Vena! She dived down like a bullet, slamming her hammer into the monster with a massive blow. Instantly, the creature was smashed into the ground. Vena and Tebaran stood there looking absolutely badass. She hovered in midair, turning to him with a wink and a playful laugh. Master, I'm here, Jamie! Below her, Jamie stared in shock, stammering, Your hair. Seeing his reaction, Vena flashed a peace sign and grinned, with pure excitement, her eyes crinkling with joy. I look fire, don't I? She asked. Seeing her so full of energy, he could only mumble, That's not what I meant. Tebaran, realizing they were oblivious to the danger, cut through the jokes with a stern reminder. Save the small talk for later. He rushed forward to check on the monster that had been slammed into a massive crater. He shot a glance at the two of them and warned, This is far from over. Before he could even finish, the monster in the pit saw Tebaran approaching and fired off a sudden blast. It leapt out with a sneer, declaring, You're right, it's not over. Tebaran took the hit, falling back with a cry of pain. Somewhere else, an eerie, sinister aura could be clearly seen, swirling around the mountains. The report began to echo. Lord Marquis, because of this evil energy, we can't move forward any further. The man spoke up, giving his assessment. Why don't we wait until the people from Piso Church arrive to receive their blessing before we proceed? He grimaced, unable to say another word. His face was pale and filled with anxiety. He stared at the dark aura and gripped the horse's reins tightly. He looked around and noted, Now only fear remains within the ranks. He remembered the image of C.S. Bell Welton, crying, in desperate pain, and thought to himself, But if we waste any more time here? Suddenly, a gust of wind carried a letter to the group. He reached out and caught it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kana was being chased by a disgusting dark aura. While running, Kana thought, Anyway, I've already summoned that demon. The job is done. Hopefully Master won't punish me anymore. Suddenly, a slash swept across her. The strike instantly took her out of the game. Back at the battle, Vena had collapsed before the demon. The demon stood over her, laughing triumphantly. Honestly, I'm quite surprised. Who would have thought I'd get to have such an epic fight? Jamie cast Exterminate Rage, blasting away the demon's lower body. What was that spell called again? I can feel a truly destructive power within it. Exterminate Rage, a type of dark magic that releases all the energy absorbed by Leviathan all at once. He had just fired a massive pillar of dark energy to destroy the monster. It possessed immense destructive capability. Jamie felt a bit of regret that the blow didn't kill that damn demon, and that was the final opening. Vena and the bear created for me. The demon looked at its broken hand, raising it while laughing with delight. I probably should have died there, huh? I mean, if you had actually hit my head. Then he raised his hand high. Its body recovered, creating a massive sphere of energy staring right at him. Got any last words? Spat him out. Hearing that, he lowered his head with a cocky grin. Just kill me already, last words my ass. His eyes widened in shock. Wind? A slash like a raging hurricane swept in, slicing both the energy sphere and the monster clean in half. A man emerged, carving a path with his blade, appearing before Jamie with a terrifying gaze. His entire body was shrouded in a violent gale. On the other side, the Marquise had also received the letter delivered by the wind, reading it inside the snow-covered cathedral in the dead of night. A calm voice broke the silence. I did have a bit of a hunch. He looked at the man standing at the entrance with a sword on his shoulder, giving his assessment. But I didn't expect to actually have a visitor. Sibel smiled. Resting the sword on his shoulder nonchalantly, he remarked, "Oh boy." Then he followed up with a mocking question. Has that apostle already left? Archbishop Dai joined his hands, bowed his head, and softly reminded Sable with closed eyes, "If you still have any respect for the goddess," he spoke, dismissing the guest, "I would ask that you leave." Seeing the unwelcome reception, he glanced at Archbishop Day and snidely asked back, "So you're saying if I don't worship that goddess, I don't have to go? Is that it?" His gaze was sharp as a razor, sword still resting on his shoulder. Observing the attitude and mocking words of Sable, he looked up, hands still joined before his chest, his face full of resolve. The temple's light glowed behind him. Archbishop Dai narrowed his eyes and declared, "In that case, I will have to step in." Hearing this, Sable looked skeptical and questioned him. "You really think you can do it? Stand against Janice's first blade?" Upon hearing this, Archbishop Dai was visibly shaken, losing his cool. His eyes widened as he stared at him in utter disbelief. His hands remained clasped before his chest. Right after that, he raised the tip of his sword into the air. The blade glowed as he spoke in a dark tone. "Pray for an eternal slumber." Sibel shouted, asserting further, "You will stay with this blade of mine forever." He pointed to his own chest, his face filled with pride and arrogance. He raised the holy sword high, in his mind, imagining the symbol of the holy sword. He concluded, "Today that goddess is going to take a massive L, and she'll be wiped out." Somewhere at the edge of the forest, a group of soldiers, along with some priests, were moving in a hurry. Ricky stood outside, eyes wide open, hearing the sounds coming from the main hall of the temple. He frowned in fear. Then, with eyes wide and full of terror, he turned his head toward that door and screamed, "Archbishop!" In another part of the forest, the wind and branches were still rustling. In the dead of night, a man leaned, his sword against the ground. After the slash, a large crack appeared on the ground. He stood there, hesitating in his thoughts. I couldn't even see it clearly. Then he recalled the moment a gust of wind swept by, cutting the beast in half. Jamie noted with deep suspicion, to use such a broadsword yet strike that fast, along with such terrifying power. Faced with what he had just witnessed, Jamie's eyes rounded as he shouted inwardly in doubt, "Is that the power of the wind?" Next, that man turned his head to look at him. With a wary expression, he asked, "Why are you here?" Seeing this, Jeremy rubbed his head and gave a forced smile, offering his reason. I was just curious, since everyone told me not to come here." Then he tried to justify himself further. "I didn't expect to run into—" Before he could finish, he went dead silent. When he saw that look on the other's face, realizing things were about to get real dark, Bailey glanced at him and nonchalantly confirmed, "I saw everything." Hearing this, Jamie's face turned pale as a ghost. He still tried to make an excuse. "A demon?" Then he ran out of words. Startled, he hung his head, unable to justify himself anymore. Seeing his reaction, Bailey turned away, no longer questioning him. "Just kidding," he said. Then he added a bit more. "Well, everyone's got secrets. Things they'd rather keep on the low." Sensing that Bailey knew something, Jamie bit his lip in frustration. His face darkened as he bowed his head, lost in a sea of doubt and suspicion. Just how much does he actually know? Then he approached him and called out, "Sir Onyx." "Wait, why are you here? I heard you already—" Before he could finish interrupting, the man, with hands on his hips, walked closer and looked toward Teberon as he answered, "Jamie? Since I'm the right man for the job, I've taken on a mission." Hearing this, Jamie questioned him, feeling full of doubt internally. "A mission?" Teberon, who had been slumped over this whole time, suddenly looked up at Bailey and asked, "Who are you?" Then he added his observation, "You look pretty damn strong." The other two stood before it. Hearing Teberon's question, he didn't hide anything and replied, "I am Bailey Onyx." Teberon looked at him with a serious expression. Bailey clarified further for him, "One who always chases the secrets of this world." Then he stated his purpose. "I've come here to retrieve an item that was entrusted to this place as requested by Isis. It's some kind of magic circle that was left behind here." Hearing Bailey's words, Teberon seemed to realize what it was and confirmed, "Is that the boundary?" Hearing that, he didn't dodge the question, but calmly cut straight to the chase. I hope you can open the gates of Gremia. Listening to their conversation, Jamie, standing beside them, was completely lost and filled with doubt. He stared at them gloomily, his mind racing with questions. Secrets of the world, the boundary. And what exactly is Jeremy? Hearing Bailey's request, Teberon looked away and flatly refused. Sorry, but I can't open that gate for you. Then he added, I am no longer the master of Jeremy. Then Teberon turned back and asked him, Isn't that right, kid? Seeing that he was mentioned, Jamie responded with a dazed and surprised look. Are you talking about those ruins? They quickly reached the entrance, where a massive pillar of light surged. They walked through the basement. Bailey glanced at the unconscious Vargina on his shoulder and scolded. Messing around with demons was bad enough, but I didn't expect you to be involved with Jeremiah, too. Beside him, Jamie followed along, hiding a forced laugh under his cloak. Ha ha, as he looked away, trying to avoid that judgmental gaze. After a while, they arrived at their destination. Teberon cracked his knuckles and declared, All right, let's get this show on the road. He reached out his hand toward Jamie and ordered, Kid, hand over the ownership to me. Every eye was on Jamie, while he looked up at Teberon in total shock and confusion, shouting, Wait, what? Why do I have to? He didn't even get to finish before he noticed the look on Bailey's face. Bailey was staring him down with a straight-up threatening gaze. Seeing that, he reluctantly caved in, screaming in frustration inside, Damn it, as he quickly clenched his fist. He placed it on Teberon's hand, letting out a gloomy sigh. Immediately after, a spark of electricity flickered where their hands met. Teberon's commanding voice rang out again, Open it now! All around them, eerie air currents and mystical paths began to appear. Bailey's face remained calm as he took it all in, while Jamie was breaking a sweat from the tension. Then a flash of light zipped past his eyes. What appeared after that opening left Jamie staring in pure shock. He stood in a vast void, with an endless body of water beneath him. Small ripples spread out from around his feet, with him at the center. Jamie asked himself in confusion, What is this place? Suddenly, a disembodied voice echoed through the space. Welcome, Master of Magic Hacking. He saw a middle-aged man smiling kindly at him, appearing within the space like a mirage. Seeing him, Jamie couldn't help but ask for confirmation. Are you the consciousness that stopped me from taking that system earlier? Then, he turned his head to look around, sharing his own conclusion. I knew it. You're not just some firewall for this place. After that, Jamie voiced his suspicion. You're probably the one who created Jamia, aren't you? Hearing his deduction, the man's voice rang out in reply. Correct, I am Akmeong. He stood within the infinite space, above the calm water, adding to his introduction, I was once a genius artificer, and a ninth circle professor, a true rarity among humanity when I lived. Hearing that smug introduction, Jamie couldn't help but feel second-hand embarrassment, and began to mock Akmeong. Unbelievable. I can't believe you're actually glazing yourself like that. Then he followed up with another question. If that's the case, then you must be the boundary itself. Something like that, I guess, seeing how sharp you are. He also gave a gentle smile and confirmed it. Even though I am indeed very close to Isis, then he immediately followed up with a denial. But I am not that boundary. Right after that, Agamemnon waved his hand to the side. He quickly summoned forth a massive greatsword. He spoke up to explain to Jamie, I'm only watching over and keeping this thunder dragon sword under their orders. Saying that, he turned his face back toward him. Squinting his eyes with a smile, he explained further. But this Gremia wasn't created just to safeguard that thing. It was created for the one person I've always been waiting for. Hearing that, Jamie stared at him with total suspicion. He asked back, a person? You mean, he cut himself off. Then Agamemnon didn't give him a chance to react further. He spoke up with a declaration. Dark magic possesses the power to slay the gods themselves. He added, I am waiting for the one who can summon that very dark magic. As if remembering something, Jamie's hand jerked as he shouted, questioning Agamemnon. How do you know about things like the ancient language, and those things that should have been long forgotten? His eyes turned deep and cold, his face contorted with inner doubt. Even Ganon didn't know about that god-slaying power. Jamie spoke in a dark tone, threatening him. If you can't give me an answer, that's convincing enough. I will kill you. Hearing that, Agamemnon remained calm. He smiled and addressed him. When an entity exists in this world, they will always leave behind some kind of trace. The ancient language is something I learned while following those traces. Stunned by the information he just received, Jamie asked back with his mouth wide open in shock. Are you saying that traces of Diablo Vonberg still exist? Hearing that, Agamemnon seemed to realize. He bowed his head and remarked, Is that his name? He spoke with a trace of regret. Even though I searched my whole life, I could never find him. But it seems the one who inherited his dark magic is none other than you. Then he reached his hand out toward him. Something began to manifest in his palm. As he confirmed, "In that case, I guess it's fine to give this to you." Jamie stood to the side, looking completely dazed. Immediately after, a plume of smoke moved in and enveloped his body. Jamie watched it, shouting out in shocked alert, "This is—" Then he realized it and screamed in his mind, "This massive power. The core is completely filled up." In his hand was a sphere, containing an object with glowing cracks. He looked at him and calmly explained, "Remia is an artifact that can exist in many different forms." Agamemnon added, "It is an item with infinite potential. Its shape and function are decided, based on the will of its user." He gestured toward him as his body gradually faded away. His voice continued to echo, "It's the thing that the man who was helpless before, the reality of who I am, poured everything into creating." His voice grew faint. For that day, the sphere was handed over to him, and Jamie accepted that massive energy with confusion. Agamemnon's words still rang out, "Now, I am transferring all ownership of it to you." Then he clenched both of his hands, absorbing that energy and exclaiming, "Man, I never thought I'd get my hands on an artifact. This is insane." His energy was so overflowing that it radiated from his body. Jamie looked at his hands and shouted, thinking to himself, "This is on par with the 3 great divine weapons I created." Then he immediately followed up with a denial. "No, it's even stronger than that." At the temple, the rain poured down through the gloomy night. A cloaked figure braved the rain, sprinting toward the temple. As soon as he arrived, Ricky shouted, "Archbishop!" His eyes were filled with dread, wide with shock and panic. Before him lay Archbishop G, motionless on the ground with deep slash wounds. He was slumped against the wall, head bowed, as the blood continued to flow without end. Trying to pull himself together, Ricky leaned over and reached out with a trembling hand, his face etched with pure terror. Archbishop G raised his head, blood still trickling from his mouth, gasping for air as he called out, drifting in and out of consciousness. "Lord Rash!" His voice trembled. He realized, "I have to heal your wounds right now." Without hesitation, Ricky quickly cast a healing spell, but the wounds were instantly rejected. A crackle of lightning blocked his magic. Archbishop G, seeing this, confirmed it for him with a shaky breath. "It's no use, my son." Ricky lost his cool and screamed out, in his mind, "Another divine power is blocking the healing." His face grew pale, and he gasped out a confirmation to him. "I'm fine." The Archbishop's breath faltered as he urged Ricky, "Go protect the Apostle and the Saintess immediately." Suddenly, a sound echoed from the pitch-black basement of the sanctuary. Ricky asked him for confirmation. "Is the Janus Church behind this?" But Archbishop G only urged him on, confirming it silently. "Hurry, you must go now, quickly!" Ricky's tears fell in utter despair. He began to sob and scream, "How can I just leave you here?" Seeing how stubborn he was being, Archbishop G quickly reached out toward him with trembling hands, trying to comfort him. "I understand how you feel." Ricky still couldn't let go and said stubbornly, but before he could finish his sentence, Archbishop G's hand gently stroked his hair, once again urging him to leave. He grit his teeth as tears and snot from his bitter resentment kept flowing out. His eyes clearly showed his helplessness. The hand on his head stopped moving. Ricky wept so hard he began to choke on his sobs, screaming, "I'll definitely get revenge for you." Seeing him like that, Archbishop G still tried to force a smile and comforted him. "Don't bother trying to get revenge." He urged him to just try and protect. Elsewhere, other priests were being violently attacked, scattered by the incoming slashes. Archbishop G's urging voice trailed off as he stopped mid-sentence. Then the hand on Ricky's head dropped limply with his final words, "Go." He stared wide-eyed, tears falling non-stop as he froze in shock. The rain began to fall. A voice spoke softly. "Are you really okay?" Jamie's face now looked no different than those corporate zombies working a 9 to 5. "I feel a bit under the weather, but I'm fine." "Did you get what you came here for?" Bailey picked up the weapon and said, "Yeah, I'm done here." The bear man chimed in to ask, "So what happened to Grimia?" Then he rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful, and said, "I'm not sure if you know this, but you're a step behind us." Suddenly the bear man's face turned serious, and now the bond between me and Grimia has been completely severed. What the hell happened in there? He spoke up, "I met the spirit of Agamemnon, and I've obtained Grimia." He held it out in front of everyone. A blue sphere appeared, catching everyone by surprise. "Here, see for yourself. What were you saying?" A massive entity suddenly appeared in the sky, a dark purple color, forcing everyone there to look up. This is onyx. He looked up and smiled. An artifact even greater than Graham? The bear man asked curiously. That guy gave this to you? He clenched his hands and winced. It was his call, right when the Thunder Dragon sword broke free. He just handed me the keys to everything. The bear man turned his head in disbelief. He gave you full control? Jamie just had to show him. Fine, check this out. As he spoke, he placed his hand on the bear man's nose. A faint blue light flickered. Yeah. The bear man felt it in surprise and asked tentatively, Is this healing magic? He could only explain it clearly. Not really. It's a similar kind of magic. I think it's all thanks to Remia. The rain continued to pour down hard. Onyx spoke up to remind him, Time to head home, James Walton. He turned to leave. Zia must be worried sick about you. He turned around in a panic. Damn it! I totally blanked on the thing with Mom. Suddenly, Jamie's entire body felt something that made him jump. Ricky! Onyx turned his head, confused. What is it? He went pale, stuttering. What? The goddess's apostle is in big trouble. He still asked calmly, The goddess's apostle? You mean your friend, right? Jamie shouted at the top of his lungs. Now is not the time for this! We have to find him right now. He was then lifted by the collar. Onyx, with a stern face, put him on his shoulder. Which way? East. Southeast! Still in shock, he was hoisted up. With an explosive leap, he carried them both far away. The bear man watched them go, feeling bummed out. Didn't even give me a proper goodbye. The bear man turned to leave, only to find Vina passed out behind him. I'd better head home too. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a voice called out in worry. Say what? A dark-haired rider approached on a horse. It looks like the source of the demonic power is gone. The Marquis on the horse exhaled softly. Is that so? Good job. Soon a group of cavalry rushed over in a panic. Lord Marquis, he shouted frantically. A pack of demons has suddenly popped up in our territory. They're attacking everyone like crazy, sir. His face went pale with shock. What? The knight spoke while recalling the scene he had witnessed. Earlier? Fortunately, the knights who stayed behind in the rear have managed to hold them off, sir. But there are reports of demons disguising themselves as civilians and soldiers, sir. He bowed his head, overwhelmed by a headache. It seems I've severely underestimated those demons. Beyond just reporting the news, the man looked deeply apprehensive. Also, the Archbishop has been murdered, sir. Upon hearing this, the Marquis and his companion were utterly stunned. What did you just say? He hesitated, his voice trailing off as he remembered. And according to witness statements, Sir Sabul was present when it happened, sir. Sabul gripped his sword firmly and smiled. You can't stop me on your own. Rash was struggling, gasping for breath. I didn't expect them to be this powerful. The two trembling behind him asked worriedly, Brother, are you okay, Sir Rash? I'm fine, don't worry. Rash gripped his staff tightly, filled with anger. How long have you guys been plotting this? Sabul tilted his head and smirked. To be honest, he began to walk forward slowly. I didn't think we'd get such a perfect chance. His face darkened as he looked down and smiled. He lunged forward with his sword. It won't be that easy to kill the goddess's apostle. His eyes widened as he dodged to the right. What? He glanced down at his left shoulder. A large wound was dripping with blood. The two behind him clung to each other in terror. Brother, Rash shouted a warning. Stay back! His eyes darted around anxiously. Again? I'm sure I dodged it. Yet I got cut again. Sabul gave a faint laugh as he looked at him. You can't stop me. Rash clutched his bleeding arm, trying to figure it out. Are you a swordmaster? He smiled with amusement. You only just realized that? Very quickly, he gave him a much clearer explanation. My ability is reversal. So if I attack you, you're definitely going to get hurt. He easily explained it through a small sketch. Rash clutched his wound, flinching as a chill ran down his spine. I can delay the cause, which is the act of me attacking you, and still have the result of being attacked hit you first. The person behind them turned pale and backed away. How is that even possible? He could only grit his teeth and suck it up. Unbelievable that an ability so logic-defying actually exists. Sabul took the chance to grip his sword tightly with a smirk. There are plenty of monsters in this world, though it's a bit of a bummer for you. His eyes were filled with satisfaction as they swept over him. Rash still hadn't realized it yet. He shot a look of pure disdain. Because I consider myself one of those high-level monsters. He hunched over in agony. His entire body was covered in wounds of all sizes. The other person rushed over, screaming in horror. Sir Rash! Rash! By now he had completely lost consciousness. Sabul licked his lips with sadistic pleasure. A bolt of electricity flashed through the air. The space in front of that person lit up the entire horizon. It illuminated his soaking wet face. A massive explosion erupted. Debris and rocks went flying everywhere. Sabul, looking surprised, stepped on a rock with interest. Oh? The last thing I expected was for Janice's sword to actually knock me back. He looked up, feigning amazement. What kind of divine power is this? Beneath the vast night sky, a small silhouette dove down with a golden electric staff. Sir Rash! He screamed in rage. Go ask your god yourself! Explosions went off all around his feet. Pillars of light surged up from the ground relentlessly. His body staggered slightly as he was forced to retreat. My old man hates being bothered, Sebel. With a cold, humorless face, he lunged with his sword. Instead of wasting time asking him, I'd rather just let my blade do the talking. The two swords collided with an ear-piercing screech. He used sheer power to relentlessly push Rash back. I'm pretty sure I told you. You can't stop me anymore. His move once again triggered Rash. With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he gave a faint smile. True, I can't stop you. But just outside the clash between the two of them, Sabul's mouth also began to bleed as he winced in pain. Ricky's gaze shifted as his entire body began to glow. Just a second later, he was completely floored, lying flat on the ground. He struggled to push himself back up with his hands. Rash seemed happy for Ricky, watching the light radiating between his palms. In the face of divine power, you're nothing more than a puny human. The weakness of reversal is that in cases where it fails to inflict an injury that the opponent cannot withstand, the damage will backfire on the user instead. Sabul trembled on the ground and smirked, which made Rash flinch. With a bloody face, he looked up with a satisfied expression. To realize this at a time like this, you've really leveled up quite a bit, haven't you? He stood up with difficulty, teasing him. That truly is a powerful divine energy. Not only did you completely heal that dying boy Rash, but you also managed to bypass my power. Rash angrily drew his sword, intending to send him to his grave with one final strike. Shut up! As he passed judgment, a flash of light split the air. Sabul immediately blocked it with his bare hand. Even though Rash put so much force into it that he was shaking, unless the goddess herself descends, the blade began to show more and more cracks. All of you are just... The intensity on Rash's face made Sabul frown. Feeble humans. The sword in his hand shattered into two pieces. Rash grimaced in frustration. Faced with this situation, Ricky's vision blurred as he trembled. Then, Sabul's figure completely vanished, leaving no trace behind. He realized it and quickly looked up. Looking down from above, he shouted a warning. Hey, you won't be able to stop me! His little sister screamed in worry. No, brother! Janice reacted instantly and cast her magic. Instant spin, huge lightning. Right before his eyes, Ricky watched as a bolt of purple lightning struck Sabul with immense force. Jamie shouted a warning. Go now, Ricky! Attack him! He looked at the paralyzed enemy in a state of panic. Before he could even process it, he threw a punch. He struck hard at the gut, letting out all his fear. Take this! His hands were shaking uncontrollably in the air. His face was pale as he gasped for breath, completely exhausted. A pair of boots rushed through the pouring rain. Ricky! Jamie and Raz charged in like arrows, yelling at the top of their lungs. Ricky, are you all right? He looked at his friends standing amidst the ruins. Jamie, brother Raz, Jamie asked in a panicked, horrified tone. What on earth happened here? I came here because I saw you. Looked like you were in deep trouble, but... Raz gritted his teeth in anger. Sebul, that bastard is the one behind all of this. He's the one who leaked the location of Zenith Church. Onyx, standing nearby, was completely confused. But Sebul is the Marquis' butler. He glanced over in shock. Are you saying that guy just now was the butler? Jamie continued. I even used magic. But I still didn't feel safe, and yet... Onyx spoke up in surprise. Wait, what's that line? His intuition screamed at him. Before he knew it, his left arm was severed, blood spraying everywhere. Sabul stepped out from the smoke with a laugh. Good grief, I was actually aiming for the kid's neck. You actually saw that coming? A master swordsman through and through. Ricky was terrified and bewildered. How did you... Raz turned around and roared, You piece of trash! Sabul smiled and pointed his sword at them, reminding them, inverted causality, isn't the only trick I have up my sleeve. He then glanced down at his own, shriveled arm. Of course, what I just used. Comes with a heavy price. The black sword was thrust firmly into the ground. Everyone get back! Onyx bit onto a bandage to stop the bleeding while gripping his sword tight. Let me handle him. Sabul stood there, sizing him up. What a bore. You lost an arm and didn't even flinch, no emotion at all. Beyond his arm, a faint green glow began to emanate from him. Sebul gave a mocking smile. You didn't actually think I was going to play fair, did you? Onyx brushed him aside and gripped his sword. His entire body was enveloped in a swirling green wind. It doesn't matter. Because either way, I'm going to tear you to shreds with this wind. Massive lightning bolts cracked across the sky. Janice watched from high above. Behind her stood Rash and the others. He looked down, filled with anxiety. Bailey. If it weren't for him, I'd be dead by now. Rash stepped up from behind and asked him, will he be okay? I don't know, we'll just have to wait and see. He could only remind them that, we can't just jump in. Between two master swordsmen without thinking, both sides seemed perfectly matched. The sound of refined sword strikes rang out continuously. Suddenly, a massive dual-colored explosion decimated everything in the vicinity. Rash looked down, his head throbbing. Inverted causality, what kind of broken cheat skill even is that? He and the boy continued to watch intently. His face was dripping with sweat and contorted with worry. It looks like Master. Bailey has started to figure that move out, but it still won't be an easy win. Seeing the villain's confident demeanor, they both grew increasingly anxious. If this move works for both offense and defense, its potential is absolutely limitless. Amy's face darkened as he contemplated. It's just as I thought, I can't just sit idly by. The boy could understand his thoughts right now, because we're all swordsmen here. Sabul looked coldly at Onyx with pure contempt. And you actually think you're worthy of being my opponent? He fought back with everything he had. The strike landed, and more wounds of all sizes began to appear on his body. Previously, he lunged forward, delivering a decisive blow. Compared to you, I've lived in this world for a hell of a lot longer. His entire body was slowly becoming drenched in blood. My face looks way younger than my actual age, as you can see, Rash shouted in a panic. Master Bailey! The group behind also screamed, Master Bailey! The bull looked up and laughed gleefully. Now it's your turn. He quickly gathered power in his legs and lunged forward. Jamie backed away in horror. He's coming! Ricky immediately cast a spell. Let me block him! Sabul charged at the barrier and delivered a powerful blow. He teased them with amusement. The goddess's shield? Looking at the people inside, he reminded them again. Did you forget that you aren't the only one blessed by a god? He then immediately summoned green lightning and looked down. Before the power of the Great Father, this puny shield is nothing. Jamie immediately activated the orb in his hand and magic flared up. Holy Ness! The jagged blade began to glow. His entire body was now surrounded by a layer of aura. Sabul smiled with delight, hoping everything would follow. The tip of the sword as a massive explosive orb descended. The will of the Great Father! He looked down with excitement. Ricky strained to maintain the magic barrier. The shield was slowly starting to crack. Sabul poured all his strength into the tip of his blade to deliver a fatal blow. Resisting is futile, little apostle. Rash shouted to warn Ricky when suddenly a sharp blade pierced through, spraying blood everywhere. No. The rain poured down relentlessly. A weary hand reached toward the sky. Onyx lay silently on the ground. I'm so sorry, Shasha, at least. With a weak gaze and voice, he looked up at the sky. My son. Suddenly a voice spoke out to remind him. You aren't fantasizing about someone else's mother, are you? He forced himself to sit up, sensing something. This was... The mysterious voice continued to ring out. Just think of this as a type of healing magic. The people above were still struggling to hold the line. I'll keep this secret for you. So stay alive and do your best to protect everyone. She watched Jamie under Sabul's overwhelming attack and began to panic. At this rate, we're all going to die. A sword strike landed right behind him. Onyx charged in, catching him completely off guard. How is this possible? He laughed gleefully at that expression. I have no clue myself. He then turned around and slid down. Why don't you go ask that kid over there? Sabul's eyes widened in pure shock. What? The boy stood opposite him and pointed his finger. A purple orb came flying at him. Jamie, it's hot. The gun behind him simultaneously triggered a similar orb. He blocked the massive destructive blast right in front of him. Push it back the other way! The purple beam vaporized everything in its path. Sabul shielded himself with his arms, speechless. Tricks like these won't work on me! But inside he was panicking. What the hell is this power? Jamie saw him struggling to defend and shouted, Don't you dare underestimate me! I used this power specifically to destroy you. He hunched over, struggling to hold on. Damn it! My divine power is fading. Soon the air was thick with dust and smoke. The silhouette of the purple orb gradually shrank. As the haze cleared, streaks of golden sunlight broke through from above. Onyx lay unconscious and on the ground. Ricky groggily sat up. What just happened? Rash asked while holding on to someone else. Where is Jamie? Sybil wasn't entirely dead yet. He let out a faint smirk. I'm honestly so relieved. Standing over the boy, he continued. that I can kill you right here and now. Crash and Ricky screamed and rushed toward Jamie. The boy gritted his teeth, helpless and unable to move. Damn it! I can't even move my body anymore. With a cold, sharp gaze, Sebul thrust his knife down. Farewell. Suddenly, he woke up. The boy opened his eyes in a fright. Facing him was a woman. The blonde woman and a little girl frantically called out Jamie's name. As he tried to sit up unsteadily, she pulled him into a tight hug. If you ever run off like that again, Mom's gonna kill you herself! His little sister chimed in from the side. Gonna kill Sarah, too! He looked away with a somber gaze. I'm sorry, what happened back then? That thing. He remembered blocking Sebul's knife earlier, with a barrier emitted from his necklace. In his mind, a voice echoed, Take this. When the time comes, this item will be exactly what you need. Jamie glanced at it, remembering. That old man was the one who gave it to me. She and the little girl looked at him helplessly. He was huddled up under the covers. You're just like your father. Just like Dad. I really don't know what that thing is capable of. He poked his head out and asked shyly, Mom, have you seen my necklace anywhere? She quickly pulled out the necklace. This one? He observed it and noticed the blue light had disappeared. Looking at the object in her hand, she continued. This is actually a gift for you from your grandmother, Jamie. He asked cautiously, but I heard she passed away before I was even born. Your grandmother had the ability to see the future. Southern region, Brian. In a desert over 10,000 kilometers away from Apton. A figure was sent flying, fuming with rage. Son of a bitch, what the hell was that light? I got blasted all the way from the north to the south. A voice rang out as a green shield appeared. That woman, please stop hurting my grandson. Sebul was completely bewildered. A voice spoke and a hand reached out, shoving him far away. Why don't you go somewhere far, far away? Caught in that immense force, he screamed in anger. Who are you? How dare you? The hand reached out, showing only a faint silhouette of a person. No matter how strong you are, you cannot go against this. The price for this has already been paid. He was panicking as he flew through the air. This is that guy's territory. I have to run before... A voice called out from Blazer. Nice to meet you. Sebul stood before the crowd in shock. He froze, frowning. Blazer! He looked down from above, clearly displeased. I wonder why a busy man like you has come all this way. Suddenly a flame erupted. If you answer me honestly, facing a towering pillar of fire, Blazer considered his options. I will. I'll let you die a quick and painless death. He gnashed his teeth in fury. That goddamn monster! The branches rustled along with soft whispers, but everything felt just like a dream at High Priest Saphira's funeral. Everyone bowed their heads in deep sorrow. He was always so kind to everyone, and so generous. A great star has fallen. The eulogy continued, toward the person lying still in the bed of flowers. No matter who did this, they shall not be forgiven. Jamie looked down at High Priest Saphira with heavy eyes. An intrusive thought crossed his mind. I wonder if I can turn him into a Jiangshi. Then he pursed his lips, anyway, for his current self. With that thought, he walked outside with everyone else. There were so many back then. As he walked past, Ricky called out, Jamie, Bezo wants to see you. Before opening the door, Ricky didn't forget to warn him. You mustn't create even a flicker of light. In here, okay? That's the rule. They both entered the room. All right, let's go. Jamie, still curious, asked, so what happened to Sebul? I guess things turned out all right, huh? Walking down the stairs, Ricky explained, Don't you remember? Because of the light from your necklace. He's gone. Was that an artifact? Yes, Jamie followed and replied. I'm not exactly sure myself. I just know it was made by my grandmother who could see my future beforehand. Here we are. We've arrived. The original sanctuary. A beautiful stone statue appeared in the middle of an artificial stream. Jamie asked with a bored expression. She won't just pop up for a second and disappear. Like last time, right? Ricky helplessly put a finger to his lips, signaling for quiet before answering. She's telling you to stop being so disrespectful. She's coming right now, so tell her yourself. Jamie then waded into the water. Right before him was the goddess Pizzo. She spoke up. Allow me to start by saying thank you. Jamie was caught off guard, standing frozen in the middle of the stream. Looking up at goddess Pizzo, he raised a hand and said with a frown, It's thanks to you that I could give Janice a piece of my mind. But please dial back your power a bit. Jamie quickly replied, Do you want me to literally explode and die right here? Hearing that, the goddess seemed to realize something. Then she gave a somewhat awkward and vague response. I suppose I was a bit careless. I completely forgot how fragile human existence is. Jamie's face darkened, but she kept talking. But you should be proud. After all, you are a mere human who has been accepted by a deity. By this point, he was so angry he was gnashing his teeth. What a load of sickening crap. at the Genius Church headquarters. A furious shout rang out. "Are you kidding me?" An angry man slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "Not only did the plan fail, but Korean has also gone missing." I even gave him the sword. "From the church's sealed vault." The young man opposite to him was so terrified that his face turned pale as he replied, "We haven't heard a single thing. We've searched every nook and cranny of the Aston region, but aside from Kana's corpse, we haven't found any other traces." The man was now both enraged and completely panicked. "This is really bad. The low-line battlefield has indicated that if we start a holy war without Korean, we are bound to lose big time." The low-line battlefield, a divine artifact, capable of calculating war outcomes by running various simulations. A moment later, he sighed and said, "It looks like the political pressure to sign a contract with the demons will only increase." Then, the person opposite him quickly responded, "Yes, I am aware of that." His hands remained clenched as he calculated his next move. "We should have started the war immediately, to turn the tide in our favor. But now we have no choice but to wait for his return." His gaze turned chilling. "Find Green and bring him back at all costs." The man sitting majestically above issued the command. The sheer pressure forced the young man below to drop to his knees in a hurry. "As you command." Meanwhile, at a cathedral appearing in the sky, the sun was still shining, casting shimmering rays down upon the mortal world. A group of people stood below, looking profoundly sad. "It's unbelievable. You just happened to stumble upon news about Diablo. In the mountains?" Jamie looked up and replied, "Yes, but I can't tell you much more, because I really did just find it by accident." Goddess Pizzo continued, "Do you think I'd buy that BS? About it being by chance?" Jamie answered without any hesitation. "Whatever." The goddess felt helpless. "Just forget it. That's not important right now." Jamie spoke up. "This time let me ask you a question. I know that my spiritual mentor, Diablo, is a great enemy of yours. Fine. But did you gods know about his reincarnation?" He pondered for a moment and then asked further, "What actually happened to him?" Goddess Pizzo rested her cheek on her hand and replied with difficulty, "I have no idea. He must have been sealed away in the land of eternal, primordial darkness. Even a god is powerless in there." Jamie heard this and asked somewhat hesitantly, "So even escaping is impossible?" Goddess Pizzo asserted, "That's right. There is no way. We would seal him somewhere he'd have even the slightest chance of escape." These words left him deep in thought. "I see." But in his heart he thought otherwise. "Then it's certain now." He raised his hand, covering a smirk as he thought. "They have no idea that I died and have been reincarnated." Suddenly, the goddess, Pizzo, noticed something and spoke up. "That bracelet. It's been a long time since I last saw it. Who would have thought it would resurface in this world? It really caused us quite a lot of trouble." Jamie, still standing across from the goddess, replied, "I am currently searching for the remaining 2 items. The unbreakable distance, and the almighty, the one capable of slaying gods. Deicide." Goddess Pizzo turned her face away and said, "Do whatever you want. I'll just turn a blind eye and let this slide." Jamie asked curiously, "So have you been sidelined?" Goddess Pizzo immediately responded, "I'll answer you, since it doesn't seem like you're asking just to mock me. Janice, Lily and Brahman have formed a faction. Rian and Hulu have formed another. Tantiras and Abelardo have formed their own. Jillian and Oblivion are together, and then there's the Fire King. As for me, I'm on my own." As she spoke, a chess-like board appeared. Hearing this, Jamie was struck with shock. He thought in panic, "Wait, the sun god and goddess Pizzo is all alone?" She held up an object in her hand and continued, "The Fire King has been a solo player from the start. Actually, he's more of a supreme ruler sitting above everyone, rather than just being on his own team." Jamie offered his deduction. "Based on what you said, I don't think you'd feel you're in danger just because you're on your own faction, right?" Goddess Pizzo, now seething with resentment, said, "It's because of that bastard Janice. He considers himself Gia's hound, and he thinks I've been abandoned by Gia. He's targeting me because he thinks I'm the cause of it all." Seeing her like this, Jamie was utterly shocked. "He's planning to steal all my power just to fight Gia. That filthy scumbag. How dare he cross the line like that?" Goddess Pizzo gnashed her teeth in bitter indignation. Her hair had already turned pitch black. Jamie thought worriedly and then asked, "That is exactly why you need me. Even if I am a dark mage." Goddess Pizzo, whose hair had now turned black, looked down at him and said, "The dark mana you possess is infinite. It is so pure, completely unlike the devious power of that filthy thing. Even so, in the past, she used to despise this power quite a bit." He wondered to himself and then asked something else. "But I am the heir of Diablo Vofia. Goddess Piso heard this and waved her hand, making the object vanish. Then she closed her eyes and questioned him. So, are you saying you can't cooperate with me? One of the 12 gods? How ridiculous. You were the one who brought up his name and approached me. As she spoke, she pressed a giant finger down onto Jamie's forehead. He replied irritably, Well, I'm just saying that I don't think we can fully trust each other yet. She replied immediately, Then we just need to cultivate that trust. Now Jamie rubbed his forehead and asked grumpily, And how exactly do we do that? Take a look at the back of your hand. Hearing this, he quickly pulled off his glove and looked down at his palm. She has already given you my mark of promise. In the palm of his hand was a distinctive crest. The scene shifts to an inquisitor of the Piso Iraq Church, placing a hand over his heart and speaking with total sincerity. I am the sword that guards the goddess's justice. Beside him, the high priest Ricky clapped his hands joyfully in celebration, while a young man nearby bowed his head in gratitude. We welcome the newly appointed saint. Jamie looked at them, completely bewildered. I am very, very happy to meet you all. I look forward to working with everyone in the future. The holy mark appeared. When someone is chosen by the gods, they receive a sign upon their body and will be treated with the status of a bishop. Even if they have no influence over the world, nothing else can influence them either, as they are sacred and inviolable. That bastard Janice really did get in my way, but I'm so sorry for being late. Thanks to your help during that crisis, I was able to protect this divine territory. A woman now stood behind Jamie. Enveloped in darkness, with glowing eyes, she asked, Crisis? The person across from her fearfully took their leave. I'll come back later, they said, leaving a terrified Jamie behind. He immediately turned around, forcing an awkward smile while rubbing his hands together. But being free to act, without being tied down to any church turned out to be, it was Jamie's mother. She rubbed her forehead as she lectured him. Jamie, you are a member of the Welton family, and yet you've joined the Piso Church. I can't believe you're actually a saint. His little sister Sarah, at that moment, heard this and asked with wide, excited eyes, Mommy, what's a saint? Right then, behind the little girl, a man was there. He knelt down with a gentle smile. Let me tell you. Sarah turned around and gasped. Lord Manhwa, Jamie then asked him. Lord Barrow, you finally woken up? He also turned his head. His mother hurriedly said, Father? Let me go check on things. He asked, Will you be all right? Jamie's mother didn't hold back at all. She smacked him on the head and said, Yes, sir. I also need to thank him for saving my son. He raised his hand and spoke with difficulty. Ha ha, I'm coming too. They approached the door of a building. Come in, Chief Frontier sat up as soon as he heard the door open and exclaimed, CS! He looked at him with a grin. One sat on a chair, the other on the bed, looking at each other. Jamie, listening to their conversation from outside, imagined the two of them joking around and thought helplessly, that man really has zero EQ, doesn't he? Jemai walks in and plops down on the leader's hospital bed. Frontier just spoke up. That's a relief. I was worried your hand wouldn't heal back together. He asked the kid back, sounding confused. What kind of nonsense are you spouting in front of a patient? Jemai still replied cheerfully, Well, I am just a kid after all. Leader Frontier uttered a word of thanks. Thank you. Making him blush with embarrassment. He immediately stood up and turned his face away. It's not like I really did anything. More importantly, I heard, You have something you need to tell me, right? Hearing what my mother said, Leader Frontier replied, Yes. Do you know anything about Frontier? Jamie replied with a blank look. I heard it's a very suspicious organization that's investigating the secrets of the world, isn't it? Leader Frontier looked at his back and spoke up, catching him by surprise. Come with me, Jamie. Within Frontier, there is a 9th Circle mage who can train you. Now Jamie turned his head back and asked, They're probably not human, right? Leader Frontier quickly replied, That's right. And because of that, they will help you become powerful. What do you think? He asked seriously. Jamie felt confused and thought to himself, Unbelievable. You're actually asking if I want to study under someone who's inferior to me. I can't believe it. You really don't know who I am. Then he flatly replied, No need. He asked again in surprise, Are you sure? They have a 9th Circle mage. Even though this is a chance to learn magic from someone who could literally redraw the world map, Jemai looked at him and said bluntly, Being a 9th Circle mage is cool and all, but it's not like I'm any less than that, causing Leader Frontier to gasp in shock. What? Jemai grinned confidently, just flexing. I mean, won't I reach that level myself in the not-too-distant future? He got more and more hyped as he spoke. But thanks anyway. I'll drop by for a bit. We are truly curious about the commander named Isis of that place. Leader Frontier fell silent for a moment, then gave a smile in response. They really are extraordinary people. Make sure to drop by for a visit. I'll introduce Isis to you then. The scene shifts to the outside of the building. Night has fallen. The moonlight has risen high. Master is being so mean. The little squirrel is crying her eyes out and screaming, How could you just leave me behind like that? Master is such a jerk. Jemai asked back, when did I ever leave you? She looked up at Jemai crankily and barked, but didn't you totally ghost me afterwards? The little squirrel put her hands on her hips, stomped, and said, just spill the tea. You did forget, didn't you? Jemmy raised his hands to play peacemaker. Come on, of course not. Thinking to himself, with all this crying and shouting, she must be fully recovered. I can sense mana from that scarf. That must be the artifact I gave her, right? Then he leaned down, looked at Vina, and continued, do you know how hard it was for me to walk? The whole way when you can fly? I thought you had already awakened by then. She hurriedly looked at the scarf and was taken aback when she saw a beam of light radiating from it. Suddenly, an old telephone receiver appeared from within. Speaking up, it would probably be better if I explained. To save a life, I forced it to awaken just that one time. That awakening was the result of Vina's intense desire and my assistance. So you should be grateful to Vina and me, human. If it weren't for us, you'd be toast. Jemmy was still staring at it in shock. Then he grabbed the cord and asked, confused, what's going on here? Is it haunted or something? How can this hammer be making such a fuss? All by itself like that? I don't know. The voice-emitting thing barked angrily, you insolent brat! How dare you compare me to such ordinary tools, even if you are Vina's master? Only I can, it said while making a fuss. Meanwhile, he was still watching with a curious gaze. Vina suddenly exclaimed, wait, Billion! Am I not the only one? Who can hear you speak? Upon hearing that thing felt like it was struck by lightning. And so, according to that arrogant weapon that just barked at me, even though I couldn't hear a single thing it said, Vina sadly picked up the bracelet with tears in her eyes. A panicked voice came from inside. Vina, please don't cry, okay? Jamie turned away, deep in thought, saying, your awakening was just a temporary thing. If you want to fully awaken, you'll have to perform some kind of duty or whatever. The bracelet trembled and said, you're so mean. Jemmy then regained his serious expression. And I've found the secret location of the Valkyries. Hearing this, Vina's sadness vanished instantly. She immediately asked with wide eyes, you know where the Valkyries live? Belion looked down and replied, that's right. It's in the deepest part of the Ariazet forest. The bracelet spoke up again. In the place called Springtime. After hearing everything, Jemmy spoke out. It seems we can't go there right now, because that great forest is a place where even a sword master would struggle to survive. And it looks like you really will have to fulfill those duties. After that, time flew by quickly. Everyone continued their usual activities. To complete their sacred mission and duty as guardians, Ricky and Anna had to go to the great Fioro temple. The sky remained clear at a certain mansion. Sarah, with tears in her eyes, looked up at him and asked, did you make Mom cry again? Meanwhile, the Welton family had another place to go. Seeing Jemai approach, he beamed with joy. He walked over with open arms and called out, come here, grandson. He looked at this scene helplessly. It really was a bit cringe instead of Roz, who had left with the Ricky siblings. Wait a minute, Grandpa, Jamie cried out. The executor of the Piso Iraq Church watched this scene and clapped happily, saying, what a wonderful family, truly. Lord Alok has joined the Welton family as a representative for the cooperation between the Welton family and the Fioro Church. And 15 days later, a carriage was rolling down the road. We've finally returned to Hit. Sia and her mother ran toward Aquino, calling out, honey, Dad! He also happily embraced them, calling out Sia's name with joy. Sarah, where is Jeremy? At that moment, he stepped down from the carriage and called out cheerfully, Father, you're back? Aquino was astonished when he saw his son. He then walked over to him and said happily, you've grown taller. He also replied with a smile, yes, I have. The scene shifts to the night. Aquino was sleeping soundly with his wife and daughter. What is a sword? A question was posed to the frontier leader. Jamie sat on his bed and asked, I'm really curious. I wonder what a sword means to a sword master. The frontier leader was warming up his limbs. Do you know? There was a time when I was called an evil spirit. The sword is my reflection. Through constant repentance and self-examination, I realized what I was swinging wasn't just a sword but pure hatred. It was at that moment that I truly became a sword master. Watching him warm up, he replied, I see. He recalled his conversation with the goddess Piso. She had asked, do you want to know about the history that has been buried? He then replied, of course, but are you willing to tell me? Goddess Piso said with a look of hesitation, right now it might be difficult. Jeremy asked in surprise, right now? You mean you'll be able to later? She explained, There is a certain keyword that the moment it is touched, all the gods will know exactly what happened. This is a term that cannot be avoided or left unsaid. The moment someone gets close to that secret, all of us will know. And every time that happens, an enforcer will be sent to completely wipe out that existence. Goddess Pizzo said with a serious tone. Jamie immediately offered his own speculation. Like the dragon god Bram? She didn't object either. That's right. His descendants, the dragons, will step forward. That's exactly what happened with Canon back then. Jamie's hands clenched tightly into fists. Goddess Pizzo continued. Do you have the confidence to face even one of them right now? The flashback ended and Jamie opened his eyes. In the end, I gained absolutely nothing. Just like the association in the past, at this moment he lay on his bed and sighed. I have to find another way. The next morning, Akeno was on the training grounds, when suddenly a voice called out from behind. He turned around and asked happily, James, huh? What a surprise to see you here. At this training field, James said with a serious look on his face. Father, there's something I want to tell you. Akeno said curiously, Go ahead. He hesitated for a moment. He then burst out with determination and shouted, I want to learn swordsmanship. The scene shifts to inside a room. He was standing in front of a large portrait of a woman named Tina. Young Master Veo, do you know? I truly despise this power of mine. Just because of this useless power, I ended up killing my entire family. He reached out to touch the photo and said in agony, Stay with me, Tina. I will be your family, and I will protect you, so you never have to use that power again. That's what I said. Tina. My dear, I still don't know what that prophecy was. He was extremely sad. If I really needed to, why didn't you tell me that? The mercenary who saved my life on the battlefield and became my butler was actually a traitor? Did you really have to sacrifice all those innocent lives? He spoke in pain. The woman then brought out a necklace and replied with a smile, You'll know exactly who to give this to. He quickly asked, Tina, why do you have to prepare for a future that is so far away? Tina sighed and replied, Stop crying. This is the first time I felt proud of my power. If you hadn't kept me by your side back then, I would have surely... He then reached out to receive the necklace from Tina. The woman's final instructions echoed, So you must watch over that boy. The child who will inherit our bloodline. Let us pray that child won't become this world's catastrophe. Meanwhile, at the Welton estate in the Seldom Kingdom, inside a massive mansion, the executor of the Pisso Church, Iraq, was clasping his hands and said cheerfully, It is truly an honor to meet you. Swordmaster Akeno. Sitting with his wife opposite the guest, he replied, Thank you for making the long journey here. He expressed his deep regrets regarding the passing of Archbishop Saphira. He then sternly got straight to the point. Who would have thought the Janus Church would exploit the nobility? Let me introduce everyone. This is Swordmaster Akeno. Iraq replied with a subtle smile. Thank you for your concern. Our church will never forget this kindness. Akeno Arhino gritted his teeth in anger. If we find a way, we will attack the main temple of the Janus Church immediately. The daughter of the great Bio family, the Countess of Welton, who is also the mother of Jamie and Sarah, called out anxiously, Husband! Akeno, still furious, shouted loudly, Those bastards messed with my family, so I must make them pay. The executor of the Pisso Church replied devoutly with clasped hands, Our church will also support you. Akeno regained his composure and spoke up, Thank you for helping me unconditionally. The executor immediately replied, Of course. The saint's business is also the church's business. My lord. Well, I'll be taking my leave then. Have a safe trip back. After the talk, the other person opened the door and left. At this moment, Akeno was lost in deep thought. Sia, standing beside him, watched on with concern. She then asked, Husband, what's on your mind? Startled, he turned toward her. He explained, I'm thinking about the kid, Jamie. Who would have thought he'd become a saint of the Pisso Church? Even though they said that the boy could act independently, with no strings attached to the church. But Sias, looking crestfallen, replied, I'm sorry. I should have looked after him more carefully. Seeing his wife like that, he hurriedly tried to reassure her. That's not it, Sias. It's not your fault at all. Who could possibly stop a 9-year-old child, who is already a 6th-class mage? I'm just worried about the current situation. His face was filled with anxiety. You know it too. The Pisso Church is on the verge of war with the Janus Church. At a time like this, appointing a new saint will... Sias gave a forced smile and replied, Are you worried, husband? That Jamie will be the one leading the battle? Before he left Welton, father already told me. She wrung her hands awkwardly. Perhaps he was chosen because of this war. Jamie probably did it for Ricky's sake. Akeno reached out, took his wife's hand and said, "It really is unbelievable. I'm truly worried about you." She was about to say something more. Actually, Saya started to tremble, looking panicked. "I'm so scared that something will happen to Jamie." Seeing his wife in such a state, Akino comforted her with a heavy heart. "Don't cry, I promise I'll bring Jamie back." Sia's continued to tremble, covering her face. "But I'm so afraid. Mother told me to believe in him, and to just stay still and watch him until the end. But I'm still so scared, husband. My heart can't find any peace at all." She spoke while wiping away her tears. Akino gently comforted her. "Trust your husband. No one can harm our child, not even the gods themselves." The scene shifts to Jamie's side. He was currently on the training grounds. Gripping his sword tightly, he let out a shout. "I want to learn swordsmanship." Akino was completely stunned and asked, "What did you just say?" He replied firmly, "I want to learn our family's swordsmanship." "Then what about magic?" Jamie responded, "I'll study both magic and swordsmanship at the same time." Akino gave a forced laugh and asked, "So you mean you want to learn swordsmanship for self-defense?" No. I want to seriously master our family's sword arts." He spoke up again, showing his absolute resolve. Akino's brow furrowed for a moment. He then turned away and said irritably, "You're underestimating swordsmanship way too much." Jamie persisted. "I'm not—" Akino didn't even look back. "Our swordsmanship is not something you can just practice alongside magic." The boy ran after him. "But," his father said unhappily, "it's not a trivial hobby for you to play around with. You're looking down on it way too much." "I cannot teach someone like that," Jamie replied. "I am being very serious." Hearing that, he reached out and grabbed an object. "Fine, then show me your determination." Picking up a wooden sword, he shouted, "I won't even use my aura." The sword pointed straight at Jamie's face, leaving him a bit startled. "Use everything you've got, and take a strike from my blade." He held up 2 fingers and asked again, "You mean I can use magic, right?" Black was also watching seriously as Akino raised his sword and answered sternly, "Whether it's magic, a sword, or anything else, if you can block a single strike of mine, then I will pass our swordsmanship on to you." The soldiers standing nearby began to buzz after witnessing this, whispering among themselves, "Ha, young Master Jamie! Wasn't Lady Sarah supposed to be the heir to the blade? I think he's way too obsessed with magic, even for a member of the Welton family. Isn't it way too late now?" Jamie thought in annoyance. "We can totally hear you guys, you know. Father really is on another level. He can rival Sailor, or perhaps he's even stronger than that. I can't sense even a single shred of energy radiating from him. This is scarier than anything else." Akino spoke up. "Are you ready?" And he replied, "Yes." He was determined in his heart. "I'm going to break that wooden sword. If Father doesn't coat it with aura, then I can definitely do this. All right, here I come." With those words, he swung his sword and charged at Jamie, startling the boy quite a bit. Is Father really trying to kill his own son? Jamie raised 2 fingers and shouted, "Magic hack!" Black appeared at that moment and let out a cry. He knew. He then fired an energy arrow forward, which caught Akino by surprise. He hurriedly dodged to the side, successfully avoiding the energy arrow, while simultaneously attacking right in front of Jamie. As he lunged, he said, "A sword isn't just some simple weapon. It's going to get scary. This will hurt." Jamie then began to swing his arms, using his magic power and saying seriously, "I told you I was dead serious, didn't I?" Hand of destruction! A massive magic circle appeared at that moment. Jamie swiftly attacked toward his father, causing the wooden sword to shatter into pieces. Akino looked at the shattered wooden sword in shock. Jamie was still swinging with full force, completely focused. "I can't stop it like this. The only way I can show my determination is this." He gritted his teeth, determined to push through this attack. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed his arm. Akino asked, both surprised and delighted, "Where did you learn this magic?" Jamie answered honestly, "I created it myself. This child doesn't even need a master's guidance." He recalled Marquise Lin Mio's words and realized, so that's what he meant. Then, he leaned down, looked at his son, and asked sincerely, "Jamie, your magical talent is already top tier, yet you still want to learn swordsmanship?" Jamie turned serious once again and replied, "That's right, I've never looked down on the sword. Furthermore, I have no intention of learning it just to flex. I want to learn it for my own future." He spoke with intense passion. Akino, stunned, asked, "What do you mean by future?" "I think you've already guessed it, Father. I realized a lot of things after that incident. Magic alone isn't enough. I need a new power to deal with whatever happens down the road." "You know that too, don't you?" "Father," he said with a contemplative look, "even though I'm still young, it doesn't mean I'm immature." "Father." Aquino lowered his head in silence. The boy's tone grew even firmer. I'm dead serious. At that, he let go of his son's hand. He then turned away and said coldly, starting tomorrow. Be here at 6 o'clock a.m. sharp. Upon hearing the approval, Jamie's eyes lit up as he replied joyfully, Yes, father. Meanwhile, a carriage was traveling down the road. A hand touched the window as someone looked out. I really want to see young Master Welton soon. A beautiful blonde young lady peered out the window, her face full of longing. The scene shifts back to a bedroom. Jeremy was already up and getting ready. Meanwhile, a pair of pink paws twitched during a quiet mumble. Putting on his gloves, Jeremy glanced back at the source of the snoring. He couldn't believe he had to deal with this. Vina was fast asleep, drooling all over the place. Should I wake her up? He thought of his little sister, Sarah. The little girl was sobbing her eyes out, calling, Squirrel! Squirrel, where did you go? In her hand was a letter that said, Don't look for me. He looked down and continued thinking. Forget it, just sleep as long as you want. Anyway, today, I have to make up for what I did yesterday. Then he gently booped the little squirrel's nose, creating magical light. A moment later, the little squirrel appeared right next to Sarah. She was also sleeping like a log, drooling everywhere. It was 6 o'clock a.m. Jamie stepped out of the house. As he walked, he thought to himself, I wonder what kind of training I'll be put through. From the very start, I didn't even expect to learn the secret techniques of the family. I might be the future patriarch of the clan, but training is still going to be a real grind, since I don't even know the basics. Lost in thought, he reached the training grounds. Before he even realized it, he reached out and picked up a weapon. Whatever. No point in overthinking it anymore. I'll master swordsmanship in no time. Then, full of hype, he marched toward the training dummies. He thought confidently. More importantly, the perks of this physical body are clear. It carries the blood of a prestigious swordsman family, and it's been buffed by the seed of life. I'll blow your mind again this time. Father, from this day forward, I will be in charge of your training. A man appeared before him and spoke up loudly. This person was an elite knight and Vice Captain Hamilton. Jamie was a bit puzzled. He scratched his face and asked in surprise, Wait, isn't my father going to teach me? Vice Captain Hamilton glared fiercely and replied, A brat who just started learning the sword expects to be taught by the strongest swordsman? You little brat. He was speechless, thinking the man didn't look happy at all. Vice Captain Hamilton continued, I'll be the one training you for the time being. After a moment, Jamie asked curiously, But you don't seem to have a wooden sword. He answered immediately, Today's lesson won't need one. Then he pointed behind him and said harshly, Starting now. You're going to run laps around the training field. Jamie's face looked like he'd just been drained of all energy as he called out, Sir Leonardo, why do I have to run? I'm here to learn swordsmanship. Halt! The shout rang out again. Vice Captain Hamilton somehow produced a baseball cap from thin air. He barked while putting it on. Trainee Jamie, from now on, do not call me sir anymore. Call me coach. Jamie's eyes widened in shock. What? Internally, he questioned, Okay, what the hell is this? Why does it sound like I'm stuck taking orders from him? Every answer from you must be yes, coach. The man's voice continued to boom. Then he glared and yelled, Is that clear? He replied dejectedly, Yes, coach. Is that the best you can do? He summoned all his strength and screamed it out. Vice Captain Hamilton, then once again from nowhere, pulled out a pair of black sunglasses and put them on. Then he grinned with satisfaction and said, That's right. Very good. Where the hell did those sunglasses even come from? Now start running right now. Yes, coach. By 9 o'clock a.m., the sun was high in the sky. Jamie was still running relentlessly. I knew it, Akano said as he looked down through the window at his son. Hamilton is the absolute best at drilling soldiers. Sears looked at her husband with annoyance. You're really being too much. He then explained, I have to be strict with the boy. Unless he wants the name, Welton to be dragged through the mud. Besides, this isn't even cruel yet. This is just the first phase. Once he picks up a sword, I won't be going easy on him at all, even if he is my own son. Sears tried to reason for her son's sake. You could go a little lighter on him, couldn't you? Right? Akano raised his hands and said awkwardly, My father never held back on me either. I bet the boy will do just fine, because he's our son. Then he leaned in close to his wife and whispered, All right, I actually forgot to mention one thing to you. Sears curiously asked, What's up? I think the Viscount's family is visiting tomorrow. Hearing that, she jumped up, completely losing it. Why are you just now telling me this? He quickly explained. We still have a whole day, though, and the Viscount is like a brother to me. Shouldn't we at least prep a little banquet for our guests? Sears turned toward the door and said seriously, That's exactly why. We need to prepare even more properly. I'm off. I don't even know what to do first. She stomped away with her fists clenched. He reached out to stop her. Wait a sec! He then stood there dazed, sighing to himself. A while later, Aquino scratched his face and spoke with a guilty tone. My bad, Jamie. I was going to go a bit easier on you. If only your mom had tried to talk me out of it one more time. It was now 11 a.m. The sun was high and the heat was scorching. Jamie was still pushing himself to the max, running hard. Vice Captain Hamilton stood to the side watching, feeling absolutely blown away. That's impressive. I can't believe he's only 9, and his stamina is this insane. I need to stay alert in case he hits a wall. But I haven't even used my mana, or my divine power yet. I'm just running non-stop on pure physical strength, without taking a break for a single minute. Jamie thought to himself while running, pumping himself up. Aquino had laughed and said, to be real, I was a bit let down. But since Jamie chose the path of magic, I'll go all out to support him. Vice Captain Hamilton recalled those words. Now seeing the boy performing so brilliantly, he thought to himself, my lord, it seems the young master isn't just a magic prodigy. Then he shouted to the trainee, you can stop now. Jamie didn't seem to hear him and just kept running relentlessly. Trainee Jamie, you can stop. A hand tapped Jamie on the shoulder to hold him back. At that moment, he turned around with the eyes of a demon. This gave Vice Captain Hamilton a sudden fright. After a moment, Jamie snapped out of it and asked, huh? Coach? Is the workout over? At this point, he was absolutely drenched in sweat. He looked completely haggard, as if he were ill. Vice Captain Hamilton, still stunned, replied, yeah, that's enough for today's training session. Thank goodness, I can finally rest. As soon as he said that, Jamie's body slumped forward. He passed out right in the middle of the training grounds. Vice Captain Hamilton took off his glasses. Thinking back to the look-in, Jamie's eyes earlier, he was completely shaken. He had no idea how he was going to report this. By now, outside the window, the sky had turned into a sunset. The colors of the sky were breathtaking. Jamie, lying in bed, exhausted, opened his eyes. Where am I? This is my room. I fainted? That means the training was... Sarah was sobbing, calling out Jamie's name. Hearing her, he sat up with a start, panicked. Sarah, when did you get here? Why are you crying? The little girl, her face a mess of tears, replied, I thought you were dead. Now, Jamie took his sister's hand to comfort her. Hey, see? I'm totally fine, right? Only then was Sarah reassured enough to answer. Master! A voice cried out. The little squirrel was currently being squeezed tight in Sarah's hands. It exclaimed in desperation, I'm suffering so much. I just want to rest now. For real? I've got it even worse than you do. Jamie flashed a devious grin and said to his sister, Sarah, how about you stop crying and go play with your squirrel friend, okay? The desperate cry rang out again. Master! Aquino hurried through the door and asked, Oh, you're awake? Both siblings called out in unison, Father, Father! Except for the little squirrel who was currently being nibbled on by Sarah. Aquino walked over, picked up his little daughter, and said, Sarah, I'm so proud of you. You really know how to look out for your big brother. I think the nanny baked some cookies for you. Still chewing on the squirrel, the little girl exclaimed, Cookies! She then ran out the door to the nanny, shouting, Cookies! Hey, squirrel, let's go grab some food. Only then did he close the door and speak to his son. I thought you'd be totally bedridden from all that muscle soreness. Jamie confidently raised his fist and replied, Luckily, I'm doing fine. But inside he thought, I can't exactly say. It's thanks to the effects of the life seed. The life seed was something from a past encounter, which he had been lucky enough to find. It was a creation brimming with life force, capable of self-recovery and physical enhancement. Aquino sat down on the bed and spoke up. You must have been really surprised to see Hamilton show up at the training ground. Jamie laughed and replied, I really thought you'd be the one teaching me, Father. He gave Jamie's head a playful, affectionate bop. You still have a long way to go. Before you can learn from a master swordsman, he replied helplessly with mock tears in his eyes. But I'm your son, aren't I? He looked at Jamie with pride and said, Yes, my extraordinary son. A moment later, he struggled to recall and asked, But what actually happened? I clearly remember running, but I don't remember what happened after that. 5 hours and 17 minutes, it exceeded even my expectations. Vice Captain Hamilton was absolutely stunned as he reported back to Aquino. Incredible stamina and a tenacious spirit. He held up a finger and told Jamie, Don't worry, you finished the session. Jamie looked surprised and asked, For real? He replied seriously, Yeah. While thinking to himself, When I was his age, my record was only about 3 hours and 36 minutes. Starting tomorrow, you'll begin your swordsmanship training. Aquino happily announced the news to his son with a big smile. Jamie asked excitedly, We don't have to practice running anymore, right? His father replied. No need for that anymore. Really? Jamie asked again. Yeah, but you still have to jog for an hour every day, just to maintain your stamina. His face suddenly slumped. Seeing his son like that, Akeno tried to soften the blow. You don't want to? If you're not up for it, we can just call it off. Jamie didn't want to let his father down, so he didn't refuse. No! I'll definitely run. After that, his father gave him some advice. It's going to take some time for Hamilton to teach you the basics. Don't take it lightly. Otherwise, you'll be at a disadvantage later on. When he's teaching, Hamilton can be a bit scary. Jamie thought of Vice Captain Hamilton's image, and he was so terrified he started drooling. Am I really going to have to face that hat? And those sunglasses again? Akeno spoke up again. If you can endure it, I will personally teach you everything I know about swordsmanship, as well as the Welton family's dagger techniques. He felt a surge of excitement hearing his father say that. Daggers? He continued. It won't be easy to learn. But Jamie, if it's you, I know you can pull it off. Akeno stepped forward, put his arm around his son, and spoke with such pride that Jamie's face turned beet red with shyness. I'll be waiting for you. The scene shifted to the next day. A voice rang out. Hey, student, are you that bummed out that I'm your instructor? The other person replied, No. Vice Captain Hamilton was currently standing right in front of Jamie. Learning swordsmanship from a master would definitely be better for you. You're really not disappointed that your instructor is just some guy who's proficient with a blade like me? He replied again, no. Well, the look on your face says otherwise. Jamie gave a shaky military salute while gritting his teeth. He thought, crap, I have to get on this train at dawn. Thinking back to last night, in the sky over the Welton Grimea territory, they can actually build a training facility like this? That's so convenient. Vina, with her eyes welling up with tears, looked at Jamie and asked, Do you really have to go? He replied helplessly, Why would I lie to you? Then Jamie turned back to look at her and asked, Vina, do you remember what I told you before? The crybaby squirrel replied, I do. Jamie said thoughtfully, The world is changing fast, and we are right at the center of it. He clenched his fist, thinking about standing against the 12 gods. If we don't get stronger... Vina raised her hand with sheer determination. I'll give it my all! Jamie was momentarily taken aback. Then he turned away and said, Well then, let the training from hell begin. Vina slumped back into her moping state and replied, Yes, sir. Stepping through a door, Jamie said firmly, Let's go. I should probably take it down a notch. Jamie thought back to their training session yesterday. She was so exhausted she was crawling on the ground, groaning. Vice Captain Hamilton was wearing a cheerful smile, thinking, It seems yesterday's run really took a toll on the kids. But today, I won't be going easy on the boy just because of that. He then handed a wooden sword to Jamie and said, Take this. Then he turned and continued. The basics of swordsmanship are divided into slashing and thrusting. Jamie tried to shout clearly. Vice Captain Hamilton demonstrated the movements while explaining them to Jamie. Slashing is further divided into frontal strikes, horizontal swings, left and right strikes, diagonal slashes, and so on. They all fall under the category of slashing. Jamie watched his techniques with awe, thinking, This is way more complex than I expected. My turn next. Vice Captain Hamilton used immense force and let out a spirited yell. Once finished, he sheathed his sword and asked, Well, Jamie, what do you think of your instructor's teaching style? Jamie replied with genuine admiration. It's amazing. He warned, If you give me a half-baked answer, I'll send you running laps. Before he could even finish, Jamie added, Your footwork, sir. Vice Captain Hamilton asked in surprise, What about my footwork? Jamie then offered his analysis. Every step you take is perfectly linked, seamlessly integrated with your entire body's movement. The way you utilize every single muscle fiber is incredibly impressive, even when you're barely using any effort. But it seems your explosive power has increased, hasn't it? These words took him completely by surprise. Jamie saw his expression and thought, Was what I said really that shocking? All movements start from the feet. This is something I heard from a sword master 60,000 years ago. Vice Captain Hamilton snapped out of it and offered some praise. Yes. Very well said. He replied, Yes, sir. Then Vice Captain Hamilton cleared his throat. Ahem! He composed himself and continued. Anyway, today's training is very simple. Do exactly what I just showed you 1,000 times. Jamie was so shook his jaw nearly hit the floor, letting out a stunned, What? He immediately snapped. The only acceptable answer is understood. Anything else is invalid. Understood. He could only manage to reply. At this moment, Jamie was still pushing through the training until he was sweating like a pig. Vice Captain Hamilton was still observing from the side. He leaned his head against a pillar, thinking, I had planned to train the kid in the basics over the course of a year. Even 6 months or 3 months would be overkill. Then he called out to Student Jamie. But he was so locked in that he didn't hear a thing. Student Jamie! Vice Captain Hamilton stepped closer and called again. Only then did he hurriedly respond. Yes, sir, he instructed. I have to step out for a bit. Remember, make sure you finish those 1,000 reps before I get back, got it? After Vice Captain Hamilton left, Jamie let out a huge sigh of relief. Finally, I can catch my breath. Everything's fine. It's just that his stare is a bit terrifying. Regardless, his hand gripped the sword tightly again. He was actually happy. He flashed a bright, determined smile. Jamie told himself, the more I swing this sword, the more ideas I get on how to combine it with magic in a much more free-spirited way. Just a little closer. Jamie closes his eyes to feel the movements and adds a bit more power, then swings his sword with even more intensity. Jamie looks at the sword in his hand and smiles, thinking that future still feels light years away, but perhaps it will lead me to a new realm. Then he looks up at Black and calls out, Black Ball, are you recording this? It lets out a hiss as if responding to him. Then it projects the footage of Jamie training. Nice, let's wrap this up, he exclaims when suddenly a footstep is heard. Sensing something unusual, Jamie's expression turns dead serious. Right in front of the training grounds. This life force flow is strange. Is there an intruder? Jamie uses blink at that moment, instantly appearing behind the trespasser's back. He swings his sword and charges at the person, shouting, You've got some nerves! How dare you trespass into the Welton family estate? That's brave, little girl. Osvalor quickly raises her hands to block and screams, Ah! Jamie looks down at the person in front of him, dazed. Ash is now so scared she's tearing up, saying, You scared the life out of me. Then the two of them sit down together. Ash finally breathes a sigh of relief and says, I totally thought I was a goner. Jamie looks into the distance and asks, Are you a wind spirit? He senses the spiritual energy around him and thinks, to be able to maintain a spirit in the current world, they must be at least a mid-tier summoner. The little girl is overjoyed that someone recognized her. You recognize me? Jamie looks at her helplessly and replies, Seems like you don't just hang around here when you're at home. Ash innocently raises both hands and excitedly shares, I was practicing. And then a high-tier spirit came to me. Jamie asks her in shock, a high-tier spirit? She honestly answers, yeah. His name is Repeat, the highest-ranking wind spirit. Repeat, the guardian spirit of the famous Wind King Sylphid. He immediately asks what Repeat said. Ash turns back and replies, he didn't say anything. He just looked at me and then vanished. After that day, she's starting to be able to maintain Sylphid. He continues to ponder. I thought she was just a kid, but the world would not revolve around her for no reason. The little girl puts her hands on her hips to flex some more, but my sister is on a whole other level. She can even summon high-tier spirits. Hearing this, Jamie is truly shocked and exclaims, Then Ash, seeing his reaction, her ego is through the roof, and continues boastfully, I knew you'd be surprised. Father was shocked too. He was so shook he couldn't even say a word. Jamie is lost in thought. Of course he'd be shocked. To summon a high-tier spirit at that age, it means she's a genius just like me, because she has been reincarnated. The Spirit King. Elvis treated the soul with kindness. The girl who made a contract with me. Suddenly Ash clutches her head and cries out in pain. Jamie is startled and asks in a panic, What's wrong? What happened? The little girl says worriedly through tears, I forgot. Father told me not to tell anyone about this. Jamie lets out a helpless sigh. Inside the Welton study, a voice rings out. Still no news from the people at the church. Janice, since before... Valor nods and replies, correct. However, they will reach a decision soon. Aquino is now fuming with rage. They must choose between starting a war or disbanding their religion. Setting down the teacup, Aquino asks further, Have you found the captain of the 7 Knights yet? Valor replies, Not yet. According to information from Tigris, a secret intelligence organization, and a business partner of the Eastern nobility, he still hasn't returned to the main temple of Janus. I don't know if something has happened, Valor says with a worried look. Aquino answers thoughtfully, something related to the monsters. Even Barrow was no match for it. War is going to break out. I wonder how I would fare if I were in his shoes. When he returns to a magnificent room, a polite voice rings out. I apologize for the late greeting. It is quite all right, Lord Viscount. I heard you have been practicing your swordsmanship. Rebecca is looking down with an awkward expression. Keep training hard. We have high expectations for you. At this moment, everyone is sitting together in a large room. and talking to one another. Jamie replies cheerfully, "Thank you for your guidance, sir." Ash, sitting across from him, waves her hand to call him over. "Jamie!" Beside her, Rebecca keeps her head down shyly. Then she makes up her mind. She builds up her courage and lifts her head to call out his name, but before she can say a word, she gets nervous, blushes, and bows her head again. Seeing her like that, Jamie thinks in confusion, what's up with her? Remembering how tense she just was, Jamie thinks, Rebecca is acting a bit weird. This is the first time we've met since the last incident. I wonder what's going on with her. Why does it feel like she's trying to ghost me? Suddenly, a voice snaps him out of his thoughts. "Trainee Jamie! I told you to relax. But you're getting distracted by random thoughts." It turns out, Jamie was doing a handstand when he lost focus. He replies with difficulty, "Not at all, sir." Vice Captain Hamilton puts the whistle to his mouth and blows. He wags his finger and says, "Don't try to play me. Get up right now." Then he asks, "Yesterday, did you finish those 1,000 sword swings?" Jamie pants and replies, "I already did them." Hearing that, Vice Captain Hamilton tosses him a wooden sword and says, "Is that so? Let's have a look then. Ready?" Then he seriously executes everything he has learned. His movements are incredibly swift, decisive and flawless, extremely powerful and forceful thrusts. Vice Captain Hamilton sees the ability of the boy and is surprised once again. Words fail him. The kid is just too cracked. How could he master it in just one day? Could he actually pull it off? After finishing the lesson, Jamie stops and asks, "Coach, what do you think of my training?" "I guess it wasn't that great." Vice Captain Hamilton doesn't hide it and replies, "Oh, you did a great job. We'll move on to the next step right away." He was exhausted to the bone, but hearing this, he snaps back to life. Next, Vice Captain Hamilton explains, The former patriarch. Those are the footwork techniques your grandfather created." Shabil, the former patriarch of the Welton family, he was a grandmaster of swordsmanship. He taught the Welton Knights the footwork that he created to help the Knights achieve a massive power spike. It's called 100 Seas, powerful rising waves. It represents the flow of 100 ocean currents. Vice Captain Hamilton then demonstrates the 100 Seas. Jamie is completely stunned by this move. This is... Vice Captain Hamilton then asks, "Is this your first time seeing the 100 Seas?" He answers honestly, "Yes, sir. I was just like you when I first learned it. But focus up." While speaking, he stomps his foot and begins to perform with light and graceful steps. Jamie's eyes follow without blinking. It's like a resonance, perfectly in sync with the movement. Watching Vice Captain Hamilton move, he thinks mana is flowing perfectly in rhythm with his footsteps. Scene shifts to 4 hours later. Jamie is still on the training ground practicing the 100 Seas technique. He thinks in frustration, "Damn it, where am I messing up?" He keeps moving his feet. This is definitely exactly what Hamilton did. A moment later, he stops, thinking helplessly, "Tisk, I'm out of mana." Then he imagines the smug face Vice Captain Hamilton would make seeing him fail. Any Welton Knight can use 100 Seas, but it looks like you're the first one who's a total flop at it. Then he flops onto the ground, groaning. This is so annoying, that smug face of his. This is the first time I've ever been hard stuck on something, even counting my past life. Mana used in physical arts is different from mana used in magic. I know that perfectly well, but still. Suddenly, some liquid drops onto his face. It's a water droplet. A pair of feet appear. Jamie sits up and turns his head to call Rebecca. She is currently hiding behind a wall, blushing hard. Jamie speaks up. "Oh, come on." Rebecca peeks her head out from the wall with a lovely smile. Hey, Jamie, have a few sips of water to cool down." The two of them are now sitting on a bench. He turns his face and says, "Thanks. That's really refreshing." Rebecca bows her head and replies timidly, "Mm-hmm." Rebecca shyly turns her face away, while Jamie is staring at her. It's confusing, like, why is she acting this way? Then suddenly, a thought flashes through. Jamie moves closer to Rebecca and asks, "Do you have something to tell me? Is it that hard to say?" But she blushes even more, thinking, "Too close." Then she turns away and stammers, Well, no, it's just I've been thinking about you a lot." "Wait, why would you think that?" "I feel shy when I see you. My heart skips a beat." Rebecca confesses innocently. Jamie just sits there with a blank stare. I'm not so sure about our last conversation. Is she only attracted to me because of Zane's soul?" Jamie thinks about it seriously. Better change the subject. Then he looks away and asks, "I heard from Ash that you summoned a high-tier spirit, right?" Rebecca looks a bit awkward and asks back, "Ash told you, yeah, but it was only for a short time." Then she looks back at Jamie and asks, "I heard you're practicing swordsmanship." He nods and replies, "And that's right. I feel like just knowing magic isn't enough. Swordsmanship isn't as easy as I thought, though." "Are you struggling with the footwork?" Hearing that, he asks in surprise, "Wait, what?" Rebecca explains that's what Enzarin said. I can talk to spirits without even summoning them. Enzarin, a high-tier spirit and servant of the water god king. The spirit doesn't know much about your movement technique, but it said you should let the flow be more natural, just like how you use your left hand to swing the sword while your right foot steps forward. It says your movements are too forced. She recounts everything she knows. After hearing this, Jamie ponders, I see. Then Rebecca offers a suggestion. Just let your body move on its own. Follow the rhythm of the water and wind. You can do it. Jamie takes her advice seriously. Let my body move on its own. I get it. Maybe I've been overthinking. Having this epiphany, Jamie stands right up. To Rebecca's surprise, he clenches his fists and walks off as she reaches out to call his name. He steps onto the training field once again. I finally understand. It's different from magic. I can't control the mana, but I can let my body move. With the rhythm of the mana, then Jamie performs the 100 Seas movements again. It feels so light. It feels like I'm dancing on top of the water. Jamie's footwork gradually becomes more precise. Streams of water begin to manifest from his movements, growing stronger by the second as they surround him. Then he wonders, can I use magic at the same time? Just a bit more. I'll focus on the mana. Jamie gets more hyped, moving without stopping. At that moment, the spirit realm appears and says, he's got real talent. Jamie is currently being watched through a purple water bubble, but the world is full of geniuses like him. Suddenly, the spirit realm panics. As from within the bubble, dark energy starts to emanate. Rebecca! Jamie is still training like a beast, his feet moving incessantly. From that, a massive and powerful surge of water erupted from him. The swirling currents converged toward a single center. Outside, Rebecca was also caught in the blast. She held up both hands to shield herself from that massive power. She struggled to hold her ground. A moment later, she found herself standing amidst a huge surge of water. Panicked, Rebecca called out for Jamie. In front of her was a thick, blinding cloud of dust and smoke. As the smoke cleared, Jamie appeared and let out a long sigh. He was standing in the middle of a courtyard that he had personally smashed into a giant crater. He looked around helplessly, thinking, did I overdo it? Arhino, terrified, rushed toward his son, shouting, Jamie! He grabbed the boy's shoulders and asked anxiously, are you okay? Jamie replied a bit guiltily, yes, sir. Arhino thought angrily, was it an intruder? Who would dare pull a stunt like this? Valor also rushed to his daughter, calling out, Rebecca! Jamie stammered, speechless in the face of this situation. Father, actually... Valor hugged his daughter tightly and said, thank goodness you're safe. Rebecca cried out, Father! Arhino grit his teeth and asked Jamie, where did the intruder go? Jamie explained, wait, Father, this was my doing. I used 100 Cs, and without thinking, he spoke while scratching his cheek nervously. Arhino looked at him in shock again and asked worriedly, you did this? You used 100 Cs? Wait, even so. He looked at the crater he was standing in with disbelief. This training ground is made of alloy meant to withstand aura. There's no way 100 Cs has this much destructive power. Jamie immediately clarified, I tried combining 100 Cs with magic, and this was the result. I'm sorry. Arhino pondered, the complete footwork of 100 Cs. Even I couldn't find a way to improve it. He looked at his son with an incredulous expression and thought, is it because he's a mage? That he could come up with the idea of mixing 100 Cs with magic to boost its lethality? No. It's because he chose both paths, magic and the sword. Suddenly, Vice Captain Hamilton appeared before the father and son and spoke grimly. My lord, today I can say one thing for certain. I have nothing left to teach the young master. Please teach him the Skyward/art. Skyward/, the secret art of the Webtoon family. It grants the user the ability to tear through space once they reach a certain level of mastery. Due to its overwhelming power, no one could even dream of performing it without a rock-solid foundation. Hearing this, Jamie asks in shock, moving that fast already? But I just started learning the basics. Vice Captain Hamilton casually replies, basics? Yeah, right. That is a technique that only 2 or 3 elite knights are permitted to learn. Jamie, looking like he's about to lose it, exclaims, what? Then he gives Vice Captain Hamilton a dark look and says, you told me that all the knights in the Webtoon family had learned the 100 Cs. Arhino steps in to calm his anger. When they're unable to learn the 100 Cs, they usually choose to leave the family's 5th squad. Jamie, still fuming, thinks, that's not what he said. No wonder it felt like a total grind. He continues gloomily. Vice Captain Hamilton forces a smile and asks, our knight order is truly magnificent, isn't it? In these chaotic and unstable times, I wonder if it's just a coincidence that such a talented child has appeared. thinking with a serious expression. No, for now. I shouldn't worry about unnecessary things. Then he gives his son a proud smile of praise. Jamie, you did great. Starting tomorrow, I will be the one teaching you swordsmanship. Excited by the praise, Jamie cheers. Really? Vice Captain Hamilton, standing in the crater that was just created, calls out loudly, Apprentice! Jamie replies, Yes, sir, while the captain speaks seriously. Even though I don't know the specifics about practicing the skyward/art, it's definitely going to be incredibly tough. Jamie steps up in front of him and replies, It won't be a problem. Vice Captain Hamilton didn't hold back his praise either. Great attitude. This is a gift from me. Then he placed his red baseball cap on the boy's head. Here, this is a medal for you, the one who completed the training with mind-blowing results. I hope you become a legendary knight. Take care. Seeing himself recognized like that, Jamie was so happy that his face turned bright red as he replied, Thank you. I've learned so much from you. Vice Captain Hamilton gave a joyful smile and said, I've learned a lot too. Young Master Jamie. The scene shifts elsewhere. Now Jamie is leaning on the railing, looking down at the floor, where many people are chatting with each other, eating as he thinks. Even though Father definitely wanted me to focus on my training, I didn't expect him to wait until this late to tell me about a gathering. This stuff is fire. On the surface, it's a banquet to welcome the Viscount. But the real purpose is, Jamie's gaze becomes lost in thought. As everyone knows, the situation lately hasn't been great. Arkino, standing above and looking down, speaks to the crowd. The Genus Church has attacked my wife's hometown, often putting our family in danger. The Genus Church's wicked actions won't stop here. And frankly, a war is coming. A large-scale war across the entire continent. Count Simon stands here vowing to fight side by side with us against the Genus Church. Reagan's Crimson King, the Lotus Mage Ricte. Simon and Arkino continue to brief everyone. We, the nobles of the East, will always fight. And today's banquet will be the foundation stone for that future. For the glory of the Seldam Kingdom. For the blessing of Count Welton. For the great mission of demon-slaying Jamie. At this moment, he continued to observe and make deductions. The real purpose of the gathering was to plan and prepare for the battle with the Janus Church. Suddenly a voice called out, Hey, hey! Ash ran over, calling out happily. Jamie asked helplessly, Why aren't you with Lady Rebecca? The little girl shot back, Why do you address her as lady, but you don't do that with me? He tried to explain it away. It's because we haven't decided to drop the honorifics when talking to each other yet. Ash replied grumpily, Liar! It's because she acts more like an adult than I do. And I'm just acting like a kid, right? Suddenly Jamie asked, Do you admire her? Ash was so startled she practically jumped and asked back, What? Who are you talking about? It sounds like you're the one saying it. You like my sister. The thought hit the little girl like a bolt from the blue. Jamie turned to explain helplessly, I don't like her like that. Internally, he thought, I'm a dark mage who has lived for 60,000 years. There's no way I'd be into a little kid, Ash asked timidly. Really? You really don't like her? Jamie confirmed. Yeah, that's right. The little girl let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. He thought to himself, I knew there was something weird about those two. Then he spoke up and asked, So where did Lady Rebecca go? Now Jamie was walking down the hallway alone. He thought about Ash's words. She suddenly got sick. He clenched his hand into a fist. I can't believe the day I have to use divine power is finally here. A voice called out, Please come in. Inside the room was Rebecca. She panicked when she saw who had opened the door, then blushed and called out, Lord Jamie. Jamie observed her for a moment and judged in his heart. She's not sick. She's lovesick. Then Jamie pulled a chair up next to her bed and asked with concern, I heard the news from Ash. Are you feeling any better? Rebecca, still in a state of panic, replied, Yes, I think I'm okay now. Suddenly he reached out his hand and said, Could you give me your hand? Thinking to himself, she's exactly like Zane when she's trying to make herself comfortable. Rebecca was so shy that she covered her face with her hand, yet she still reached her hand out. My hand? Jamie took her hand and released his magic. It seems you have a fever. This should make you feel better. Right? Rebecca replied. Ah, yes, thank you. Then with a blushing face she confessed, I missed you. I keep thinking about you. I don't know why I feel this way. Jamie remained silent at that moment. I care about her more than anyone. But that's as far as it goes. I can't reclaim those feelings from the past. I no longer possess any desire for things like love. Because of that, he could only feel regret. Then he spoke up. Lady Rebecca, we won't be able to see each other for a while. I'm not sure when we'll meet again. After saying that, Jamie let go of her hand. Then he gave a bright smile. But I won't forget you. No matter how many years pass, I won't forget you. I'll always remember you. So please don't let the present weigh you down. An image from the past, a moment of pure happiness between them appeared. Rebecca asked with a hint of sadness. I can still write to you, right? He didn't hesitate to reply, of course. Rebecca's eyes welled up with tears. She held out her pinky finger with a forced smile and said, You have to write back, okay? I promise I will, Jamie affirmed. The scene shifted to outside the carriage. The two families stood facing each other to say goodbye. Valor spoke up first. Farewell for now. Arkino also reminded them, Have a safe trip. Before getting into the carriage, Ash winked and waved at him. See you later, Jamie. Yeah, see ya. Before getting in, Rebecca also gave a beautiful smile, turned her head back and said to Jamie, See you again in the future. I'll definitely write to you. Jamie replied with a bit of awkwardness. Okay, see you then. Finally, the family departed. The entire Welton family stood there happily waving their goodbyes. Cyrus laughed and asked at that moment, Are you sure you aren't a popular guy? Aquino happily chimed in, I knew it. I wonder how this kid managed to rizz up both of the Viscount's daughters. Jamie's cheerful smile turned into a total cringe face. He grumbled back, Dad, I didn't even do anything like that. Aquino turned to him and said cheerfully, Anyway, even though we were delayed for a few days, I can finally focus on teaching you. Jamie, get ready. Scene shifts to 4 months later. In a desolate forest, in the middle of the night, a person in a white cloak was sitting on a boulder. Footsteps approached from behind. The cloaked figure was munching on something, muttering, Ugh, this bread is way too dry. It would be great if there was some milk. Don't you think so, Bandit? The man behind him yelled, You little brat! How dare you do that to my crew? You're going to pay for this! With that said, he swung his sword with lightning speed. The person in the white cloak simply flicked a finger. Spatial magic. Soul extraction. Instantly, a magic circle appeared from above. The man who was charging forward was suddenly trapped inside the magic field, leaving him completely stunned for a moment. A moment later, he was attacked by the force within that magic circle. He screamed in pain, Ah! The cloaked figure then spoke up. I've wasted enough time here. I just need to make it quick. The person gave a devious smile and continued. I'm already starting to feel the hype. That person clasped their hands together to conjure magic, then called out, Now I'm off to see Jamie. This is the wizard who has mastered spatial magic. Siegfried, the 7th elder of the magic world in the Seodom Kingdom. At the Welton family's training grounds, looking around, one can see the snow falling heavily. A hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Then he unleashed a powerful slash. Jamie asked in surprise at that moment. Father? This was Akeno, looking at his son Jamie in utter shock. Using a dagger is a skill that's harder to start than it is to master. Even though it took me a full 2 years to master the basics, Jamie only took 4 months. Then he laughed and said, Ha ha! I can't help but admire how quickly you soak this up. I have nothing left to teach you. Jeremy turned his head, looking confused. Wait, but I've only just scratched the surface. The dagger is a blade that cuts through the void. If you can tear through space, it means you've already mastered the fundamentals. From here on, it's a battle of discovery. When you master the basics, you can slash the very air. And the higher your level, the larger the rift. Instead of an initiation ceremony, they learn the 10 dagger forms of the Welton house. It's the illusory sword style of the Welton family, Aquino explained. Jamie concentrated on the dagger in his hand and thought, if I master this move, I'll be able to cut through intangible things. In my past life, there was no sword style like this at all. So now, suddenly someone ran over and called out, Master! You have a guest. Aquino wondered, a guest? I didn't schedule any meetings. About that, the 7th elder of the magic world is paying a visit. Jeremy overheard and thought, wait, I've just reached the age to enter the magic world. And they're already here? If it's the 7th elder, then he must be the greatest genius before me. Right? I'm so curious. Then he put on a good boy smile and asked, Father, can I also... But seeing the furious face of Aquino, he immediately stopped and thought, probably not going to happen. A great noble family really is on another level. How much did all of this even cost? Siegfried was currently sitting with his legs crossed, observing his surroundings while judging everything. Whoa! Every artifact here is a masterpiece. He admired them with awe. Suddenly, an old man appeared and warned him. Siegfried, Count Welton is totally obsessed with his kid. Be careful or you'll end up dead. Thinking back, he ran a hand through his hair and said confidently, That old geezer is just trying to spook me. Who would even believe that? The whole world knows Count Welton is very gentle. Suddenly, the door swung open. Akino, with a face like a literal demon, walked in and gave a gloomy introduction. I am Akino Welton. In his head, Siegfried thought, gentle my foot. Siegfried forced a smile, reached out his hand, and introduced himself. Pleasure to meet you. I am Siegfried, the 7th elder and representative of the Magic Tower. Siegfried. He was originally a lowly slave until a mage stumbled upon his talent and took him in as an apprentice. By age 15, he reached Class 6. By age 20, he reached Class 7 and was appointed as the youngest elder. At age 30, he is already on the verge of Class 8. The most talented figure in the Magic Tower. Even though this was all before Jamie came along, he is still a force to be reckoned with. Akino suspected the Magic Tower was plotting something, then asked point blank, what brings you here without any prior notice? Siegfried was internally panicking. That expression of yours could literally kill someone. Then he laughed and explained, haha, I'm here to welcome the greatest genius. Please forgive my rudeness. If I had notified you in advance, I guess you wouldn't have let me in. So you're actually aware of that. The teacup was slammed down hard. Akino sat back with a boss-like aura and continued, even if my influence on the magic world is so small that it's practically zero. I know exactly what kind of place it is. The magic world is split into 3 powers. The Imperial faction, led by the King's Master, High Elder Often Ginger. The Noble faction is led by the 2nd Elder, a top-tier aristocrat, Marquis Limmer. The Equality faction is led by Luke Brazil, the 5th Elder who comes from a commoner background, because they are the ones holding the power. Magic world has fallen into ruin due to their power struggles. It's a political war full of dirty tricks. Jamie, someone with insane talent and a noble lineage, would be tossed right into the middle of that chaos. At this point, he asked grimly, do you really think I'd send my son to a place like that? Siegfried quickly waved his hands and replied, I understand. But in his heart, he thought, there are no normal people in the magic world. Then he explained, however, they can't control someone with such a cracked level of talent. Those trying to gain the upper hand by walking on thin ice. Can't afford to take the risk like that? Seeing Akino's expression, his face went pale as he thought, I'm not so sure. There's no way I can convince him with just empty words. Siegfried tried to keep speaking. Well, if I were in your shoes, I wouldn't want my son going to the magic world either. But within the magic world, there is an immeasurable amount of knowledge, specifically the all-knowing crown. The all-knowing crown, a key relic of the magic world. It provides all the knowledge a person can absorb simply by wearing the crown. For a great mage, the chance to wear the all-knowing crown comes only once in a lifetime. He is a father, so he won't block his son's potential. He thought to himself while saying those words. Only then did Akino lower his voice and reply, I'll ask Jamie. Scene shifts to Jamie. After hearing the news, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly replied, I want to go, a knowledge archive that holds all the world's wisdom. Maybe I can even find out. A small piece of the lost history. By now, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in breathtaking colors. Someone appeared behind Jamie's back, speaking up. You came out here on purpose, didn't you? It was Siegfried. He stopped and awkwardly scratched his head, saying, oh man, I didn't realize I'd be greeted by a kid like this. Jamie turned around and said, if we can speak freely, it would be better for both of us. But after seeing his face, Jamie evaluated him internally. What the? He's disgustingly handsome. He definitely deserves the genius title. His heart and lungs? He already has 3 mana hearts, and he's planning to create another one? His body is built specifically for magic. That's an ability likely carried over from a past life. Seeing the boy staring at him, Siegfried crossed his arms over his chest and said with mock shyness, you're gonna bore a hole right through me, young master. Jamie felt a bit embarrassed and replied, ah, my bad. You're much better than I expected. Hearing that, Siegfried winked and glanced at him, responding, to think I'd hear such words from the mouth of the greatest genius in history. Just as the rumors say, it's truly an honor. Jamie then asked seriously, so do you believe those rumors? He replied, it's pretty amazing. While evaluating internally, I thought it was just hype. But Jamie is definitely the real deal. The kid's body is brimming with mana. He even upgraded Marquis Limmer's chi absorption technique. Man, his talent is absolutely cracked. Though I do feel bad for Count Welton, too. There's no way those veteran mages will just leave this 9th Circle mage alone. If they can get this kid on their side, then in the future, when Jamie becomes a 9th Circle mage, the other 2 won't be able to stand against him and will be cooked. That scene would definitely be worth watching. Thinking about this, Siegfried said, aren't you scared of the magic world, young master? Those violent veterans won't let you off easy. Jamie, now turning his head away, replied, "If they come for me, I'll make sure to treat them accordingly." He exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Jamie looked back and said nonchalantly, "If the deal is right, I'll agree." "Don't tell me that. The big names of this magic world are going to scam a little kid." Siegfried forced a smile and thought, this isn't going to be easy. The magic world. Suddenly a scream rang out. It was the little squirrel Vina. Looking so shocked her eyes were popping out. Jamie, still packing, replied, "Yeah, you're coming with me. We leave tomorrow, so make sure you finish packing your stuff before then." Vina turned blue and said, If it's the magic world, that means it's the Holy Land of white magic. But I'm a dark mage." Jamie kept busy organizing his gear. "What do you mean, dark mage? You can't even pull off a single second-tier dark spell." The little squirrel asked nervously, "Well, when are we coming back?" He glanced back, looking done with it, and replied, "No set date, why? Do you already miss being pampered by Lady Sarah?" Vina yelled out, "No way! Though actually going to the magic world might be safer than staying with Sarah." "Don't worry," Jamie comforted her. "I'll make sure you won't even have time to think about that. On the way there, the training intensity will be doubled." Hearing this, poor Vina cried her eyes out. "I don't want to go anywhere, master." "Take this, Jamie. The name of this sword is Scott." Jamie was completely stunned at this moment. Taking the sword, magic swordsman Aquino smiled and gave his son some instructions. "Come back safe, okay? It's fine if you get hurt, Jamie, but make sure you've leveled up when you return." Sarah then held out a stuffed bear and said, "Big brother, I'm entrusting Jenny to you." He replied, "Thanks, Sarah. I'll always feel like you're right here with me." C.S. couldn't hold back and rushed over to hug her son, calling out, "Jamie!" Sarah was shocked by her mother's sudden action. Jenny Chia, deeply moved, told Jamie to come home safe. "Yes, and make sure to write to us once you arrive." Jamie happily replied, "I will." She continued, "Thinking about us being apart for half a month." Hearing this, he panicked and thought to himself, "Wait, isn't it going to take at least 2 years?" Jamie desperately signaled his father, asking, "What's going on?" His father on the other side was also breaking out in a cold sweat. C.S. was so worried for her son that she was in floods of tears. Aquino waved awkwardly and replied, "Son, honey, don't worry too much. It's just half a month, only half a month." Then he signaled Jamie, "I'll take care of it." Jamie caught the drift and thought, "No wonder Mom let me go so easily." "Well, I'm heading out." Jamie turned and walked straight away. The remaining 3 family members watched as he left. Jamie carried his things to the gate and asked Siegfried, who was waiting outside, "Are we heading straight to the magic world?" Siegfried replied, I need to stop by somewhere first." "I'm sure you'll like it, young master." Jamie looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "Where are we going?" Siegfried turned away and answered casually, "The Monostone City. Senderman, a massive Monostone market, will be open for a while." Senderman, the city of monostones. It holds the largest monostone mine in the kingdom of Seldom. Jamie was lost in thought. Siegfried turned back with a grin and said, "Glad you seem to like it. Shall we head out?" They finally arrived. Senderman was a forest, with nothing but withered stumps left by the snow at the Kenton mountain range. Surrounded by massive, towering peaks, the two chatted as they walked. "I've been thinking about it constantly," Jamie said. Siegfried replied, "But isn't the sword just for self-defense?" He turned his head and replied, "No, I just don't know how to use it properly yet." He asked in surprise, "You can use both swords and magic? But wouldn't that make it easy to lose balance between the two?" Jamie turned away, waved his hand, and answered confidently, "I'm getting stronger every day, so no need to worry." Siegfried broke into a cheerful smile. "If you say so, then it's all good." Suddenly, Jamie looked around and said, "Anyway, I've been looking forward to this place ever since I heard it's the power center of the South. But it looks pretty deserted." Siegfried explained, "Ha, despite its appearance, this is actually the lifeblood of the South. The mineral reserves here include 6 types called Job Union. Senderman is a magic crystal mine known for its special influence. Hey, want me to tell you some cool stories about this? Kenton Mountain Range? Kids love this kind of stuff, right?" Siegfried said, clapping his hands expectantly. Jamie, however, looked totally over it. But then Siegfried shared, 1,000 years ago, a massive volcano erupted right here. Its lava wiped out village after village, and nothing could stop it. Then one day, a mysterious mage appeared and faced the volcano all alone. A towering volcano stood before him. By the next day, the eruption had ceased, the crater was sealed shut, and the mage vanished without a trace, leaving behind only prophecies. When the monster awakens, disaster will strike once again. After hearing the story, Jamie said in disbelief, "A monster inside a volcano? That's just cap." Siegfried replied with a smile, True, but the Council of Witches still acknowledges the legend to some extent. A few traces might have been discovered. Suddenly, standing above the two of them, there was someone in a black cloak, drawing multiple arrows on their bow at once. Those arrows were aimed and shot straight toward them. Siegfried panicked, dodged, and shouted a warning. "Watch out!" Jamie leapt to the side to avoid the arrows. He thought, an ambush? From the mountaintop, that person barked at Siegfried. "You bastard!" A bald man then appeared, pointing his blade down and yelling, "I've come to avenge my brother. I swore I'd hunt you down and kill you!" Behind him, his henchmen were looking incredibly smug. Jamie turned and asked him, "An acquaintance of yours?" Siegfried let out a forced laugh, scratching his face. Not sure. I don't really remember." Then a sudden idea popped into his head. What a drag. Maybe I should take this chance to test him, he thought, then jumped to the side and said with a fake, pitiful voice, "Oh my, could you help me out, young master?" Jamie looked at his pathetic act helplessly and replied, "Why me? Especially after that elder mess, what the hell are you doing? Don't be so grumpy." Siegfried tried to persuade him, "This is your chance to practice your swordsmanship." He then rubbed his hands together and winked. "Please?" Jamie thought. "So he wants to scout my skills? What a sly fox. Let's just get this over with quickly." He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Drawing the blade, he prepared the Heavenly Annihilation sword style. This bunch is just a waste of time. The bandits above took turns jumping down, shouting, "How cowardly! He's using that brat as a shield!" The leader rushed forward and screamed, "Don't blame me if you end up dead, kid." His feet firmly planted on the ground, Jamie then delivered a powerful sword strike. An immense amount of energy radiated outward. Seeing this, Siegfried's expression turned serious. He took control of the surrounding environment instantly. Violent magic surged at the leader. Before he could even get close, he froze and blurted out, "Is this kid Jamie?" Using the technique, transforming White Sea, he raised his sword in front of him and yelled, "Slash!" Immediately, the leader was slammed into the ground by White Sea, leaving a deep crater behind. Debris and rocks flew everywhere. He even coughed up some red juice. Then, trembling, he looked up at the kid and cursed, "You little bastard!" He and his henchmen struggled to sit up, still talking big with arrogant words. "I was going to go easy on you, but it looks like I'll have to..." But before he could finish his sentence, Jamie unleashed another sword strike. 10 Dark Sword Style's first form. Air explosion stream. It made him spit out more blood and sent him flying again. Lightning bolts struck down on the bandits, making them scream in absolute agony. Jamie had easily taken care of the whole group. He sheathed his sword and turned back to ask, "Any more doubts?" Siegfried gave a satisfied smile and thought, "A true magic swordsman showing no mercy at all. Even in 15 years, no one will be able to stand against this boy." After thinking, he clapped and cheered. "I never doubted you." "That was truly amazing." Jamie looked at him with a look of annoyance and said, "Stop the sweet talk. You were the one who wanted to test me anyway." "Whatever, it's done. Let's go," Jamie said, brushing past him. Suddenly, Siegfried said, "Wait a sec." Then he happily sat down and started picking up the bandits' loot, saying cheerfully, "We should take whatever we can get, right? Robbers call this a lucky find." He watched his actions and was completely speechless. Scene changes as they arrive in San Ramante. The streets were bustling with people at this time. It's a strange place, but it's truly beautiful. "Right? I hope the thing I'm looking for is here," Richard hummed happily and said. Jamie looked at him and wondered, "Is that shop far?" Zachary replied, "We're here." The two of them stood before an old house. It was emitting a thick, dark energy. Zachary turned back with a bright smile and asked, "It's a bit run down, isn't it?" Jamie was speechless and asked back, "Just a bit?" Siegfried casually opened the door and walked in while saying, "Come on, get in here. Why are you so surprised? You know, back when I was a slave, I used to sleep in a pigsty." "Are you even listening?" Poor Jamie coughed all the way from the entrance and thought, "My lungs are itching because of all this dust. I can't sense any presence here. Is this an abandoned house?" Suddenly a loud voice boomed. "Is that annoying bastard human again?" It startled him and he thought, "I swear I didn't feel anyone here." Siegfried was still excitedly talking. "I told you I'd come. Is the stuff I ordered ready yet?" From under the table, a hat popped up and replied, "Not yet, you're in quite a rush, aren't you?" Jamie suddenly stepped closer and stood on his tiptoes to look. "You look like a mage. I can't see clearly." Then he used magic to float up. "But if I do that..." Siegfried was still chatting happily. "So flying is forbidden here?" A tiny woman behind the table, who was controlling her weapon, looked up with annoyance. This surprised him immensely. "A dwarf! You're surrounded by an energy that..." He panicked and cried out, "Shield!" A barrier formed in his mind as he thought, "What the hell is this?" Jamie got whacked on the head by Kiriel's weapon. It almost knocked the attitude right out of him. Lady Kiriel spoke up. Listen, kid, this is an anti-magic artifact. I can nullify up to level 5 spells. So your shield doesn't mean squat. Jamie listened, feeling skeptical. Anti-magic? I can't believe it. A national treasure belongs to the owner of a shop. And that's as run down as this. Who is she? Siegfried then spoke up. I guess there's no way around it. If you didn't have that thing, I'll come back later. Not ready yet? I'm not done explaining. I have the item. But it won't be delivered for another 2 days. Hearing that, he happily asked again to make sure. For real? Are you serious? Lady Kiriel then replied. But I can't just give it to you easily. Siegfried asked back, confused. Huh? Say what? You said you'd give it to me if you found it. Jamie spoke up. Is there a condition? Lady Kiriel put on a menacing look. She replied, smart kid. I want you to get me the Dark Sheep's heart. It will be in a secret auction the day after tomorrow. I will provide the funds for you. The Dark Sheep's heart. The Dark Sheep lives in the shadows and only appears during the full moon. It's a rare ingredient for alchemy. If you can get it, I'll sell you that item at a low price. Siegfried grabbed the paper, annoyed, and replied, You better keep your word. By now, the two of them had walked out of the shop. Jamie looked up at him and asked, So what is it that you're searching for? Siegfried replied, That's a secret. Jamie asked another question. Then who is that old lady? Siegfried replied, Lady Kiriel is known as a great alchemist. She's also a merchant with branches all over the world, and every branch is connected by a tunnel. A space-time tunnel she created herself. He was incredibly surprised by this information. She created a teleportation tunnel? Across the whole world? Is that even possible? Siegfried turned away and casually explained, She is an 8th Circle mage. She doesn't belong to any nation or faction. She is someone who can go anywhere she wants. Jamie thought to himself, Is she really that amazing? But she's still a dwarf. We'll take a break here for now. Arriving at a doorstep, Siegfried told Jamie, who replied, At least it looks decent. Wait, Jamie asked with a bit of hesitation. We're using separate rooms, right? Siegfried nonchalantly replied, What's the big deal about sharing a room? It saves travel money too. He could only feel helpless at this point. Late at night in the back alleys of Senramonte, people in black cloaks were whispering to each other. The secret auction will be held in 2 days at the Lion Museum. Are you sure that item is here? The item list is a secret, but it's very likely. The other person asked again, Are you sure we can wake it up once we have this? The person opposite replied, Just think of it as the ancient scriptures leading us here. This is also God's will. One person in the group reminded them, Don't get too excited and become reckless. We must obtain that thing. At any cost, even if we have to sacrifice our lives. Everything is for the noble goal of our church. At this time, a person in a black cloak leapt out from inside. Beside a massive, imposing building, the cloaked figure was standing before a certain wall. He then called out, You can come out now. Vina, the little squirrel, jumped out refreshingly. Whoa, freedom at last. So that was Jamie. He instructed her, Cast wind magic on me. We need to hide within the grimoire. Until tomorrow. She replied in shock. Again? Jamie replied while picking Vina up by the scruff. That's right. If we get caught by Siegfried, then... Vina spotted the display trays passing by and exclaimed, Whoa, master! Look at those mana stones! He thought angrily, I'm talking here and I just get cut off. Then he placed her on his shoulder and explained, The reason they're transporting those stones so openly like that is because they're just low-grade stones. Vina kept turning her head back, looking on curiously. Then how do they transport high-grade stones? Jamie replied, Who knows? Obviously, they'd transport them, in total secrecy, of course. Maybe they hide them inside things that people would never suspect, or move them through dark and remote places. Passing by the workers, he continued talking. Suddenly, Jamie froze as if he had realized something. The stone in his hand emitted a surge of energy, startling him. Such a strong reaction. What is it reacting to? Something is in this area. Jamie scanned his surroundings carefully. Suddenly, he noticed a box being carried by someone passing by. It's that box! There are at least 3 sealing charms inside, maybe even as many as 6. An item with that many seals, that combined with this intense reaction, don't tell me that's one of the 3 great holy artifacts. With that thought, he followed the 2 men carrying the box. A man in a blue vest said, Whatever's in here must be super rare. That's why it's so heavy, huh? The 2 set the box down, and the other replied, They said this is going to be an auction item. That's why they're keeping it under such tight lock and key. Watching from a distance, Jamie thought, a secret auction. This has nothing to do with me. I only wanted to observe. But now I need the money. Scene cuts to Lady Kiriel. She was looking at a photograph and said, "I miss you even more than usual today." Inside was a picture of a well-behaved little boy. "Mom, please don't cry." She recalled a memory from the past. "Every time you play the harmonica, Mom, I'll be right by your side. Whenever you want, I'll still be here. No matter what I do, I still can't save you." She held the harmonica, tears streaming down her face. "But everything is fine now. If only I had the heart of the dark sheep." Suddenly, on her crystal ball, a figure appeared. That child was Jamie, who walked in and said with a smile, "Hello?" She immediately asked, "What brings you here at such a godforsaken hour, huh?" Jamie, still smiling, replied, "Oh, it's nothing much. But I'd like to borrow some money from you." Hearing this, Lady Kiriel stood frozen for 5 seconds. With a fed-up look, she asked back, "Money? How much?" Jamie playfully made a heart shape with his hands and replied, "As much as possible, please." "The more the better," she immediately shouted. "Get out!" and swung her weapon at him. Jamie quickly ducked to avoid it and said, "Hey, I'll pay it back, it's fine." He thought to himself, "I don't have anyone else but her to borrow from." Then he asked again with a serious tone, "Aren't you trying to enter the dark world?" Lady Kiriel was shocked to be found out. "How did you—" Jeremy thought smugly, "Hardly anyone knows about this, but I know the heart of the dark sheep. Isn't that the ingredient to create an item that can open the portal to the dark world?" The dark world is a world completely opposite to the material world. It's a mysterious realm never before known to this world. The king who rules that world is a dark spirit king, and only those permitted by the spirit king can enter the dark world. Jamie sat down in front of her and said, "That's not a place you can reach just because you have enough materials and artifacts." "However, I know a way," Lady Kiriel asked skeptically. "How can I believe you?" Jeremy gave a decisive answer. "I'll use a soul covenant," he explained. "A soul covenant is a dangerous contract. It uses the very soul of the contractor as the scale to bind them, even after death." After speaking, he thought to himself, "This is insane, but I'm out of options." Lady Kiriel followed up, "And what about the conditions?" Jamie replied solemnly, "A deposit once the covenant is finalized." "Do it," she said. 2 days later, in the basement of the Lyttum Museum, the crowd gathered, buzzing with excitement. Siegfried warned, "Careful, don't blow your cover. Even with masks to hide our mana, we still need to be low-key." At this point, both were wearing their masks. Jamie shot back, "It's not like I want to get caught either." A stranger walked past behind them. Jamie glanced at the person and thought, "That forest scent? Is that an elf?" Seeing Jamie freeze up, Siegfried asked, "What's wrong?" Jamie brushed it off. "Nothing. I must have misseen something." Siegfried muttered skeptically, "Sounds like Cap, but whatever. Let's go in." They were now seated in the lower section. Above them, beefy security guards were surveying the hall. Siegfried remarked, "Lady Kiriel scored us some pretty sweet seats, huh?" Jamie replied, "Yeah." Then Jamie looked ahead and thought, "The person in front is the one I passed earlier. Are the people with them their squad?" The auctioneer began the proceedings. "Welcome, distinguished guests. Thank you all for being here today. Our first item will be—" He gestured toward one side as he spoke. There, a cart covered in black cloth was being pushed out. The black cloth was yanked away. Inside the cage, 2 people were trapped. The auctioneer continued, "Elf slaves! Shall we start the bidding at 100,000 gold?" Bids started flying out. 400,000. 1,000,000. Behind his mask, Siegfried's face was now contorted with rage. The auctioneer chimed in again. My, the price is really popping off, isn't it?" Jamie glanced over at Siegfried and thought, he must be feeling pretty triggered right now. He used to be a slave, too. Another shout rang out. 3,000 gold sold! Jamie then focused his attention on the 2 people in front of him. One person nearby patted the shoulder of the trembling one. "Keep it together. Calm down." He then made a guess. "They are definitely elves." Then, the auctioneer's voice rang out again, and moving on to the next item. "This item is, thank you all for waiting, for the main event of the day." Revealed inside a box, it was a small, vibrant orb, the heart of the dark sheep. Everyone gasped. "It's so beautiful." Richard said, "Finally found it." The auctioneer on stage pointed at the object and said, "Now bring out all your riches and fight for it." People below competed to shout bids. 10 million. 25 million. Jamie turned to his teammate and said, "We need to jump in now." Richard reassured him, "Just chill out." A shout from above rang out again. 43,500,000. Any more bids? Richard raised his paddle and shouted, 1 billion! Jamie turned to look at him, completely shook. "That's enough to run the whole Heisa territory for an entire year." The auctioneer shouted at the top of his lungs. Oh, 1 billion. Anyone else? The heart of the dark sheep is closed at 1 billion. Gold coins! It felt as if a storm had just swept through. Then he gestured toward a rather large chest being carried out and introduced it. The next item is just as valuable. Eyes up here, everyone. I present to you the all-powerful ultimate stone. Jamie was shocked to hear that. How the hell did that item end up here? He continued with the introduction. This stone has enough energy to power a territory the size of the Derman Sanctuary. For 10 years, Jamie cursed silently in his mind. But more importantly, does the announcer really think that's all it does? Do they even know what this thing actually is? The mysterious stone was revealed as the announcer continued. Who will be the one to claim this energy stone? 8 billion, a girl said, raising her paddle. The auctioneer gasped in total shock. 8 billion? It's already at 8 billion right at the start of the bidding. At that moment, everyone turned their attention toward that girl. Only Jamie sat frozen, filled with immense anxiety. Any further bids? 8 billion? The all-powerful ultimate stone has been sold for 8 billion gold coins. As it turns out, that girl was Vina. She flashed a peace sign and smiled at Jamie. Master, I did a good job, didn't I? Siegfried marveled from the side. That person is loaded. Spending a whopping 8 billion on just one stone. Feeling guilty, Jamie lowered his head and replied while breaking into a sweat. Yeah, right. Inside, he was mourning his lost fortune. She just blew 8 years' worth of Hayes' operating budget. After completing their mission, the two of them walked out of the auction area together. We've seen all the auction items. Now let's go pick up what we bought and get out of here. This item is a relic, found near a volcano in the Kenton mountain range. The two passed by. An item, a golden box, that was being brought in. Jamie was momentarily puzzled. That object just now had ancient runes carved on it. Sleep here, so that you shall never wake again. It's a curse. Siegfried quickly stepped in front of him and cautioned the young master. Stay close to me, Jamie asked curiously. What was that all about? Behind Jamie, someone was rushing up at that moment to inform the auctioneer. Chairman, something's gone wrong. All the items have vanished. Someone has stolen everything. Outside at that time, a group of people were talking among themselves. A blue-haired person was fuming. They angrily punched the wall and said, Damn it! How did our people end up as slaves for auction? But another person immediately stepped in to stop them, saying, Calm down. Alex is already out searching for those elves. The blonde-haired one comforted the blue-haired one. I know how you feel, but our priority right now is to meet Lord Han. We need to move. Before the auction people find us here. You guys actually dare to touch my property? Jamie gritted his teeth and spoke with fury. Then he, along with Richard, jumped down from behind the group. Startled, they spun around. Jamie pointed at them and said in a menacing voice, Hand over what you stole, before I slaughter every last one of you. The blonde-haired one stepped forward. Holding a sword, he alerted the others. Get ready to fight! Siegfried's gaze sharpened. I see. I guess talking is useless now. It's time to throw hands, isn't it? He then cast a corrosion magic spell, targeting the two swords held by the blonde-haired man. The person beside him shouted in concern, Watch out! The blue-haired one gritted her teeth in rage. You auction house bastards are all sons of bitches. She then conjured giant green vines, controlling them to lash out at Siegfried. He didn't flinch at all. Clenching both fists, he unleashed even greater power, corroding all those vines. Seeing this, the blue-haired one cried out in panic, What? She then turned to look at the red-haired person, who was carrying a sack on their back. The blonde-haired one leaped up and said arrogantly, You really think those cheap tricks will work on me? Suddenly a warning shout rang out, making him uneasy. He looked back up at Aya. Siegfried continued to pour out his magic power. The blonde-haired one was trapped inside, a surge of energy. He screamed in what seemed to be agonizing pain. Ah! Someone outside called it out, Aya! Another one among them jumped up in a rage and shouted, You bastard! Stop right now! At that moment, Jamie stepped out to attack the guy, speaking with pure contempt. You're weaker than I thought. That person was hit so hard by Jamie's strike that they were sent flying and skidding across the ground. He couldn't help but curse, Damn it! How dare you! An invisible force surged, crushing down on everyone present. Those on the opposing side were overwhelmed by the pressure and pinned flat against the earth. Screaming, Ah, ah! Siegfried coldly passed judgment, Die. Suddenly a magic circle appeared. A cord adorned with small bells merged, and the invisible sword tips began to shatter. A man stepped out from the shadows and asked, I was wondering what was taking you guys so long, so I figured something had gone south. The others were overjoyed and cried out, We're saved! Jamie watched the man warily, thinking he had neutralized that last attack far too easily. Who the hell is he? Siegfried leaned over and whispered, asking for Jamie's take. You can tell just by looking that he's a master-class fighter. Do you think we're at a disadvantage? Jamie felt helpless and snapped back. Why are you asking me? You're the adult here. He then looked away and added, Do we really need to go all out? We just need our stuff back, right? Siegfried replied, True, there's no point in capturing them. Someone else is already hunting them anyway. Then he addressed the newcomer. Pardon us, but can we negotiate? The man responded, Oh, is that so? I thought you were here to bust us. What do you want? Siegfried said, We'll back off if you return the heart of the dark sheep. After all, I did buy it. Jamie reminded him from behind, and the ultimate stone. Siegfried immediately followed up. Right, and the ultimate stone, too. Then, realizing something, he turned to Jamie and asked, Wait, we didn't buy that. Feeling guilty, Jamie said, I'll explain later. Han turned and asked the others, Is that all right with you guys? The orange-haired person said to the red-haired person next to them, Ramu, give it back to them. The red-haired one tried to save some face. Look here, kid. We were totally pulling our punches earlier. Jamie asked mockingly, Oh, really? Want a rematch? The man who had just appeared laughed and said, Hey, it's not that we don't trust you, but we'll check it just to be safe. Suddenly, Siegfried cried out, Young master, your hair color! Jamie, who was opening the chest, was taken aback. He then thought in a panic, My disguise spell has been dispelled. But I didn't feel any mana flow. How could this be? That emerald hair. Wait, someone from the Welton family? Are you Jamie? The man named Han looked ecstatic as he realized something. Barrow was right after all, ha ha. Siegfried asked Jamie in confusion. Huh? Do you know this guy? Jamie, equally puzzled by what was happening, replied, Never seen him before. Then they asked Han, Hey man, do you know Onyx? Han's expression suddenly turned fierce and predatory. Man? Jamie stepped closer to explain. I was just asking if you know the guy. Han trembled with rage but tried to calm himself down internally. Whatever, forget it. I'm stronger and older than him, so there's no need to get worked up over this. He then raised his head and introduced himself proudly. Yeah, I know him. We're all Vanguard soldiers. Siegfried was shocked to hear the title Vanguard soldier. He immediately stepped in front of Jamie and warned him, Young master, this is dangerous. Please get back. Jamie asked in confusion, Wait, why? Why all of a sudden, the rebel forces trying to take over the Harmonia Kingdom in the Western continent, their leaders are all called Vanguard soldiers. Jamie then thought seriously, Harmonia? I heard that rebellion was sparked by massive corruption. Wait, so those ringleaders are actually Vanguard soldiers? Han gave a friendly smile and spoke up. Let's get out of here first, shall we? I'll explain everything later. The longer we stay, the stickier things will get. Siegfried immediately warned him. You'd better explain yourself thoroughly. Cut to the auction host, who was currently standing before a guard, shouting, Hey you! What do you mean you couldn't catch the intruders? The scene inside the hall at that moment had fallen into utter chaos. Everything was in ruins. He continued to berate the guard. You bragged about being a master fighter! How much did we pay you already, huh? The guard had already turned his back to leave. It's time, let's finish the deal. The scene shifts to a forest, covered in falling snow. It was late at night, with the moon high in the sky. In a wide valley below, 2 teleportation circles appeared. Han grinned and said, Man, this is awesome. Being able to teleport like this, without even using a magic circle. Cut the crap. Siegfried asked him seriously. What brings the rebel forces to Seldom? Don't tell me. You're planning a rebellion here too. Han just laughed it off and replied casually, We aren't some rebel force. Just free warriors, that's all. We only came to Seldom to pick up a few things. How could Barrow, an executor, do something like that to his own home? Jamie asked impatiently. Then what exactly are you after? Han was getting annoyed, but kept telling himself, Forget it, be the bigger person. The orange-haired person behind him thought, He keeps talking to them so politely, and then spoke up instead. I'm the one in charge of this. ISIS has their eyes on you guys, so it's fine to tell you. This is what we've been tracking, he said, holding out a golden cube-shaped object. It had inscriptions on its surface. He explained, A long time ago, there is a monster that the Vanguard soldiers once sealed within the Kenton volcano. This is the key to releasing Vilmos. Jamie was stunned and thought to himself in shock. Vilmos Black, the creator of skills. Jock Mungun, the ruler of the oceans. Vilmos the great beast. The demons that the archdevil, Diablo, created to defy the 12 gods. Vilmos is still alive? I thought it was lost in battle and died a long time ago. He was lost in thought until he suddenly noticed something very strange. Traces are being found all over Seldom. Is it just a coincidence? Suddenly, Han, who was standing opposite them, spoke up. That's enough, right? We're heading out. All right. He rested his bell staff on his shoulder, gave a friendly smile, and said to Jamie, see you around. Suddenly, the giant bodyguard from before appeared. So, this is where you all gather, you damn thieves. 1.2, Siegfried felt overwhelmed by this massive power. 147. Han was also panicking and asked about these numbers. Who the hell are you? Immediately, the giant bodyguard lunged at him with a clenched fist. Your skill levels. He threw a punch that sent Han flying. Then he tightened his grip and said arrogantly, just so you know, I am Darius. I am a 2.01, the Supreme Dark Ruler. Elias dashed past in a blur at that moment. Braha charged right at him full of rage. You bastard! Darius didn't look worried at all. He just delivered a sharp elbow strike, making her cough up water. Then he scoffed, Amir Brom, this is no place for trash like you. The red-haired one is Ramu and the orange-haired one is Aja. Both of them lunged forward in a panic, calling out for Braha, but Darius easily caught them both. He slammed their heads together. 0.73, 0.49. The same goes for you lot. And then he tossed the two of them aside without a shred of mercy. Han stood there still sizing up the situation. He flashed a devious smirk. They caught up, guess it's my turn now, huh? He then held out his bell staff. Energy began radiating from it in bright flashes. Han gave a confident grin. Channeling his power, he launched an attack toward the man. Take this! The overwhelming pressure caused the ground to shatter. Han continued ringing the bells, causing the area where Darius stood to explode. Sympathy alteration. A counter skill that reverses everything. It reflects any damage taken back onto the enemy. The man finally collapsed face first onto the ground. Han raised his bell staff once more with all his might. Even stronger now, I'll end this here. Darius struggled to shield his face with both arms. A massive sphere of energy formed, and everything nearby, including the earth and rocks, was ground into a wasteland. Jemmy was absolutely floored by the sight. Unbelievable. How many people in Frontia are this powerful? When it settled, Han said expectantly, Did I get him? Suddenly the level spiked to 1.7. Darius abruptly appeared without a single scratch on him. Is that a power that manipulates reality? Seems useful enough, but compared to Korean, it's nothing special. Han turned pale and stammered, What? Not even a dent? Darius then threatened them. Hand that over and die in peace. If you refuse... Sorry to cut your little chat short, Siegfried suddenly said with a mild smile. But we're just customers here, so I think we'll be taking our leave. He snapped back, and if I say no? Siegfried replied darkly, Then I guess we'll have to team up. Jamie thought to himself, Looks like this is my chance to settle my debt to Frontier. Siegfried turned to him and cautioned, Young master, watch out for him. That's Darius of the Shadowless Iron Fist. He's been the underground arena champion for 15 years, and it's rumored that he has defeated 2 swordmasters. For some reason, he felt a surge of adrenaline right now. A combat master. I'm actually getting hyped. Han turned around to give a warning. Hey kid, you better stay back. Jamie flatly refused. No, leave this to me. Then he held out his hand, unleashing his immense magical power. Rimia lining. This is my creation artifact, Rimia. Now only he and Siegfried remained to face Darius. Within this isolated dimension, he thought to himself, he created this space to freely manipulate everything around him. Spatial awareness. Even when not using physical sight, the user can still sense everything within their range and determine their exact layout. Thinking done, the arrogant Darius leapt toward him shouting, Mage! Siegfried struggled slightly as he channeled his magic to resist. Darius then slammed a fist into the ground, causing the floor tiles to rip up and dust to fly everywhere. The two of them had already teleported to another spot. Seeing that, he barked in anger. You little rats! Absolute heaven-piercing spear! 1 strike, 1 blow. Han suddenly appeared, right behind him, firing arrows toward Darius. Suddenly, he whipped his head around, catching Han off guard. Space-time manipulation. Siegfried was right behind him, holding out his hand to launch a magic attack. Siegfried's magical perception can manipulate space-time without needing a medium. He growled in a low voice, Get away from me! Darius was sent spinning by that magic, before taking a direct palm strike to his back. Rimia! 5-layer wall transformation! Jamie then raised 2 fingers and cast a spell. Boulders came crashing down from above, as if they wanted to crush everything around them. Darius still doesn't have a single scratch on him, huh? The space has shifted. A hand is channeling magic. Now, aiming down at someone sitting in the center of a crater. Omega Impact. A high-level spell with massive destructive power by crushing the space around the designated area. It turns out the person lying in that crater is none other than Darius, who has been beaten to a pulp. Only now does he truly lose his cool. His entire body is engulfed in an aura. Siegfried thinks to himself anxiously. He's using his own aura as armor. Jamie also makes his move. I guess I can't just keep being a spectator. He holds a magic orb in his hand. Grima transformation, endless abyss. Immediately, the ground where Darius is standing begins to collapse. He thinks to himself in a panic. This kid is manipulating space. How annoying. Then he lunges forward saying, if possible, I don't want to kill children. Then uses his maximum speed to rush right in front of Jamie with a clenched fist. But I understand if you hate me. Kid, the force was so immense it caused a massive explosion. Siegfried cried out in horror. Young master! Han was also caught off guard and shouted, Jamie! Suddenly, Darius appeared with a look of disbelief. Breaking into a cold sweat, he exclaimed, How? Unexpected, isn't it? If you're already a master, you should never let your guard down. Jamie was currently pinned under his fist, but replied with total confidence, All my. An artifact capable of completely nullifying all physical damage. One of the 3 transcendent divine weapons of Diablo. And if I swing this sword? A hand gripped the hilt and unsheathed the blade. Walton sword technique, first form, circular slash. A slash that rends space itself. Infinity version. Darius's entire body was now overwhelmed by his power. Only then did he realize, is this a sword technique? Jamie was also trying to run the numbers. It didn't reach. I need one more strike. Walton sword technique, White Sea variant. Instantly a powerful surge of water followed his sword's path. It seemed a bit too much for Jamie to handle, but he gave it everything he had. Suddenly, Darius caught his blade with his bare hands. This ends here. The space began to blur. The floor tiles were almost disappearing. Darius was still gripping the tip of Jamie's sword. The sight before him left him shaken. Jamie was horrified, thinking to himself, he just neutralized Remia. With pure strength, what a monster. Siegfried and Han rushed over, shouting, Young master! Kid, Darius said with a smug grin, I never thought I'd meet someone like you. Good to meet you, Jamie. I'm a friend of your grandfather, KuBI. Darius said sheepishly. This sudden change in his behavior left the 2 newcomers staring in shock. Even Jamie couldn't wrap his head around what was happening. His face went blank as he blurted out, Wait, what? After everyone had calmed down, he began to explain. 15 years ago in Hue, he first met KuBI at a tavern, a place where the strongest gathered. He recalled how crowded the place was. Everyone was laughing and having a good time, until their eyes met. Instinctively, both KuBI and I recognized each other's strength. From then on, we'd scrap like crazy every single day. However, there was one single move he never used. Darius sat there, looking at the 2 craters on the ground, and asked his friend standing nearby, Hey, brother, are you really not going to let me see it? The friend replied, All right, since it's you, I'll trust you with it, Darius. Confused, he asked again, You're trusting me with this? Your grandfather then turned away and said happily, My grandson is about to be born. This is a secret technique meant only for him. Watch closely. He then leaped onto a flat patch of ground and instructed, Then teach him that the name of this move is the ultimate art. Genesis. From where he stood, a massive surge of power erupted, piercing straight into the sky. It looked incredibly powerful. Darius was now intensely focused. He reenacted the techniques that your grandfather had left behind. The 3 young people behind him also watched seriously. He had just erased an entire section of space. As he performed it, Darius said, This is an extremely difficult technique. Even mine is just a knockoff. The whole world is unaware of this ultimate art's existence. But KuBI reached the master rank with it. This news left Jamie completely stunned. Master? A master? The highest realm a swordsman can achieve. The solar flare of the Holy Temple, the Sun Sword, or seldom Space Sword, are the closest things to that realm. But until now, no human has ever reached this level. After finishing, he turned and asked, Kid, did you catch all that? Jamie stepped closer and replied, Not yet. Then he clenched his fist and said with resolve, But if I continue as a swordsman, it means I'm stepping into his territory. Darius answered, Exactly, I'm eager to see how far you'll go. In the future. Don't let me down. Han asked blankly, Is that it? I thought you came here to bust us. Siegfried, standing nearby, broke into a cold sweat and warned, Hey, are you crazy? Everything's chill now, so why? Do you have to ask questions that'll get us killed? It's fine. Darius waved it off. I'll act like I didn't hear a thing. My only goal was to meet Chubel's grandson. See ya. Siegfried then glared at Han and said, "Thanks to you, Frontier's rep is going down the drain." What a total moron. Han glared back and asked, "What?" While the two adults were staring each other down, Jamie stood to the side, thinking, I definitely heard them say they would break the seal on Vilmos. But for now, there's no need to worry. I should take this chance to heal him first. Eva was currently sprawled on the ground in pain. He sat down beside him. "Obey my command." Jamie channeled healing magic into him. Han turned around in surprise. "Oh? Are you healing him right now?" "Thanks, man. No need for thanks. But if you're that grateful, let me meet Vilmos," he said with a serious expression. Inside Eva's head, he thought, no way. Of course not. But he found himself blurting out instead, "Sure, if you want, just follow us." He panicked internally. Why did I just agree to his request? Jamie glanced back at him. Sweet. He cheered inwardly, "I'm finally going to find Vilmos." Braha leaned against a rock and asked, "But Master, did you forget what Alex said?" Eva suddenly remembered. "Ah, I totally forgot. Let me get in touch." A voice came from inside the orb. "Why are you calling, Master?" "This is urgent. We found the elves that were sold." The person was still talking, when the person on the other side of the orb hastily cut them off. "Hold on, I'll call you back. Let them go, you villain." Jamie gasped when he heard a familiar voice. Wait a second. That voice just now, was that Ben? Rewind to a few hours ago. "On a street!" An exhausted voice called out. "Phew, finally got away." Vina hid in a dark corner and looked around. "But where did Master go?" "He ditched me again." Suddenly there was a cry for help. "Save me!" someone screamed. Vina was startled. The ring on her finger spoke. "It's an elf," Van recalled. If Kiri didn't sense the presence of an elf, then it's definitely an elf. She thought of the two people in the iron cage earlier, the creatures that had been sold off. They must be getting abused right now. She bit her lip in worry, then rushed out and shouted, "Philion! Back me up, we're going to save them!" The ring obeyed. Understood. Back to the present. Vina rushed out and snapped at the person in front of her. "Let them go, you villain!" The person on this side shouted back, confused. "I should be the one saying that. Where did you take the elves?" Drops of liquid dripped onto her head. Drip, drip. Then, sensing something, she looked up. Huh? Above her was a snarling demon beast, dripping saliva everywhere. It made the girl feel like she was about to meet her maker. Vina, on this side, blurted out in confusion, "How did this pile of sludge?" Then she said darkly, "Just thinking about it biting someone? Looks like this monster needs a serious attitude adjustment." She grabbed her weapon and charged in. The person on the other side screamed a warning. "Hey, that's way too dangerous!" Vina leaped up and swung her hammer down on the head of the giant dog. Barking, "Sit!" It howled in pain and collapsed onto the ground. Its eyes spun as a huge lump popped up on its head. Vina then asked, confused, "What's up?" "Philion, it wasn't this girl but someone over there?" The girl below called out helplessly, "Wait a minute." Then she thought in total shock, did she just talk to that hammer? Then she wondered, one single blow to take down a hellhound? Who is she? Scene changes to inside a prison cell. A guard was currently standing at the entrance. Vina looked inside and said worriedly, "Huh?" The door is locked. Inside were the two slaves who had been sold at the first auction. The white-haired girl finally spoke up. "Stay back, that's a sealing spell," Vina thought, confused. "Wait, are we on the same side?" Suddenly a loud shout rang out, "Who's there?" which startled both girls. A fierce-looking man appeared and barked an order. "Capture those intruders immediately!" The other man obeyed the command and lunged at the two of them with his sword. Vina hurriedly used her hammer to parry the blow. She thought grimly, "He's way too strong. We're no match for him." "You little rats!" The man stuck out his tongue and spoke with a vile expression. "Die!" Vina was now completely panicking. Even her hammer was trembling just as much. "Oh crap, he's here!" Suddenly, a magic circle launched from behind, striking that scumbag from above, leaving him in agony. He screamed, "Ah!" Jamie appeared with a smirk and said, "You can't even handle a small fry like this?" He was currently clutching the blonde old man's head while cheerfully calling out to Vina. "Master," she replied. He gave her instructions. "I'll take care of things here. You get the elves to safety." Vina hesitated, feeling worried. "I'm sorry, but I can't leave you here alone, Master. Go now." Since it came to this, she couldn't refuse anymore. She could only answer, "Yes, sir." She then turned away and left with those who were injured. The blonde old man managed to break free from Jamie's grip. As he ran, he stammered, "Emerald hair, a mage." "It can't be. Do you know who I am?" Jamie asked. "Impressive that you recognize me. So I'll grant you a favor." He was now paralyzed with fear. collapsing to the ground, shaking uncontrollably. Jamie continued, "Consider it an honor. Your body is now saturated with the blood of the Leviathan." Finally, only dark crimson bloodstains remained on the floor. Braha rushed over, calling out, "To the elves inside!" Vina happily held up bandages, smiling at the elf. "Oh, an elf! It's okay, everything's going to be fine." Braha sat down with tears of joy, looking at her and replying, "Thank you so much, how can I ever repay you?" Vina was a bit taken aback and replied, "It's totally fine." As if suddenly realizing something, Braha asked, "But why is a Valkyrie here?" Vina asked back in surprise. "Oh, you know about Valkyries, that red hair. Don't tell me you're—" Braha raised her voice. Vina asked blankly, "My hair?" Braha joyfully grabbed her hands and cheered. "Oh my God, princess! You're still alive!" Confused by what was happening, Vina asked, "Princess?" Braha, with tears in her eyes, began to talk nonstop. "I thought you'd been missing for 15 years. Princess, please come with me. If we head back home now, stop right there." Jamie appeared and said irritably, "She's my student. Try to take her and I'll roast you alive." Braha didn't back down and bickered back. "What? This concerns the very survival of an entire race. Humans should butt out. Both of you, stop it!" A loud command rang out. The figure slammed their staff hard against the ground. Han walked in and reminded them, "We cannot delay the mission any longer. Braha, Alex, get the elves to the shelter immediately." Jamie also hurried to leave, not forgetting to tell Vina. "And Vina, go back to the tent." She immediately replied, "Yes, master." Suddenly, Braha handed her a magic orb and said, "Take this." Vina still didn't quite get what was going on, but she took it. Finally, before leaving, Braha told her, "If you ever want to see your family, just use this gem to contact me. Let's go, Alex." Vina held the orb, thinking sadly, "My family?" Meanwhile, on a flat ledge, everyone was gathered. "I have longed for you for an eternity." Jamie watched intently, as the key to release Vilmos was about to be set in place. "Finally, I get to see you again, Vilmos." The moment the release key for Vilmos was set down, the creature below. "Is someone waking me up?" A voice rang out, accompanied by a massive pillar of light engulfing the entire mountain. "The pact between me and her has ended." "Who is waking me?" Vilmos, now in a tiny form floating in midair. All three of them looked down, completely stunned. "Did you wake it up right? It's so tiny." Vilmos was overjoyed. "Has the day of revelation finally arrived?" Han, looking down at the little creature before him, asked helplessly, "We have come to seek your aid." "According to the ancient covenant, the day of what now?" Vilmos looked up, puzzled. "What, you idiots?" "You woke me up without knowing a damn thing?" "The one who was supposed to wake me after 66 years. On the day of revelation. Didn't you hear anything Sora had to say?" "It's been a while, Behemoth." Suddenly a voice echoed in its head. It was Jamie, looking at it with a radiant smile. "I've returned." Even though he looked different, this energy. Vilmos cried tears of joy and called out, "Master!" Vilmos gazed up at him with longing eyes. Jamie touched its head and exclaimed, "Whoa, so cute!" It emotionally called out, "Master!" Han interrupted the touching moment. "Let it go. I need to talk to you about this tiny cow. A child is just a child, after all." Jamie immediately telepathed to Vilmos, "Hide your true self for now, we can't let them catch on. Just play along." Then he replied to Han, "All right." Vilmos also obediently replied, "Understood." Siegfried and Jamie talked and laughed as they left. Siegfried said, "Since you've seen enough, shall we go?" He cheerfully replied, "Yes." Then he telepathed one last instruction to Vilmos, "I'll be back tonight, so make sure you wait for me." It replied with pure happiness, "You must come back." The scene shifts to a different setting. A bright moon hangs in a deep purple sky. Below, the lonely silhouettes of trees make the atmosphere even more eerie. A voice rings out, "So you've finally woken up." Behemoth took a step forward, looking as if he had just molted. As he stepped out, the other person said, "Everything happened exactly as you said it would." Another person stood leaning against a tree with arms crossed, flashing a smile as they replied, "Told you so, right?" Inside a room, voices can be heard. "Family? A family?" Vina sat on the bed, clutching the orb tightly, lowering her head in self-doubt. "No, I already have, Master." "The person who saved me from that living hell of a school." Suddenly, Jamie pushed the door open and called out to Vina. She quickly hid the orb behind her back and answered, "Master?" She then forced a faint smile and asked, Are we leaving St. Dermanet tomorrow?" He replied, "That's right. From now on, don't follow me anymore." These words left Vina in shock, speechless. Why am I suddenly so weak?" She recalled the moments when people mocked her during fights. "If you go, you'll just be a burden. You're so weak." She questioned herself. Is that why? Am I just a burden? her eyes filled with despair. I've let Master down. Head east. Voice spoke again. Vina jumped in surprise and asked, "Pardon?" Jamie continued. "I'll definitely keep the spot open for you to return. Go and reclaim the power of a Valkyrie." Vina called out frantically to his retreating back. Master, Jamie turned away, leaving her with one last thing. "You know how to contact the frontier, right? Now get some sleep." Then he walked out the door. Vina fell silent for a moment, at a loss for words. The orb slipped from her hand. She ran to the closed door, bowed her head and whispered, "Thank you for everything." Jamie was still standing just outside. He flashed a satisfied smile. Inside, Vina was still sobbing with her head down. "I will definitely come back stronger." Back at the mountain from earlier, snow had completely covered the peaks. Jamie stepped forward, flashed a friendly smile, and asked, "Behemoth, have you been waiting long?" Vilmos was deeply moved and cried out, "Master!" Then he suddenly gave it a hard smack and asked, "You've gotten pretty cocky and foul-mouthed, haven't you?" Vilmos turned pale as a ghost. Breaking into a cold sweat, it stammered, "It really is, Master." It thought to itself, "His actions are exactly like they used to be." He leaned down to look at it and asked, "What happened?" At that moment, Vilmos sat up, let out a sigh, and slowly began to explain. Regarding that matter, Diablo Volfia left after the final battle. When Jamie said, "I will definitely return. Don't follow me," a few days later, the demons could no longer feel your presence. Jormungand, the wise serpent, said, "Behemoth, he will return. Let's hide from the eyes of the 12 gods and wait." Lord Behemoth hid at the bottom of the volcano to wait for its master. However, the longing for its master became too much. One day an elf came and said, "I will help you fall into a deep sleep and release you from your pain. In exchange, promise that you will help Frontier in the future." After falling into that deep slumber, from that day on my body began to shrink, and the way I spoke changed as well. The tiny Vilmos stood on the palm of Jamie's hand. He then followed up with a question. "Do you know what happened to Jormungand?" It reminisced and replied, "I don't know where he is, but he's definitely still alive." But as for Black, Jamie snapped his fingers to summon. Black then casually asked, "You two were pretty close, weren't you?" When Vilmos saw his old friend Black, he was filled with joy and cheered. He hugged Black and asked caringly, "How have you been?" Black could only reply, "Bye-bye." A moment later, Jamie spoke up. "Behemoth, there's something you need to do. Follow Frontier and find out more about someone named Isis." It immediately responded, "I'll take the mission." "Okay," Jamie continued, "and there's one more thing. I have another request." This confused the little guy. "A request? Not an order?" Breck nearby chirped in as well. Jamie sat down and said, "A girl named Bina will be going with you. She is my subordinate and also my friend. Please look after her." Vilmos was over the moon, jumping around. "Yahoo! A new friend!" "Don't sweat it." He thought about the new team member. "Get stronger so I can trust you. To watch my back in the war that will eventually break out." "You got the items, right?" Siegfried appeared at Lady Kiriel's shop with a friendly smile. "Check them out." On the table was a box, along with the heart of the shadow sheep. Lady Kiriel replied, "Oh, you actually managed to get it." She then tossed something to him and said, "Here's what you asked for." As for the payment, Siegfried checked the box and replied with a wide grin, "I'll use the voucher you gave me last time, since I had one free item back then." She took the heart box back seriously and said, "Fine. If there are no issues with the merchandise later on, then I don't care." Jamie, who was sitting beside him, stood up to inspect the item in the box. "This is an Ewan fragment." Siegfried said, "You know what it is? An Ewan fragment. A meteorite fragment from the asteroid Ewan, which crashed into the continent 100 years ago. Eternal mana is condensed inside it, where mana is absorbed from nature and amplified by 2,000 times. What do you plan on using it for?" Jamie asked. Siegfried just laughed it off with a vague answer. "That's a secret." While the two guys were being rowdy, Lady Kiriel spoke up and said, "I have something to say to this kid. You can head out now." Siegfried turned back and asked, confused, "What's this about?" Jamie teased back and replied, "That's a secret." Lady Kiriel couldn't take it and snapped, "Get out now." Siegfried could only sigh and turn to leave. After closing the door, she turned back and said, "All right, lead me to the dark world." The two stood opposite each other by a magic circle. She said that preparations were finally complete. Jamie replied, "Then I shall begin." Between them was a magical orb, inverting to the other side of the world. Opposite the light of that world, the world of eternal night. The light emitting from the orb grew more intense by the second. "O king who rules over the darkness, grant me your consent." A gateway to the other world. A rift in space began to open. Inside, the stars sparkled brilliantly. Lady Kiriel and Jamie now stood before the portal to the other world. It was incredibly mystical. Kiriel was delighted and about to rush in. Ah, finally. Suddenly, Jamie stepped in front to block her, saying, "Wait," she snapped back irritably. "What now? What kind of nonsense are you trying to pull?" He hurriedly explained, "I've got a freebie too. I will return the borrowed amount. When one returns the covenant document, the soul binding is nullified. I'm no longer in any danger. You can only enter after receiving my permission." Hearing this, Kiriel finally spoke in a softer tone. You should have said so earlier." Jamie turned his head to look back. He had already stepped through the portal into the other world. Kiriel was also getting ready to follow. Before him was the silhouette of a woman. This energy, this power. The shadow had two glowing eyes. That person exclaimed, "Have you returned, Diablo, from all those years ago? Venus, you who traveled the world, encountered Diablo while in human form, the arch-nemesis of the 12 gods. A truly rare human specimen. To think you are actually the incarnation of a hero. How ridiculous." However, he lost in the Great War of the Four, and lost all of his comrades. Venus ignored the watch of the 12 gods, and brought him to her world. She even allowed him to use a part of the dark world. The Jamie from his previous life happily looked at the thing in his hand, and said with a smile, "I've perfected it. A new power source, dark mana, has been created. But in the end, I heard he died at the hands of the 12 gods. What exactly happened?" The woman who appeared inside asked, "And what's with that adorable look?" Jamie replied solemnly, "I didn't die, but I was sealed. When I woke up, I was already in this body." She replied mockingly, "How funny. So what is it this time?" He immediately answered, "Someone wants to come here." She thought for a moment and then agreed. "I will grant them permission." Jamie stepped out and told Lady Kiriel, "You just need to go straight ahead." He was overjoyed and cried out, "Ah, finally." Before entering that space, she left him with a message. "I left a few things in the shop. The Avalon Outsider. It will be useful to you." She explained, "It's a staff made from magic stones, taken from Mount Tering, one of the world's 6 great forbidden zones. People have measured a massive